Chapter 140. This expert is way too paranoid. Is murder really worth treating like the apocalypse? Yifan's martial energy erupted violently, churning the surrounding air into a swirling vortex. Zhou Ming, though not directly engaged earlier, had already revealed himself as a formidable opponent, an envoy of the Sacred Order. Sensing the threat, Yifan held nothing back from the very first strike. Meanwhile, Zhou Ming had used Village Ye's momentary interference to assess Yifan's strength. Humph, Yifan, I'll admit you've surprised me by reaching the martial emperor tier. Zhou Ming sneered. But do you really think that's enough to kill me? The Sacred Order had made it clear. With his current power and their bestowed trump cards, only a martial saint-level expert could truly erase Zhou Ming's existence. Boom! Zhou Ming's own martial emperor-level energy erupted in response, forming another vortex of violently churning air. From a distance, the clash looked like two tornadoes gathering momentum, poised to collide at any second. Yifan's expression darkened. Without wasting words, he activated his teleportation trait, his body flickering like a ghost around Zhou Ming. Reaper's Slash. In an instant, Yifan executed 8 simultaneous attacks from all directions. His speed was so extreme that temporal lag vanished. From Zhou Ming's perspective, 8 Yifans seemed to strike at once, their blades real and lethal despite the illusion. What the hell? You're going all out from the start. Trapped within the octagonal assault, Zhou Ming paled under the crushing pressure of Yifan's martial energy. Strong. Too damn strong. Yifan's Reaper's Slash seemed to stack infinitely. Though his base strength was martial emperor tier, the technique amplified his power 5 or 6-fold, brushing against martial saint-level potency. And with 8 copies attacking at once. How is he this fast? Panic flared in Zhou Ming's chest. Instinct screamed at him to flee, but Yifan had anticipated every move. Heaven-Earth Prison. With another roar, Yifan unleashed a storm of energy that wove into a radiant golden cage around Zhou Ming. The bars shimmered with near-physical solidity, laced not just with martial force but soul-searing spiritual energy. When Zhou Ming tested the barrier, the moment he touched it, agony speared through his soul like white-hot branding irons. He recoiled with a choked gasp. The cage itself was unbreakable, at least not in the short time Zhou Ming had. Trapped, he had only one option. Fight. With a bitter smile, Zhou Ming shoved a handful of pills into his mouth, blood chi pills, bestowed by the Sacred Order to forcibly amplify his cultivation by igniting his lifeblood. Humph, you're not the only one with tricks. His power surged instantly, nearly breaking free of Yifan's 8-fold encirclement. Seizing the momentum, Zhou Ming swung his saber in a desperate counterattack against the killing array. Boom crick. The collision of their energies ripped through the air like thunder, tearing reality itself as shockwaves hurled debris into a spiraling storm. The world dimmed as if mourning the clash of 2 martial emperor-tier powerhouses. Zhou Ming barely managed to block the Reaper's Slash, but his robes hung in tatters, his body crisscrossed with wounds. His saber shattered in his grip, leaving him disarmed and battered. Internally, his shock bordered on terror. What kind of monstrous technique is this? No life-draining side effects, yet it hits like a martial saint's strike. Even after overdosing on pills, he'd nearly been overwhelmed. Heh, thought you'd be tougher. Zhou Ming taunted through bloody lips, masking his fear. Don't worry. I'll reunite you with your dead brothers soon enough. Holy shit. Not again. Mid-sentence, Yifan had already summoned colossal bubbles of condensed energy and hurled them like cannon fire. Kaboom! Deceptively beautiful, the bubbles detonated on contact with martial emperor-tier force. Boom! 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 Yifan, an inexhaustible engine of destruction, spat bubbles non-stop. Within 10 seconds, Zhou Ming was reduced to a broken mess. One arm torn off, his back flayed open, even an eyeball dislodged. Gasping inside the Heaven-Earth Prison, he could barely twitch. You freaking lunatic! It's just a damn murder. Why's it gotta feel like you're ending the world? Zhou Ming had clung to a sliver of hope that Yifan would stop here. If so, the Sacred Order's escape arts might have saved him. But Yifan wasn't done. This time, He summoned the ember from his dantian. A faint, flickering flame dancing in his palm before engulfing Zhou Ming's cage in soul-scorching fire. Yi Fan had tested this before. The mysterious ember could burn anything, even spirits. Crackle. Within seconds, Zhou Ming's protective barriers crumbled as the flames consumed him. Poof! His body disintegrated into ash, his vitality extinguished. Yet, just before his annihilation, a streak of white light flashed and vanished. Yi Fan frowned, scanning the area with his spiritual sense. Nothing within 500 meters. Dead already? That was all you had. He eyed the crater spanning dozens of yards, muttering skeptically. Meanwhile, a kilometer away, a pale figure slumped against a wall, uncannily resembling Zhou Ming. Hearing Yi Fan's remark, he nearly spat blood. "You bastard! Do you even realize you're a martial emperor?" He wheezed. "Bombs! Fire! Who the hell could survive that?" Even drugged out of his mind, he'd still gotten wrecked. Chapter 141. Children make choices. Adults take it all. Zhou Ming's current state was bizarre. In a way, he was still human, he retained his human form. Yet, he wasn't entirely human anymore. His body flickered like a mirage, unstable and ethereal. This was the result of the Saint Envoy organization's sinister secret technique. Even after being blasted to pieces, Zhou Ming had somehow managed to persist in the spectral form. "Damn it! Yi Fan's too strong. I have to report his intel immediately," Zhou Ming muttered under his breath, fumbling for his phone. But the moment he dialed, his mind blanked. Huh? Why did I grab my phone? There was something important I needed to do. But what was it? Zhou Ming froze, utterly bewildered. Wait, I came from Shangjing to Yunqing to deal with Yi Fan. But my men failed. Then I arrived. And now, I'm like this? What the hell happened in between? Frustrated, he paced in circles, racking his brain. But nothing came to him. It was as if he'd developed amnesia. His memories from the moment he reached Yunqing until the end of the battle had been completely wiped. Whatever. My body's unstable, fixing it comes first. He dialed an encrypted number. Saint Envoy, something's gone wrong. I can't remember what happened, but my body's destroyed. I need your help. Meanwhile, at the abandoned cement factory, Jin Yang and his men had orchestrated an elaborate trap to capture Yi Fan. Yet, the moment Yi Fan saw the pile of glass shards, he fled like a madman. Unstoppable, even with so many blocking him. Shortly after, Jin Yang's group witnessed two towering tornadoes clashing in the distance. But within moments, the chaos subsided. What the hell was that? Did the Eastern martial artist make his move? Is Yi Fan already captured? Jin Yang had no idea Zhou Ming had also been present. He tried calling Zhou Ming repeatedly, but though the line connected, no one spoke. What's going on? Right now, Jin Yang's strongest assets were the Gusek's Elder Lingyun and a few hidden masters sent by Elder Zhang. If Yi Fan's reinforcements arrived, could they still take him down? If this operation failed, the Yi family's retaliation would be brutal, and Jin Yang would be the first target. His gaze shifted to the three girls suspended above, his ultimate bargaining chips. Damn it! If only Yi Fan were sane. At least then he'd care about his wife's life. Just as Jin Yang was strategizing, Yi Fan's voice echoed outside the factory. "Ishue, my love. I'm back." In a flash, Yi Fan reappeared at the entrance. Su Ishue, hanging helplessly, had been crestfallen. But seeing Yi Fan return, her heart swelled with overwhelming emotion, tears welling in her eyes. "Husband!" Despite her shyness, she called out loudly for the first time in front of so many. "You fool! Why did you come back?" Beside her, Xian Yufei trembled when Yi Fan's gaze met hers. Does he still care about me? Meanwhile, Qing Rulin regained consciousness, her face twisted in guilt. "Ishue, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have agreed to bring him here." Yi Fan cut in calmly. "No, Rulin. There's no need for apologies. If they didn't kill me today, they'd try again tomorrow. Since we're here, let's settle this, once and for all." His eyes darkened. Today, everyone here will die. Su Yixue, Xian Yufei, and Qing Rulin stiffened at his tone. Was Yi Fan lucid again? According to Lei Chenjue, Yi Fan regained clarity for about an hour each day. Had his Qingxing Qi lucid period kicked in at this critical moment? Jin Yang smirked, recognizing the shift. Yi Fan, seems you're finally awake. Good, now the real game begins. Here's your choice. Pick one woman to live.
Yi Fan chocolate.
Children make choices. Adults take it all. His gaze softened as he looked at the three women. Xian Yufei's heart skipped a beat. Take it all? Does that mean me too? Is he acknowledging me again? Yi Fan's expression hardened as he turned back to Jin Yang. Now I'll give you a choice. Release them, kneel, and beg for mercy. If you do, I'll spare your family, and only take your life. Jin Yang burst into laughter. You think you're in any position to negotiate? All three of your women are in my hands, and your reinforcements are miles away. Even if you're at the martial sovereign realm, do you really think you can walk out of here alone? He raised a hand. Archers, lock onto him. From the third and fourth floors, dozens of enhanced steel crossbows aimed at Yi Fan. These modified weapons packed more force than sniper rounds, deadly even to grandmasters. 10 seconds. Kneel on the glass shards and choose. Otherwise, all three die with you. Jin Yang sneered before whispering to Elder Lingyun. Remember, if we secure Yi Fan and the 10,000 Gu Cauldron, you must support the Jin family afterward. Lingyun stroked his beard, smiling. Worry not, young Master Jin. I always repay my debts. Near the glass pile, Qi Jun and Wang Tao, barely clinging to life, lay like broken dolls. Yet their eyes remained open, desperate to witness Yi Fan's downfall. Yi Fan crouched beside them, his voice icy. We were classmates once, yet you showed no mercy. I gave you chances, even faked weakness in that room. But you kept trying to kill me. So you drank the poisoned wine meant for me. His gaze sharpened. Everyone who targets the Yi family dies. The two men shuddered, their pupils dilating in terror. With a final spurt of blood, their heads lolled lifeless. Yi Fan stood, locking eyes with Jin Yang on the third floor. You're next. Chapter 142. Don't doubt your husband. I'm strong. Did Yi Fan just talk Qi Jun and Wang Tao to death? Jin Yang was roughly aware of Qi Jun and Wang Tao's condition. They had been infected by venomous goo, and though their bodies were already severely weakened, Elder Lingyun had assured him that death was still some time away. Yet Yi Fan had done nothing, just crouched there, spoken a few words, and those two worthless trash had dropped dead? What kind of sorcery was this? The three girls hanging from the rooftop watched as Yi Fan stood up. Su Yixue was the first to speak. Xiao Fan, choose Yufei. She wouldn't have been captured today if she hadn't tried to save me. You two were once lovers. She still hasn't forgotten you. Huh? Xian Yufei hadn't been captured by Jin Yang's men. She had rushed in to save Su Yixue? This surprised Yi Fan. Had Xian Yufei finally come to her senses? But back at the funeral, why had she acted so bewitched, publicly breaking off the engagement with the Yi family in front of everyone? The first thing that came to Yi Fan's mind was that mysterious soul-controlling dark art. Had Xian Yufei truly been under its influence? Had breaking the engagement not been her true intention? Brother Fan, choose Sister Yixue. She's been with you for so long. She might even be carrying your child. Xian Yufei quickly interjected. That's right. Hubby, save Yixue first. We must ensure the Yi family's bloodline continues. Qing Rulin chimed in, supporting Xian Yufei's decision. Don't worry, hubby. None of us will blame you. If fate allows in the next life, we'll still marry you. A trace of regret flashed in Qing Rulin's eyes. Over the past few days, she had grown fond of Yi Fan and had even been ready to give herself to him. But now this had happened. Listening to the three women, Yi Fan was speechless. What was this? Were they all competing to die? As his women, how could he ever let them perish? On the third floor, Jin Yang's head was pounding from the back and forth between Qing Rulin, Su Yixue, and the others. Shut up. One more word, and I'll throw all of you down. Yifan, you have 3 seconds. Choose or I'll act. 3. Jin Yong impatiently began the countdown. But the moment he uttered 3, Yifan's figure blurred, vanishing from the first floor in an instant. Yifan was gone. A sense of foreboding gripped Jin Yong. Protect me, he barked at his bodyguards, who swiftly formed a defensive circle around him. Jin Yong knew Yifan's strength was at least at the Grandmaster level, far beyond his own control realm abilities. Even as he shouted, Jin Yong scrambled backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air outside the factory tore with a sharp, whistling sound as something moved at terrifying speed. Su Ishue, her arms numb from being bound, suddenly felt a hand wrap around her waist. In the blink of an eye, she was standing safely inside the third-floor factory. The same happened to Qing Rulin and Shen Yufei. Before they could process it, all 3 had been rescued from midair and brought to solid ground. Staring at the floor beneath her feet, Su Ishue was stunned. Hubby, how? Xiao Fan? Qing Rulin and Su Ishue tentatively tapped the ground, confirming it was real, before turning to Yifan in disbelief. With a roguish grin, Yifan gave each of their backsides a light pat. What? Doubting your husband's skills? I told you I'm strong. Don't you know that already, Ishue? His words flushed Su Ishue's cheeks crimson. This damn rascal. He had been awake during some of their nighttime escapades. How embarrassing. Thank you, Brother Fan, Shen Yufei murmured awkwardly from the side. Once, she had been Yifan's closest lover, the one who should have been bantering with him like this. But her decision to break off the engagement had wounded him deeply. Though their relationship was slowly mending, an invisible barrier remained. What the hell? Jin Yong and his men had retreated to the corner, gaping as Yifan effortlessly rescued all 3 women. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Jin Yong confirmed it. Yifan had really done it. Useless trash. Are you all eating shit for breakfast? He roared at the crossbowmen outside. Weren't they supposed to have Yifan in their sights at all times? How had he saved everyone without them firing a single shot? But Jin Yong knew yelling was pointless. Even Elder Ling Yun and the other grandmasters beside him hadn't detected Yifan's movements. How could mere crossbowmen keep up? Elder Ling, it's up to you now, go. Go! Jin Yang's voice trembled. With Su Ishue, Qing Rulin, and Shen Yufei rescued, Jin Yong had lost his leverage. Now Yifan would act without restraint. Young Master Zhou, where's that Eastern barbarian expert? Get him here now. Jin Yong frantically dialed Zhou Ming's number while urging Ling Yun forward. But to his horror, not a single call went through. The factory, which had perfect signal earlier, now seemed completely cut off from the outside world. Of course, Jin Yong had no idea that the Eastern expert Murakami Koji, a martial venerable, had already been crushed to dust before he could even lift a finger. After reassuring Su Ishue and Qing Rulin, Yifan turned to Ling Yun and the other grandmasters. Attack together. Save me the trouble. Either way, you're all dying today. The final word carried a bone-chilling killing intent, making Ling Yun and the others shudder. It was clear, Yifan's strength far surpassed theirs. At the very least, he was a martial venerable. Damn it! The intel had been completely wrong. They'd said Yifan was, at most, a peak grandmaster. Bullshit. From what he was showing now, Yifan had to be at the peak of martial venerable. Yifan, don't get cocky. I am the 3rd elder of the Gu sect. When my 10,000 Gu emerge, your death will be certain. Kneel and beg for mercy. Ling Yun steeled himself, releasing every venomous Gu from his body, including his life-bound Gu, preparing for a desperate fight.
Chapter 143, Mutuelle Destruction?
Think again. Unbeknownst to Ling Yun, his so-called peak strength couldn't even reach Yifan's lowest threshold. What he considered his ceiling was inferior to Yifan's floor. The Gu sect violated the prohibition by leaving the Miaojiang's 10,000 mountains without permission. Their fair game for execution? Or have you forgotten? Yifan spoke coolly, flipping his wrist to reveal a small black cauldron hovering in his palm. As Yifan chanted an incantation, a golden beetle crawled out of the cauldron. The 10,000 Gu Cauldron. The Gu Emperor. It really is the 10,000 Gu Cauldron. To think it's in the hands of a fool like you. Ling Yun stammered, his voice trembling with excitement at the sight. The 10,000 Gu Cauldron's wonders extended far beyond merely controlling the Miaojiang's venomous Gu and their masters. Its true potential remained a mystery to most. It was a treasure coveted by every martial arts expert in Great Xia. Ling Yun's eyes gleamed with greed as he stared at the cauldron. That's right. It is the 10,000 Gu Cauldron. But even if you've seen it, do you think you can take it? I'm handing it to you. Can you even grasp it? Yifan smirked coldly, chanting another command. On his palm, the Gu Emperor fluttered its wings, emitting a sharp, hissing sound. In an instant, the Gu worms that had previously emerged from Ling Yun's arm seemed to receive an order. They turned on their master, burrowing back into his flesh with frenzied hunger, tearing through his skin and organs. Ah! What are you doing? What's happening? Have they all gone mad? Ling Yun desperately tried to chant his own incantations to stop the Gu, only to realize they no longer obeyed him. Even his life-bound Gu worm had turned rabid, drilling into his heart and shredding it to pieces within seconds. The Gu Emperor's dominance over all venomous Gu was no exaggeration. Its bloodline supremacy was absolute. GHK. Ling Yun's body convulsed violently before collapsing. Blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and eyes as his skin ruptured. More Gu worms crawling out to flutter toward Yifan's Gu Emperor like subjects paying homage. The very Gu he had nurtured had slain its master. Ling Yun died with eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. Gu techniques had been his proudest trump card. Yet before he could even strike, Yifan had crushed him effortlessly, leaving him to perish by his own Gu. Beside Ling Yun stood the 4 Grandmaster-level experts arranged by Elder Zhang, meant to assist him. But now, with Ling Yun dead before the fight even began, the 4 were paralyzed with terror, their gazes darting toward Jin Yang. After all, Jin Yang was the operations commander. Drip, drip. Surrounded by bodyguards, Jin Yang stood with his trousers soaked. He had pissed himself in fear. Yifan had rescued the 3 women with ease, and Jin Yang had clung to the hope that Ling Yun and the Grandmasters, with their Gu arts, could stall Yifan until the Japanese martial sovereign arrived to tip the scales. But now there was no sign of the Japanese expert. Recalling the 2 tornadoes he'd seen earlier, Jin Yang realized the truth. Yifan must have already killed the martial sovereign. If even a martial sovereign was no match for Yifan, what chance did mere underlings like him have? Thud. Without hesitation, Jin Yang dropped to his knees. Young Master Yi, spare me. I was wrong. I was deluded. I kidnapped Suishue. But I'll never dare again. Please, let me live. I'll serve you like a beast of burden, repaying your mercy for the rest of my life. He kowtowed frantically, his forehead slamming against the floor. The other Grandmasters, seeing this, immediately followed suit. Thud, thud. In moments, the entire 3rd floor was on its knees, Jin Yang, his assassins, and bodyguards all prostrating themselves. Young Master Yi, spare us. Their unified plea carried an almost theatrical weight.
Yifan çaklet koldu.
Jin Yang, if you knew it would come to this, why did you start? I warned you during the competition. Then you sent assassins, I ignored it. Yet you still refused to repent. Yifan stepped forward, looming over Jin Yang. If someone schemed tirelessly to kill you, would you let them live? Having revealed his true strength, Yifan had no intention of leaving survivors. To him, these men were already dead.
Yifan.
So you've been awake all along? You've been deceiving us. Toying with everyone? Jin Yang's face twisted in horror. If true, Yifan's cunning was terrifying. Exactly. I have been toying with all of you. Now, tell me, who's the real fool? Yifan's mocking gaze struck Jin Yang like a physical blow. Thump. Jin Yang felt as if a knife had plunged into his heart, the humiliation nearly making him vomit blood. Now he understood why Wang Tao and Qi Jun had been talked to death by Yifan. This man was infuriating. The elaborate trap Jin Yang had laid? all part of Yi Fan's calculations. In the end, the trap had become Jin Yang's own grave. Mercy was impossible. If their roles were reversed, Jin Yang wouldn't spare Yi Fan either. If that was the case, Yi Fan, don't celebrate too soon. If I must die, I'm taking you with me. Let's perish together. Ha ha ha. Jin Yang roared with maniacal laughter, his eyes brimming with despair as he ripped open his shirt. Beneath it, rows of explosives were strapped to his body. The fuse was already lit, smoke curling upward, ready to detonate at any moment. Still laughing wildly, Jin Yang lunged to grapple Yi Fan. But Yi Fan only smirked. Mutual destruction? Dream on. Die Alone. In a flash, he wrapped an arm around Su Ishue, Qing Rulin, and Xian Yufei, vanishing with them in a blur, reappearing dozens of meters away in the plaza below. Boom! Boom! The explosives erupted, obliterating the factory in a fireball. The screams of Jin Yang's men echoed briefly before being swallowed by the blast. Jin Yang, you son of a bitch! I didn't want to die. Jin Yang, I'll haunt you in hell. As the dust settled, the abandoned cement factory had been reduced to rubble. Yi Fan unleashed his powerful perception, scanning the ruins. The few Grandmaster-level experts and other assassins behind the wreckage no longer had any signs of life, either blown to pieces or killed instantly. As for the assassins lurking around the factory, Big Bro, are you okay? Damn that scholar Gua. It's all his fault for insisting on demanding compensation from those bastards. I'm so pissed. No sooner had the chaos subsided than Wang Fuguei and Guoli rushed over. On their way, a few assassins instinctively raised their blades to block them, only to be sent straight to the afterlife with 2 swift slaps from Wang Fuguei. The remaining assassins on the outskirts had already been cleaned up by Guoli's men. Not a single survivor was left. Me? I'm Fine. There was just a huge explosion back there. Boom. Everything's gone. Yi Fan replied with a simple-minded grin, his hands already roaming over Qing Rulin's body. Wifey Rulin, you okay? Did the explosion hurt you anywhere? His large hands wandered over her slender waist and hips, as if infused with magic, making Qing Rulin's face burn and her body squirm. And no, I'm Fine. Though she had fully accepted Yi Fan's habit of checking her health, this was not the time or place. Not with so many people watching. Xian Yufei and Su Ishue, standing nearby, watched as Yi Fan instantly reverted to his foolish state, their eyes clouded with worry. Sigh, at least he had been lucid earlier. If Yi Fan had been in this state when Jin Yang had Su Ishue, Xian Yufei, and Qing Rulin under his control, and if Yi Fan had been killed, the 3 women would have regretted it for the rest of their lives. They had promised old Master Yi to protect the family's last remaining heir and ensure the Yi bloodline flourished. Su Ishue glanced at Yi Fan, then at her own belly. We've been together for a while now, but there's still no movement. Am I too weak? I need to make sure he works harder. Time's running out. In a month, he'll leave for the provincial capital. With 7 sisters competing, I can't afford to fall behind. Humph. Scholar Gua, your lucky Big Bro's fine. If even a single hair on his head was harmed, I'd have killed you. Wang Fuguei only eased up on Gua Li after confirming Yi Fan was unharmed. Gua Li could only sigh inwardly. This blockhead, this was all part of Big Bro's plan. He deliberately kept us away so he could act freely. His true strength can't be exposed yet. If too many witnesses were present, how could he have fought properly? Didn't you notice? Every single person who saw him fight is now dead. Zhou Ming and Jin Yang's ultimate assassination plot had ended in complete failure. Jin Yang and the Gusek's forces were annihilated. The Eastern barbarian expert by Zhou Ming's side was dead, and Zhou Ming himself had been reduced to a half-dead, half-mad wreck, barely remembering his own name. Yi Fan surveyed the vast ruins with a sigh. This should be the last of the Yi family's hidden enemies in Yunqing. For now, the city is safe. It'll be much harder for our foes to suppress the Su Corporation again. Next, it's time to head to the provincial capital first, to help the Qing family crush their rivals and purge their influence from Tiannan province. Second, to visit the Xuanwu military district and retrieve that fragment of the map from Second Brother's belongings, and third, to hunt down the core enemies behind the Yi family's downfall and make them pay in blood. But when Yi Fan turned to look at Su Yixue, his brow furrowed. Something was wrong. Several wisps of black miasma swirled around her head. Last night, when we were intimate, she didn't have this. It must have appeared today. Is a feng shui master targeting her in secret? Are there still people in Yunqing who refuse to give up? A cold glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he approached Su Yixue. Wifey Yixue, where did you go this morning? I want to stay with you this afternoon. Su Yixue gazed at him tenderly. I was inspecting the new factory site. I'll spend the afternoon with you. Okay? After this brush with death, many things had become clearer in her heart. Good. I want to see the new factory too. I want to know what it looks like. Yi Fan was certain the problem lay there. Old Gua, come with us. Okay? He still had to maintain his fool act in front of outsiders. If he discovered anything, he'd need someone else to handle it. Right now, only Xia Hao, Gua Li, and a few others knew his true identity. The life and death battle had ended in eerie silence. On the surface, it was as if nothing had happened. But beneath the calm, the undercurrents of conflict ran far deeper. Shortly after Yi Fan, Wang Fugue, and Gua Li left, a van sped toward the cement factory. Several young men stepped out, their faces grim as they surveyed the scene, then made a series of phone calls. Northwest, a secluded courtyard. Elder Zhang was playing chess with an old friend when an aide hurried in with a tablet, delivering a report. Despite his usual composure, Elder Zhang shot to his feet in shock. What? Jin Yang and the entire Gu sect force were wiped out? Even their third elder, Ling Yun, is dead. Does this mean Yi Fan isn't even afraid of the Gu sect's methods? The aide, a crew-cut man, shook his head. Elder, we have no details. Every witness at the scene is dead. Our distant scouts only saw the explosion. Jin Yang's group sent no useful intel before they died. We don't know if they were killed by the blast or something else. Also, young Master Zhou. What about him? Wasn't he in Yunqing too? He should have been part of the operation. A bad premonition gripped Elder Zhang's heart. Zhou Ming was the emissary of the Holy Envoys organization. Blessed by the Holy Envoy himself, Zhou Ming possessed supernatural abilities, even an immortal body of sorts. His combat prowess reached the martial emperor level. Had even he been defeated in Yunqing? Shangjing just reported, young Master Zhou is dead. Dead? You're joking. The chess piece in Elder Zhang's hand clattered to the ground. A martial emperor-level expert. Dead in Yunqing? Who the hell intervened? Even if the wandering souls stepped in to protect the Yi family, only their top elders could kill a martial emperor, and intel confirms none of them left headquarters. Shangjing clarified, Zhou Ming is technically dead, but not entirely. Thanks to the Holy Envoy's dark arts, he escaped in a half-dead, half-ghostly state. But he remembers nothing about the actual battle. Is this a coincidence? Zhou Ming is dead, and he just happened to forget every detail of the battle, even who he fought against. Just this morning, we received news that the operation arranged by Tang Zheng failed. Sun Dixing was defeated, someone remarked. Even the general from Myanmar has connections with Yi Fan. Just how many hidden cards does Yi Fan have up his sleeve? Elder Zhang rubbed his temples in frustration. He strongly suspected that Yi Fan had already regained consciousness. Elder Zhang, along with Elder Tang Zheng, had mobilized immense forces to suppress the Yi family, targeting both the Su Corporation and the Qing family. Yet, every effort had been quietly neutralized. There must be a powerful figure orchestrating things behind the Yi family. But Yi Changfeng was practically on his deathbed. Was he even capable? Elder, should we inform the young master? The secretary cautiously suggested. He has returned from his training at the 4 great sacred grounds, specifically the 9 Nethers. Rumor has it that he's now the personal disciple of the 9 Nethers sect master and has broken through to the martial venerable rank. Perhaps he should personally visit Tiannan province to investigate Yi Fan's situation. Dealing with Yi Fan's other 10 core disciples had gone smoothly, but the old man and the fool in the Yi family proved frustratingly difficult to handle. The biggest problem was the lack of first-hand information about Yi Fan. Those who had interacted with him either ended up dead, or like Zhou Ming with their memories completely wiped. Yi Fan's background had to be uncovered. After a brief pause, Elder Zhang spoke gravely. Let's wait until Xiao Feng returns. However, we do need someone to go to Tianan and clarify the situation. He sighed deeply, anxiety gnawing at him. Chu Feng and Zhou Ming, both formidable experts, had been humiliated in Yunqing. The Yi family was becoming harder to deal with. But if the Yi family wasn't crushed soon, their continued investigations would inevitably lead back to him. The Holy Envoy organization had made it clear, if solid evidence emerged, they would not hesitate to discard him. Elder, it's the Gu sect on the phone. Shall I answer it? The secretary's phone suddenly rang. Put them through, Elder Zhang replied. With all of the Gu sect's elite forces wiped out, including Third Elder Ling Yun, they were bound to have questions. Elder Zhang, what's going on? The voice on the line belonged to Gu sect leader Zhuang Baifan, tense with urgency. Our life tokens show that Third Elder Ling Yun has fallen, along with several other Gu sect masters. Their life-linked Gu insects are also dead. What happened? While Ling Yun had been a political rival, his skills and strength were invaluable to the Gu sect's survival. His presence had deterred many external attacks. Now, with him gone, the Gu sect's negotiating power would weaken. Elder Zhang confirmed grimly, it's true. The experts you sent, along with my operatives, were all wiped out in Yunqing. We're still investigating the cause, but one thing is certain. Yi Fan is behind this. He recounted the events in detail. According to Jin Yang's arrangement, they successfully abducted Su Yixue, Xian Yufei, Yi Fan, and Qing Ruolin, luring them to the cement factory. But in the end, the factory exploded. Jin Yang and your entire Gu sect team were annihilated, while Yi Fan and his 3 wives emerged unscathed. Damn it! Roared Zhuang Baifan. It must be Yi Fan's doing. 5 years ago, he was already a monstrous prodigy. You kept insisting he was an idiot, but I suspect he's been awake all along. Elder Zhang sneered. Of course we can't let this go. We still haven't recovered the treasures from the Yi family. If they fall into someone else's hands, everything we've done would be for nothing. My grandson will soon return from the 9 Nether's sacred ground. I've already instructed him to request reinforcements from the sacred land. Your Gu sect should also dispatch another team. This time, we must eliminate Yi Fan before he grows any stronger. Agreed. Meanwhile, in the eastern suburbs of Yunqing, Su Yixue drove toward the new factory site with Yi Fan in the passenger seat. Xiao Fan, she ventured hesitantly. Yufei, isn't that bad a person? She didn't have to come today. She rushed in because she saw I was captured. She wanted to save me. Maybe you've been too harsh on her. Yi Fan's lips twitched. Xian Yufei's appearance at the scene had surprised him. After coldly breaking off their engagement at the funeral, she'd repeatedly tried to reconcile. And today, when Jin Yang threatened their lives, she had even offered herself in exchange for Su Yixue's safety. Was she really under the influence of that soul-controlling curse back then? She was the one who abandoned me, Yi Fan grumbled childishly. Fine, Yixue. What do you think I should do? Su Yixue bit her lip. It's simple. You two were once the perfect couple. Why not give her another chance? You already have 7 wives. What's one more? The moment the words left her mouth, her cheeks burned with embarrassment. What am I saying? Am I really encouraging him to take on another wife?
Yi Fan çaklet inyardli.
His sweet Yixue truly had his best interests at heart. But if Xian Yufei did rejoin the fold, 7 might not be the final count. What about Ren Shuiying from the provincial capital? 6 years ago, she had saved his life by warming him through a freezing night with her own body. Repaying that debt might require marriage. Hee, I already have so many wives. Let's talk about this later, Yi Fan deflected. Yixue, we're almost there, right? His enhanced senses had already picked up a sinister, chilling aura nearby, one that bore an eerie resemblance to the energy clinging to Suishue. Yes, just around this bend, she replied, focusing on the road. At the newly selected factory site, workers were tending to several locust trees in the courtyard. Nearby, a middle-aged man in traditional robes buried blood-filled plastic bags beneath the roots. Suddenly, a voice crackled in his earpiece. Taoist Master Yen, evacuate immediately. Suishue is heading to the factory. If she sees you, it'll be trouble. Without hesitation, Yen grabbed the remaining bags and vanished into the shadows of the warehouse. Just a little more, and the 7 stars soul-severing array will be fully formed. Once the 7 evils invade and Suishue is corroded by the sinister energy, not even the heavens can save her. Tiske. Why the hell is someone interrupting now? Taoist Master Yen muttered under his breath as he ran. What he didn't know was that death had already arrived. Master Yen, are you sure your methods won't be exposed? If they find out, our young master won't lift a finger for you. The voice in the earpiece continued nagging, but Taoist Master Yen was already irritated. Shut up. Our Maoshan sect is merely cooperating with you. Watch your tone when speaking to me. Taoist Master Yen dashed into a side factory building, concealing his aura as he glanced toward the entrance. At the factory entrance, Yifan and Suishue arrived. The moment he stepped out of the car, Yifan sensed a thick, hidden energy permeating the entire factory grounds. This was definitely the source of the problem. A golden light flickered around Yifan's eyes as he swept his sharp gaze across the area, pinpointing 7 sources of sinister energy arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper. Heaven's pivot, twinkling light. This was the 7 stars soul-severing array. A 7 stars soul-severing array? So someone has tampered with this factory. 5 years ago, Yifan had received an ancient inheritance from the dragon-marked ring, and his knowledge of formations far surpassed such low-level tricks. While this petty array couldn't threaten him, the sinister energy it generated would be deadly to ordinary people like Suishue. Locust trees summon spirits. The key to the formation was an old locust tree in the greenbelt opposite the factory's front gate. A few workers were still planting it. Since the tree wasn't fully settled yet, the array remained incomplete, as though something crucial was missing. Once he identified the formation's core, Yifan knew exactly what to do. Xiaofan, this is the new factory. With 10 production lines, it should be enough to meet the demand for snow beauty cream in the southwest. We're also scouting for another factory in the provincial capital in case we need to expand. Suishue held Yifan's arm as she explained. Yifan nodded absent-mindedly, his eyes fixed on the construction near the greenbelt. Seeing an excavator at work, his eyes gleamed with an idea. Ishue, wife, that digging machine looks fun. I want to play with it. Ah, Xiaofan, that's for the workers. Do you even know how to operate it? Suishue glanced hesitantly at Guali, who was standing behind them. Guali, of course, knew that Yifan had regained his senses. If he wanted to play with the excavator, it wasn't just for fun. He must have found something. As a martial artist beyond the Grandmaster realm, Guali had also sensed something off when entering the factory. The temperature here was unnaturally cold, several degrees lower than in other places. Something was definitely wrong. Boss's wife, if elder brother wants to try it out, let him. If you're worried, I'll go with him. Suishue nodded. All right. Guali was one of Yifan's closest friends, and his skills were no small matter. With him around, she felt more at ease. I want to drive your digger. Let me play with it. Okay? Yifan approached the workers, scanning them sharply as he spoke. Most of them seemed harmless, but the foreman stood out. His face was too pale for a laborer, and a faint trace of dark energy clung to him. Hearing Yifan's request, the foreman smiled ingratiatingly. Boss Su, isn't this the simpleton heir of the Yi family? Should someone like him really be operating heavy machinery? I think it's better not to risk it. The foreman was nervous. Beneath the locust tree lay their secret. If Yifan dug there, their whole scheme might unravel. If anyone recognized their sinister plan, both he and his master would be doomed. You calling me stupid? You're the idiot. Your whole family's full of idiots. Slap. Before the foreman could react, Yifan had already smacked him across the face. My wife said, beat up anyone who calls me dumb. You. The foreman nearly exploded in rage, but seeing Su Ishue and Guoli nearby, he forced himself to swallow his anger. He couldn't afford to lose his temper with a fool. That would only make him the fool. Right now, the priority was stopping Yifan. Young Master Yi, the excavator is dangerous. Maybe you shouldn't play with it? The foreman pleaded, barely suppressing his fury. Ignoring him, Yifan dashed to the excavator's cabin, yanked out the driver, and tossed him aside. I want to play. Move. The worker was another fake, a Maoshan disciple in disguise. Though somewhat trained, he was thrown out effortlessly. Brother. The driver rushed to the foreman in a hushed tone. Shut up. Adapt to the situation. The foreman hissed, his eyes darting to several critical spots in the greenbelt. Buried beneath those spots were black dog carcasses and infant corpses, part of their master's scheme. If we stand here, he won't dig. As long as those key spots are untouched, we're safe. The foreman subtly shifted his position, blocking 2 of the burial sites. What he didn't realize was that Yifan had already identified exactly where the sinister energy originated, the very spots he and the driver were standing on. If these 2 weren't involved, Yifan would eat his hat. Inside the excavator's cabin, Guoli crouched beside Yifan. Elder brother, what's the problem here? Yifan's expression darkened. Order our men to block every exit. No one leaves. This whole place is rigged with a poisonous formation. Under those spots are dead black dogs and infant corpses. Once we expose them, apprehend these 2, they're just pawns. There's a bigger fish, and I'll handle it. Understood. Guoli's heart sank. Though he wasn't well versed in feng shui, dead dogs and infants were unmistakably evil materials. Whoever buried them here was clearly targeting the Su and Yi families. Time to play. Yifan chirped foolishly, then, without hesitation, swung the excavator's arm straight toward the foreman and the driver. Whoosh! Watching the massive shovel descend, the foreman nearly lost his mind. Bloody hell! Is this lunatic actually trying to dig me up? Boom! The excavator's bucket narrowly missed the foreman's thigh as it plunged deep into the ground beneath his feet. Holy shit! The foreman and the driver beside him were both nearly scared out of their wits. Was this Yifan really an idiot? Why you blind or what? Can't you see there are people here? The foreman shouted, his legs trembling. The driver beside him glanced down at the foreman's crotch. It was already soaked. Bro, your pants. Did you piss yourself? The foreman wanted nothing more than to smack his stupid junior. I know, you idiot. You think I need you to point that out. Inside the excavator's cab, Yifan completely ignored the foreman's words and continued digging, flipping over the very ground the foreman stood on without a care for the people nearby. Tons of dirt and rubble poured down toward the 2 men. He's insane. Absolutely insane. The foreman and the driver could no longer stand their ground and scrambled aside. Though they desperately didn't want the secrets buried below to be uncovered, their lives were more important. Yifan was known to everyone as a fool, and a fool was capable of anything. The slap the foreman had taken earlier was already a lost cause. If Yifan ended up killing him, it would be a death with no justice. In just a few digs, Yifan unearthed a dead dog with fresh blood, and then a clay jar containing the corpse of a baby girl, also stained with blood. The sight was deeply unsettling. But the most critical discovery was the blood-red line beneath the infant's jar, seeping into the soil as if trying to connect with 6 other formations elsewhere. With his demonic pupils activated, Yifan saw the bloodline extending in one direction while another bloodline approached from the opposite side. The 2 were only a foot apart from linking. Woo! When Yifan dug out the clay jar, he even heard a faint, eerie wail from beneath the earth. A wave of resentment seemed to permeate the air, and a cold gust swept through, darkening the sky slightly. Bro, did you just hear a baby crying? Guoli asked cautiously. Even in broad daylight, such a bizarre occurrence made him uneasy.
Yifan nodded.
Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nothing will go wrong. Make sure no one leaves this place. This feng shui master has some skill. The formation we see is just a decoy. There's an even more sinister one behind it. 8 sons mourning their mother. That was the true, far more malevolent formation. Behind the 7 stars annihilation array lay the 8 sons mourning their mother formation. This feng shui master had set up the 7 stars annihilation array in the factory to drain Suishue and the workers of their life essence, nurturing the infant spirits. His ultimate goal? To cultivate a superior mother entity. Ah! Suishue gasped as she saw what had been unearthed. Though she didn't understand the specifics, the sight of the dead dog and the infant corpse in the jar told her this was something terrible. At the same time, the dark energy swirling on her forehead flickered, and she staggered, nearly collapsing. At the edge of the greenbelt, the foreman and the driver watched with grim expressions. Bro, are we exposed? What do we do now? The foreman wanted to kick his idiot junior. How the hell should I know? Master is over there. If things go south, he'll step in. As he spoke in a hushed tone, his eyes darted toward the factory building. Meanwhile, inside the factory, Master Yen, who had been hiding, nearly jumped out of his skin when he saw his 2 disciples glancing his way. Damn it! You 2 morons, why the hell are you looking over here? Though Yi Fan's excavation of the secrets beneath the locust tree seemed accidental, Master Yen had a sinking feeling it was deliberate. Yi Fan must have discovered something. His disciples had likely been targeted because they were already under suspicion. And now, by looking his way, they were practically pointing him out. Damn it! With part of the formation destroyed, Master Yen suffered backlash, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Unlike the traditional 8 sons mourning their mother formation in feng shui, Master Yan's version did not feed the life essence to a mother corpse. It fed it all to himself. A Maoshan feng shui master, Master Yen had resorted to dark methods to rapidly boost his own power. Back at the greenbelt, Yi Fan gave Gua Li a meaningful look. Gua Li immediately jumped down and confronted the foreman. What the hell is this? Planting locust trees is one thing, but burying these things here? Explain yourselves. Huh? We don't know anything about this. Boss, this really has nothing to do with us. The foreman and the driver tried to play dumb, unaware that Gua Li and Yi Fan had already seen through their act. While Gua Li continued interrogating them, Yi Fan dug a few more times before abruptly driving the excavator toward another part of the factory. Boom! Boom! In no time, nearly all of the factory's greenbelts, almost fully constructed, were torn apart. Just like before, Yi Fan unearthed infant corpses and dead dogs from multiple locations. Suishue was stunned. Had Yi Fan really just coincidentally found all these hidden horrors? Sis-in-law, Big Bro had a brief moment of clarity earlier and realized someone had set up a dark formation in the factory to harm you. Gua Li explained in a low voice, seeing her confusion. Had Yi Fan regained consciousness again? And now, his moments of lucidity were becoming more frequent. Was he finally on the verge of fully awakening? With all 8 tampered locations in the factory completely dug up, Master Yen, hiding in the side building, could no longer hold back. He staggered and collapsed, foaming at the mouth. No, this isn't a coincidence. It can't be. Yi Fan must have discovered my formation. He's coming for me. Yet, Master Yen couldn't understand. How could Yi Fan, supposedly an idiot, possess such formidable skills and knowledge of feng shui? How had he dismantled the 7 stars annihilation array and the 8 sons mourning their mother formation so effortlessly? After a moment of hesitation, Master Yen, weakened, tried to slip away through another factory exit. His plan to use the formation against the Su family had failed. Worse, he had stumbled upon a secret about Yi Fan. Though the world called him a fool, the way he had dismantled the formations proved otherwise. Taoist Master Yan's plan. Taoist Master Yan's intentions were good. He wanted to escape immediately and spread the news as quickly as possible, ensuring everyone knew the truth about Yi Fan. But the moment he stepped out through another gate, he saw Yi Fan waiting for him with a smile, seated in the driver's seat of an excavator. As soon as Taoist Yen appeared, Yi Fan swung the excavator's mechanical arm down at him with brutal force. Taoist Yen had never seen an excavator move so fast, its arm carrying a terrifying surge of energy. If that strike had landed, his entire body would have been crushed to pieces. Despite his weakened state, Taoist Yen barely managed to dodge sideways, narrowly avoiding the attack. So, it was you all along. Yifan stepped down from the excavator, his gaze cold and mocking. You dared to lay a hand on my wife. Haven't you seen what happened to the Zhao, Wang, and Li families? The sharpness in his eyes sent a chill down Taoist Yan's spine. You're not stupid at all. You've been pretending. Everyone's been fooled. Taoist Yen finally realized the truth. The so-called foolish young master of the Yi family was nothing like the rumors. He had heard about the mysterious downfall of those who had targeted the Yi family, their underlings meeting gruesome fates. Many had wondered who was behind it, but no one had figured it out. Now, Taoist Yen understood it was all Yifan's doing. Exactly. If I hadn't played the fool, how else would scum like you reveal yourselves? Yifan took 2 steps forward, his piercing gaze locking onto Taoist Yen. Now, tell me, who sent you after the Su family? Was it young Master Zhou from the capital? Or was it Elder Zhang or Elder Tang? I have no idea what you're talking about, Taoist Yen retorted, a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Yifan, you're clever, I'll give you that. But you shouldn't have come after me alone. 5 years ago, your talent was monstrous. You reached the Grandmaster realm. But don't forget, I'm at the peak of the Grandmaster level myself. I'm not afraid of you. With a sneer, he drew his battle blade, suppressing his weakness as he prepared for a desperate fight.
Yifan chuckled lightly.
Who said I'm still at the Grandmaster level? With a mere flick of his wrist, a surge of overwhelming energy materialized around his hand. The sheer force distorted the air, its power so immense it seemed to tear through space itself, manifesting chi into form. Holy shit, you've reached the martial emperor realm? Taoist Yan's confidence shattered instantly. First, he thought Yifan was a fool, only to realize the man had outsmarted everyone. Then, he believed his own strength could crush Yifan, only to find that his so-called peak was nothing compared to the other's power. The pinnacle of his lifelong efforts was merely Yifan's starting point. Clang! Taoist Yen dropped his blade, all will to fight gone. A mere grandmaster facing a martial emperor? Resistance was futile. It wasn't young Master Zhou or any of the elders who ordered me. Taoist Yen blurted out, betraying his backer without hesitation. It was Feng Hanshao, the young master of the ancient martial Feng family. Survival first, loyalty be damned. That was Taoist Yan's creed. Even if he and Feng Hanshao were only temporary allies, he had no qualms about throwing him under the bus. The ancient martial families are involved now?
Yifan frowned.
The situation was growing more complicated. Elder Zhang's military faction, young Master Zhou and the Holy Envoy organization, and now the ancient martial clans were meddling too. More and more forces were targeting the Yi family. The attack on the Su family was likely just a smokescreen. Their true goal was the fragmented map in the Yi family's possession. The problem was, the Yi family no longer had those fragments. According to his grandfather, the map pieces had been entrusted to Yifan's 7 elder brothers. But with their deaths, even the Yi family had lost track of them. Still, the fact that so many factions coveted the fragments only proved their importance. Yifan had to recover them before they fell into enemy hands. If the legends were true, that the ruins of the divine realm held advanced martial techniques and cultivation secrets, then letting his enemies seize them first would spell doom for the Yi family. Feng Hanshao forced me into this. Young Master Yi, spare me. I swear I'll never oppose the Yi family again. Taoist Yen groveled, feigning pitiful remorse. But Yifan's eyes remained icy. If not for his knowledge of feng shui, Su Yixue would have died without a trace, and this man would never have surrendered. You confessed, so I'll make it quick. But did you really think you'd walk away after targeting my wife? Yifan's aura flared, locking Taoist Yen in place. Desperate, the Taoist blurted, "Wait, I'm a disciple of Mount Mao. Kill me, and you'll make an enemy of the entire sect. Mount Mao.
Ye fan scoffed.
They're nothing. With the legacy of the Dragon Seal Ring, even the celestial masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain would bow before him. What did he care about some minor sect? Seeing his threat fail, Taoist Yan's despair turned to madness. Then let's die together. Whoosh! A swarm of paper talismans erupted from his sleeves, transforming into spectral warriors midair. Simultaneously, thick black smoke engulfed the factory grounds, plunging the area into darkness. A sinister energy enveloped the space, and the chilling aura of death pressed down like a suffocating shroud. The paper warriors lunged at Yi Fan, their blades radiating killing intent. Corpse puppetry? A Taoist who knows dark arts.
Ye fan simirket.
You're full of surprises. The Puppet Core Sect. The Puppet Core Sect originally originated from Western Hunan. Initially, it was a group of corpse handlers who, for convenience in transporting bodies, refined talismans to attach to corpses. These talismans allowed them to control the corpse's movements and prevent unexpected reanimation. Later, some among them took a darker path, experimenting with using talismans to manipulate paper puppets, and even living humans to commit illegal acts. Murder, theft, and all manner of crimes. Within the ring's inherited knowledge, detailed puppet core techniques were also recorded. Though Yi Fan had never used them himself, he was thoroughly familiar with the commands and methods. Facing the onslaught of paper puppets, Yi Fan didn't even bother using martial energy. Instead, he simply formed a series of hand seals midair before slamming them toward the ground with a forceful shout. Rise! A resonant voice echoed as a golden manhwa pattern surged downward. The moment it touched the earth, golden light erupted in all directions. The paper puppets, moments ago wielding deadly strikes, froze abruptly as the radiance swept over them. Their movements halted midair, their bodies stiffened. Simultaneously, the surrounding mist instantly dissipated. 3 meters away, Taoist Yan, who had just retrieved his sword and was about to flee, stood frozen in shock, his face twisted in disbelief as he stared at Yi Fan within the manhwa formation. How is this possible? How can you be this monstrous? He had heard rumors of Yi Fan's prodigious talent, how the youth had reached the Grandmaster realm by 15. But he never imagined Yi Fan's mastery of feng shui would be equally terrifying. His 8 sons mourning the mother formation had been shattered, his 7 stars extinguishing formation obliterated, and now even his puppet core necromancy crumbled effortlessly under Yi Fan's hands. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before Taoist Yan could recover, his pupils constricted in horror as the paper assassins he had nurtured and controlled suddenly turned, charging directly at him. Wah! Gaping in shock, Taoist Yan frantically formed hand seals, desperately trying to stop their assault. But no matter what seals he used, nothing worked. Even biting his fingers to invoke blood rites failed. The puppets ignored his commands entirely. Shhhk. Shhhk. In stunned horror, Taoist Yan could only watch helplessly as 5 razor-sharp blades plunged straight through his chest. How? Blood gurgled from his lips as he stared at Yi Fan with dying eyes. Until his last breath, he couldn't comprehend. How could Yi Fan possibly know puppet core techniques?
Ye fan simirket koldu.
Because I'm your ancestor. With a flick of his hand, flames flickered. A surge of energy enveloped Taoist Yan, his body instantly disintegrating into dust, followed by the paper puppets vanishing into nothingness. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the remnants across the ground. If not for the massive excavator-dug crater left behind, no one would believe a Maoshan Grandmaster had just fallen here. By the time Guoli and Su Ishue arrived, Yi Fan had resumed his vacant-eyed, foolish demeanor. Bad guys, all gone. Yi Fan grinned foolishly at Su Ishue, warmth blossoming in her chest. Her heart ached as she tenderly pulled him into an embrace, her expression full of fondness. Though this brother-in-law husband often seemed lost in his own world, he protected her and the others fiercely, even in his supposed stupor. The moment she faced hardship or danger, he acted without hesitation. Poor Yi Fan, Please recover, she pleaded silently. As they embraced, Yifan discreetly checked Su Ishua's pulse, confirming she was free of malignant energy before sighing in relief. But another worry gnawed at him. The enemies of the Yi family had clearly shifted tactics. Realizing direct attacks on him were futile, they now preyed upon those around him. He had to eliminate them swiftly, only then would life regain peace. More urgently, Su Ishue, Yu Linglong, and the others needed to grow stronger to defend themselves, and the fastest way to empower them was through frequent intimate contact. Yifan glanced at Su Ishue. She had been with him for some time now. Under his nurturing, her complexion had improved, and her martial energy had already reached the mastery realm. With some combat training and medicinal aids, reaching Grandmaster wouldn't be difficult. Once she did, harming her wouldn't be so easy. After all, Grandmasters weren't common. Yifan arrived at the factory, rampaging like a madman, demolishing the half-built structure and demanding all landscaping be redone. This time, Gua Li personally oversaw the reconstruction. As they left, a young man observing from a nearby building lowered his binoculars and turned to report. Young Master Feng, Taoist Yan's formations have all been destroyed. The plan to use them against Su Ishue has utterly failed, and I suspect Taoist Yan betrayed you before dying. Seated inside, a black t-shirt-clad youth sipped tea calmly. Failure was inevitable, he mused. Sending Yan was merely a test, though I admit, its speed surprises me. This was none other than Feng Hanshao, heir of the ancient martial Feng clan, the same youth who silently witnessed Jin Yang's attack on Yifan earlier. A sly smile curled his lips. This confirms it. Yifan isn't actually an idiot. He's pretending. Though that Gua scholar from the provincial Gua family is clever, he alone couldn't have dismantled Yan's schemes. He set his cup down. Keep watching, Yifan. Once we observe a bit longer, our real game begins. Yes, young master. Back in Yunqing, Su Ishue returned to her company while Yifan and Gua Li, accompanied by the 4 handmaidens, headed to the Yi ancestral home. There, they convened the core loyalists left by Yifan's mother, including Han Yue, Lu Wuyang, Xia Hao, Lei Qianjue, Yu Chong of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, and Captain Yo of the Wraith Squad. You stood by the Yi family in its darkest hour. Yifan bowed deeply. For that, I thank you all in its name. Moreover, you alone know the truth. I am awake. Most of the enemy's claws in Yunqing have been purged. My next step is the provincial capital and the Black Tortoise military district. I must investigate my second brother's assassination and retrieve something. Before leaving, Yunqing's security requires arrangements. Assignments followed swiftly. Xiaohao's forces, aided by Captain Yo, would safeguard the Yi residents and Su family. Yu Chong would deploy agents to the provincial capital, where restless vassal families needed disciplining. Lu Wuyang was tasked with accelerating his new commercial empire. Future wars would demand vast resources. What Yifan left unspoken was his suspicion, his mother's ties to the mysterious divine gate, and the greater battles looming ahead. But for now, vengeance came first. Every enemy of the Yi family would perish. For justice, for the Yi lineage's eternal future. Shangjing, a secret base. On the operating table, several specialized syringes and instruments were inserted into the head of a motionless body. A flash of white light surged through the tubes, and in the next moment, the body abruptly sat up, gasping for air. I, Zhou Ming, have been reborn? The man stepped off the table, testing his limbs and sensing the martial energy coursing through him. My strength hasn't diminished. Fantastic. His speech, his manner of thinking, everything about him was unmistakably Zhou Ming. This was the same Zhou Ming who had escaped as a wisp of white light from the cement factory. Though he was now neither fully human nor ghost, he was still Zhou Ming. After a brief moment of adjustment, Zhou Ming suddenly noticed a white-robed elder standing in the corner of the room. He hurried over, dropping to his knees in reverence. Your subordinate pays respects to the holy envoy. Thank you for saving my life. The elder's entire body was shrouded in his robe, revealing only the hollows of his eyes, veiled by a shimmering glow that obscured any details. "Rise," the holy envoy said, flicking his sleeve to lift Zhou Ming effortlessly. "Now explain. What happened in Yunqing? How did you end up with your physical body destroyed?" At the mention of Yunqing, Zhou Ming felt a mix of fury and confusion. He couldn't remember a single detail of what had transpired there, only that it was terrifying. Even the mere thought of Yunqing filled him with dread. "Forgive me, holy envoy. I truly can't recall how my body was reduced to this state. The last thing I remember is Jin Yang and the Gu cult arranging an assassination attempt against Yifan at the cement factory. But I stayed away from the scene out of caution. I have no idea how I ended up like this." Zhou Ming's heart pounded with unease. As the holy envoy's representative in the southwest, he had been ordered repeatedly to eliminate Yifan and retrieve the maps held by the Yi family. Yet, not only had he failed to kill Yifan, but he had also suffered such severe injuries that the holy envoy himself had to intervene. Worse still, every single subordinate family the holy envoy had planted in Yunqing had been wiped out. Not a single one remained. The holy envoy sighed. "It's not your fault. I've already probed your mind and found that your memories of that period have been completely erased. Whoever did this was a master, far stronger than you, perhaps even surpassing me in mental prowess. The Yi family is not to be underestimated. And as for that fool Yifan, whether he's truly an idiot or not requires further investigation." The holy envoy continued, "Rest for now, but prepare to depart soon for Tiannan province. According to our latest intelligence, several ancient martial families have also set their sights on the Yi family. We cannot let them take what we seek." "Understood, holy envoy. But my strength." Zhou Ming hesitated. Though he had reached the martial venerable realm, the destruction of his body had made one thing clear. His current power was still insufficient. The holy envoy nodded. A surge of white light enveloped Zhou Ming as an overwhelming force poured into his body. Moments later, the elder released his grip. "Done. Your current vessel can only withstand the power of a third-rank martial emperor. But combined with the supreme techniques I've imparted to you, it will be more than enough to deal with the trash of the mundane world." "Thank you, holy envoy. Thank you." Zhou Ming could barely contain his joy as he felt the immense martial energy and newfound knowledge coursing through him. With strength at the martial emperor level, how could I possibly lose to Yifan now? 5 years ago, Yifan had already been a monstrous prodigy at the Grandmaster realm. But after 5 years of idiocy, even if he had progressed, he'd at best be a martial venerable, right? Now that the holy envoy had elevated him to third-rank martial emperor, crushing Yifan would be child's play. Yunqing. After finalizing the deployment of forces within the Yi family, Yifan returned to Su Ishua's villa, where she and Qing Rulin were deep in conversation. "Ishua, I have a rather bold request. Could you lend me Yifan for a couple of days? I'll return him afterward. I promise." Qing Rulin had already tasted the benefits of closeness with Yifan. Whenever they touched, a mysterious warmth flowed into her, rapidly enhancing her strength. If she became Yifan's woman, the gains would surely multiply. After her recent kidnapping ordeal, Qing Rulin had come to a realization. She refused to be a mere burden. She wouldn't drag Yifan down. Even if she couldn't help him directly, she at least needed the power to protect herself. "Hee, Rulin, can't resist him anymore? Already craving our little fan?" Su Ishua teased, her eyes glinting mischievously. "Just make sure you can handle him." Qing Rulin's face burned crimson. You little minx. It's not just for me. Think about it. With so many enemies targeting the Yi family, shouldn't we secure the family's lineage as soon as possible?" But beneath her words lay another reason. Embarrassment. Right now, Yifan was still in his foolish state. If she became his woman now, it would be easier, before he fully regained his senses. Once he woke up completely, the fact that she, his former sister-in-law, was now his lover would be awkward, to say the least. Su Ishua, on the other hand, had grown bolder the longer she spent with Yifan. Recalling his exceptional stamina, her cheeks flushed as she leaned in, whispering something scandalous into Qing Rulan's ear. Qing Rulan nearly jumped out of her skin. What? Both of us at once? Ishue, you? She had always considered herself bold, but Su Ishue's suggestion was on another level. Come on, Rulan. We've already publicly declared ourselves his wives. And let's be honest, Yifan is more than capable. Sooner or later we'll have to, Though the two women thought they were whispering in private, to Yifan, now at the martial emperor realm, even the faintest rustle of an ant was audible. Their conversation reached him with perfect clarity. He hadn't expected his dear Ishue to be so adventurous. Maybe tonight's the night to test her idea? I'm back. Ishue. My love. Rulan. My love. What were you two talking about? Yifan suddenly strode into the room, his abrupt entrance startling Su Ishue and Qing Rulan in the living room. Recalling the private conversation they'd just had, both women flushed crimson with embarrassment. Oh no, what on earth were we talking about? And nothing. Qing Rulan stammered, fidgeting nervously, unsure where to place her hands. After all, her relationship with Yifan had never gone beyond embraces and hugs. She hadn't even shared a kiss with him yet. Her understanding of intimacy was purely based on fantasies and hearsay. Xiaofan, we were just talking about tonight. Su Ishue, noticing Qing Rulan's shyness, couldn't resist teasing her, deliberately trailing off mid-sentence. Panicked, Rulan clapped a hand over Ishue's mouth. It's really nothing. Ishue, don't you dare finish that sentence. Even though Yifan was still in his foolish state, if he found out they'd been discussing such improper topics, Rulan would die of shame. As the two women playfully wrestled, Yifan watched with amusement. Their loose sleep gowns slipping, revealing glimpses of their curves, yet neither seemed to notice. He admired the enticing sight before him. Slender legs, delicate waists, porcelain collarbones, and the soaring twin phoenixes that teased his imagination. One pair was already in his grasp, and the other soon would be. Each of these peerless beauties was a rare gem, and now he had 7 of them under his protection. He needed to grow stronger fast, strong enough to safeguard his women and avenge the fallen souls of the Yi family. Ishue, about what I just asked, would you agree? Rulan's cheeks were still flushed, but her voice was firm. I want to grow stronger too. After today's kidnapping incident, she understood that unless she improved, she'd only be a liability, a useless vase in Yifan's turbulent world. Of course, Ishue squeezed Rulan's hand. We're in this together now. Yifan belongs to both, or all 7 of us. And don't forget, Linglong's orders were clear. Securing the Yi family's bloodline is top priority. She smirked. Frankly, I can't wait for Rulanjie to take root soon. If even one of the 7 sisters bore Yifan's child, everything would change. The Yi family's lineage would endure. Even if the world still believed Yifan was a fool, the mere existence of his heir would force factions to reconsider their stance, shifting allegiances overnight. Rulan's lips parted to reply when her phone erupted in frantic ringing. What? My brother gambled away hundreds of billions with young Master Shin from the capital, and pledged our entire family's assets. Even father. She nearly shattered her phone in rage. The Qing family had produced 2 heirs, Qing Rulan, a genius who commanded their trillion-yuan empire, and her utterly useless younger brother, Qing Shaoqing. The boy was a wastrel, spending his days chasing skirts, boozing and gambling, though previously, he'd had enough sense to cap his losses at petty sums. But this time, betting the entire Qing fortune, pawning their father. Jie, save me. They said if you don't come, they'll chop my legs off. Shaoqing's sobs crackled through the receiver. Rulan's fingers clenched. Wait till I get home. Though she hadn't set the call to speaker, Yifan's sharp ears caught every word. Oh, after Rulan had just secured the jade monopoly from General Songpa, the Shin family suddenly targets her brother, forcing her to appear personally? One glance at the scheming ploy, and Yifan pieced it together. This was Chancellor Tang Zheng's backup plan. They weren't after Rulin. They were targeting him. Earlier plots had already failed. Sun Dishing's Jade proxy bid. Disaster. The Japanese assassin. Slaughtered.
Jin Yanges bocet kidnapping, massacre.
Everyone Tang Zhang had planted in Yunqing was now ash. No wonder he was desperate. No results meant no value to his backers. And desperate men resort to clumsy tactics. Before Yi Fan could strategize, his phone buzzed. A message from the Mystic Pavilion. Lord, reports from the provincial capital. Multiple underground construction sites have cracked open. Strange fumes are spreading rapidly. Likely an evil entity breaking free. Sealing such horrors is our duty. Should we mobilize to Huadu? An evil entity? Yi Fan recalled the lore in his dragon seal ring. Legends spoke of ancient sages sealing malevolent entities beneath the earth. But now, were those seals weakening? Or, more dangerously, had someone intentionally sabotaged them? Either way, I depart tonight. Elder Yu, stay covert. By the time he pocketed his phone, Rulin had ended her call. Ishue, my family is in crisis. I must leave now. She glanced at Yi Fan, silent hope in her eyes. She'd witnessed his strength today, even if he still lapsed into idiocy. His awakened moments were formidable. With him beside her, facing the Shin family wouldn't be as terrifying. Go! Ishue squeezed her hand. And take Yi Fan. She turned to him, eyes blazing like a commander issuing orders. Xiao Fan, listen well. Rulin is your woman now. In Huadu, you protect yourself first, then ensure no one touches her. Yi Fan grinned, goofy but earnest. Got it, wifey. If anybody bullies my precious, I'll punch them into next week. His fists clenched, radiating sincerity beneath the act. The Shin family really had a death wish, didn't they? After so many clans had already been erased. Fine. This trip to Huadu wouldn't be subtle. Yi Fan wouldn't hold back. Let the provincial capital burn. While Qing Rulin and Yi Fan were rushing toward the provincial capital, Huadu, still in the car, Yi Fan discreetly contacted Guili, instructing him to use Pang Hai's resources to secretly monitor the actions of the Shin family's young master. Absolutely ensure Qing Shaoqing's safety. This was all directed at him, after all. Qing Rulin and his 6 other sisters-in-law had married him. They were his women now. Since he had awakened, he would never allow the Qing family to come to harm. Don't worry, my dear Rulin. I'm here. I'll protect you. No one will bully us. Seeing Qing Rulin's anxious expression, Yi Fan gently grasped her wrist, channeling a surge of vitality into her body. The energy soothed her nerves and warmed her from within, dissolving her distress. A comforting warmth spread through Qing Rulin's veins, instantly easing her tension. With Yi Fan by her side, everything felt manageable. Is this what it means to have a man like him? She was increasingly convinced she had made the right choice. Husband, after we resolve today's matter tonight Her cheeks flushed as she nestled into Yi Fan's embrace, her voice trailing off. Yi Fan pressed a subtle pulse of energy against her meridians, lulling her into sleep. The drive from Yunqing to Huadu would take at least 2 hours. Better to let her rest. He had overheard Qing Rulin's earlier conversation with Su Ishue. She wanted to bring him to the provincial capital because she desired to become his woman in truth. Intimacy with him would grant her a surge of energy, rapidly enhancing her strength, an undeniable shortcut. But more importantly, Yi Fan could sense her growing affection for him. With a tender smile, he pulled her closer and kissed her forehead. Huadu, the economic heart of the Great Xia region, a metropolis rivaling even the capital, Shangjing. In a private club in Huadu's southern suburbs, Qing Shaocheng was held captive by several bodyguards. Seated before him was a young man in a white dress shirt, Xin Xiao, the heir of the prestigious Shin family from Shangjing. Young Master Qing, you claimed your sister would come to rescue you. It's been nearly 2 hours. Shouldn't she have arrived from Yunqing by now? Perhaps I should collect some interest first. Say a toe? Xin Xiao smirked, though inwardly he scorned the young man. Qing Rulin was renowned for her beauty, intellect, and capability. Yet her brother was a useless fool, easily ensnared by a simple scheme. Xin Xiao had already seized the Qing family's liquid assets, billions in cash, and even forced Qing Shaoqing's father into servitude as a toilet cleaner. But money wasn't the goal. The Xin family, one of the Great Xia's 6 elite clans, lacked nothing. Shun Zhao's mission, ordered by his grandfather, was to dismantle the Qing family, specifically to ruin Qing Rulan. The Yi family had nearly been annihilated, 10 core members slaughtered in a single day. To any observer, this was a targeted purge. Most would flee such a doomed house. Yet Yi Fan's 7 sisters-in-law had defied logic, publicly vowing at the funerals to marry him collectively. Their defiance disrupted his grandfather's plans. The Yi family's massacre should have sent shockwaves through the nation. Instead, the loyalty of these women became a humiliating counterstroke. Repeated attempts to crush the Yi, Su, and Qing families had failed. Worse, the Yi faction seemed to grow stronger. Rumor had it that the Yi patriarch had petitioned the imperial court, seeking to appoint a new commander for the Northern Sky Dragon army. That commander could only be Yi Fan. Moreover, the Great Xia's divine physician, Lei Qianjue, had publicly declared that Yi Fan's mind was healing. Within 3 months, he would fully awaken. Once Yi Fan took control of the million-strong Sky Dragon army, his monstrous talent would make the Yi family unstoppable. By then, Xin Zhao's grandfather, their allies, and their shadowed backers would face retribution. Hence, Xin Zhao's mission, to break the Qing family and defile Qing Rulan. Even if only through rape, the humiliation would cripple the Yi family's prestige. Thus, he had orchestrated today's trap, using Qing Shaoqing as bait. Relax, young Master Xin. My sister will come. She adores me. I didn't even notify our father, so she'll definitely save me. Qing Shaoqing remained naively confident. Xin Xiao chuckled. Have you considered how she'll rescue you? You've already lost your family's fortune to me. If she fights, I have a martial sovereign-level expert here. Do you think she can match that? Qing Shaoqing paled. You! Xin Xiao, you bastard. This was never about me. You're targeting my sister. He struggled to call Qing Rulan. Too late. Xin Zhao's grin turned predatory. The next room is ready, cameras in place. I'll live stream every moment I spend with her. Don't worry. I'll let you watch how I conquer your sister. Defiling a Yi family bride would be the ultimate insult. This was his grandfather's most vicious stratagem. If successful, the Yi family's inaction would spell their disgrace, alienating their supporters. If they retaliated, they'd provoke war with 2 Shangjing titans and the forbidden power of the 9 Nether Abyss. Either way, the Yi family's hidden strengths would be exposed. And then, the shadows behind his grandfather would eradicate them, root and branch. Young Master Xin, Miss Qing has arrived at the club's entrance. But that Yi family fool is with her. Sis, don't come in. It's a trap. Qing Shaoqing shouted desperately toward the private room's entrance upon hearing Qing Rulan's arrival. But the room was soundproofed. How could anyone outside hear his cries? Shut him up with a rag. He served his purpose? Xin Xiao sneered, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Tell the next room to prepare that concoction. I want Qing Rulan to lose control like a wild mare later. As for that idiot husband of hers, perfect timing. Let him watch as his wife gets ravaged. It'll crush the loyalty of those still clinging to the Yi family. A wicked glint flashed in Xin Zhao's eyes. Better yet, maybe the shock will finish off that old fool Yi Chongfeng. Truthfully, Xin Xiao had never fully believed his grandfather's warnings. Rumors painted Yi Fan as a prodigious genius, and recent events in Yunqing, allegedly orchestrated by him, only fueled the mystique. How could a fool possibly pull the strings behind everything? Humph! Now that Qing Rulan had brought Yi Fan along, Xin Xiao wouldn't waste this chance. Killing the fool would surely earn him favor with the powerful figures backing his grandfather. Xin Zhao's assessment? Even if Yi Fan had reached the pinnacle of Grandmaster strength 5 years ago, his current power, awakened or not, couldn't exceed martial lord level. For this operation, his family and grandfather had assigned martial lord level guards. Crushing Yi Fan should be effortless. What Shen Xiao didn't know was that Yi Fan's strength had already surpassed Emperor Realm Tier 3. No movement within a 500-meter radius escaped his senses. Even outside the club, Yi Fan had heard every word. Qing Shaoqing's warning, Shen Zhao's orders, the entire scheme. Qing Rulan's car pulled up at the club entrance. Yi Fan stared at the doors, recalling Shen Zhao's vile plans. A cold snort escaped him. Humph, you dare target my wife? Plan to livestream your filth? Fine. I'll give you a show you'll never forget. His lips curled as he texted Guoli. Get me a few aggressive hounds. Make sure they're excited. You want to humiliate my wife on camera? Then you'll experience what it's like to be mounted by beasts. Ah, did I doze off? Are we here? Yi Fan pressed a few acupoints on Qing Rulan's wrist, jolting her awake. Yes, let's go in together. Outside the car, his four maids, Nanxing, Xiaowen, Qingyao, and Xiaoyao, stood ready. Each was a grandmaster, their combined aura radiating overwhelming pressure. Qing Rulan felt a flicker of relief. She'd known Yi Fan had resources, but never imagined the Yi family's depth. Even after losing 10 core disciples, all grandmasters, for more remained by his side as attendants. Yet Yi Fan frowned slightly. Grandmaster strength is enough for Yunqing, but not for what's coming, storming the capital, conquering the elite. They need to grow stronger. Fast. The quickest method? Make them his women, letting them absorb energy from his body's warmth. But that might be too rushed. Clap, clap, clap. As Yi Fan and Qing Rulan entered the lobby, Shen Xiao descended the staircase, slow applause echoing. Punctual as ever, Miss Qing. 5 minutes later, and your brother's third leg would have been forfeit. The Qing lineage would have ended with him. I'm here now. Release him. Qing Rulan glared, disgust twisting her stomach at Shen Zhao's leering gaze. No need to rush. This is our first meeting. Shouldn't we bond first? Shen Zhao's eyes raked over her, hungrily undressing her with his stare. Such a treasure, wasted on a fool like Yi Fan. Did no one teach you it's rude to stare at another man's wife? Yi Fan's voice cut in just as Shen Xiao reached out. Grandpa always said, beat the manners into them. Shen Xiao burst into laughter. Ha! The fool knows what a wife is. Someone to sleep with at night, except tonight, I'll be the one sleeping with her. Care to watch? He mockingly studied Yi Fan's vacant expression, struggling to reconcile this man with the genius of legend. Smack! Before Shen Xiao could react, Yi Fan's palm cracked across his face. The sharp slap stunned the entire room. You! A fool dares hit me? Shen Xiao clutched his burning cheek, disbelief warring with fury. As the Shen family heir, trained by elite martial artists, he'd reached grandmaster level, yet failed to dodge. Even the two martial lord experts flanking him froze. Hired from ancient martial clans, they hadn't sensed Yi Fan's movement. Still barking? Must not have hit you hard enough. Smack! Another slap. Now both cheeks burned symmetrically. Shen Xiao nearly howled. Not just from pain but humiliation. Struck twice by a fool. You fucking! I'll kill you. Rage obliterated reason. His chi erupted violently. Then, to everyone's shock, he dodged behind the two martial lords. Elders Kong and Chao. Seize him. Those two slaps had terrified him. As a grandmaster, he'd been utterly helpless. Proof that Yi Fan's power far surpassed his own. No way was he dying today. Yes, Elder Kong and Elder Chao, two supreme martial venerables, stamped their feet against the ground and instantly leaped in front of Yi Fan. Their martial energy surged violently, poised to strike. Yi Fan had already prepared to counterattack. However, the moment the two elders spotted a pendant around Yi Fan's neck, they froze mid-attack. In near-perfect unison, they abruptly twisted their bodies and retreated in a flash. Young Master Shen, our purpose today is not to deal with Yi Fan. If you wish to act, please resort to other means. As they returned to Shen Zhao's side, traces of horror flickered in their eyes before they exchanged silent, telepathic words. Old Kong, did you see that clearly? That really is the scepter pendant of the Nangong family. Absolutely. But what's it doing on that fool? Damn. That pendant symbolizes the highest authority within the ancient martial alliance. It should be worn personally by the young lady Nangong. What connection does Yi Fan have with her? Why does this idiot from the Yi family attract influential women so effortlessly? Initially puzzled by why the two martial venerables had halted their assault, Yi Fan finally understood upon hearing their murmurs. He glanced down at the pendant hanging on his chest, the very one that Manager Wu from the Treasure Pavilion had gifted him, ostensibly from their young lady. At the time, Yi Fan had simply sensed an unusual vitality within the pendant, subtly resonating with him in a strangely comforting way, so he chose to wear it. To think, this was the ancient martial alliance's scepter, an artifact that, in principle, could command the entire martial world. The Nangong family, so that Lady Nangong had given him no ordinary gift. Elders Kong and Chao, what are you doing? My grandfather and yours personally invited you here to suppress Yi Fan. Xin Xiao, who had been anticipating Yi Fan's humiliation, was dumbfounded. The two elders had abruptly retreated at the last second, leaving him utterly bewildered. Young Master Xin, we certainly came to assist. However, bullying an inexperienced youth seems rather immoral at our age. Wouldn't you agree, Old Kong? Indeed, as martial artists we must uphold virtue and civility. Beating a defenseless man would tarnish our dignity. Speaking of which, Old Chow, I suddenly feel exhausted, perhaps due to poor sleep last night. Should we retire? My thoughts exactly. Let's go. Under Xin Zhao's stunned gaze, the two elders bowed subtly toward Yi Fan before vanishing toward the exit at lightning speed. Immoral to fight two against one? Civility? What kind of joke is this? Since when did martial artists care about morality? Weren't battles in their world all about life and death struggles once conflicts arose? What nonsense were they spewing? Young Master Xin, don't trouble us unless necessary. Better yet, don't trouble us at all. We'll explain matters to Elder Tang Zheng ourselves. Find another solution. As far as today is concerned, we were never here. Their voices lingered even as their figures disappeared without a trace. Damn it, neither elder was a fool. If Yi Fan possessed the ancient martial alliance's scepter pendant, it meant he had, at minimum, the Nangong family's backing. While the Kong and Chao families held substantial influence in the martial world, provoking an alliance leader's faction was sheer idiocy. Hence, they abandoned Xin Xiao without hesitation. Left alone amidst the chaos, Xin Xiao felt his mind spinning. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Though only Yi Fan and Qing Rulin had arrived, Xin Xiao knew from prior experience. Yi Fan had effortlessly landed 2 slaps on him earlier without giving him any chance to evade, that his opponent's strength exceeded the martial venerable realm. With the 2 elders gone, Xin Zhao's strongest subordinates barely reached the peak of the Grandmaster tier. If a real fight broke out, he stood no chance. Huh? Weren't they planning a fight? Why did they suddenly flee? Yi Fan smirked devilishly at Xin Xiao. Still barking, mutt? Cracking his knuckles ominously, he took a step forward. Terrified, Xin Xiao clutched his face, barely suppressing his frustration. I won't demean myself by fighting you. Originally thinking Yi Fan was an easy target, he had never imagined being humiliated by a fool. Instead, Miss Qing. Xin Xiao shifted targets, forcing a grin at Qing Rulin. Your younger brother has mortgaged all of the Qing family's assets. If you want him back, you'll need to pay a price. Since Yi Fan wasn't someone he could bully, capturing Qing Rulin would achieve the same effect. Unfortunately, Xin Xiao remained unaware. Present-day Yi Fan was no idiot. His strength had already reached the martial emperor tier, rendering Xin Zhao's theatrics nothing more than a clown show. What do you want, Xin Xiao? Qing Rulin demanded coldly. Observing her delicate beauty, Xin Xiao momentarily forgot his rage. It's simple, just a private chat with you. A short one, 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes was already an exaggeration. He had never lasted beyond one in the past. Recognizing his lecherous intentions, Qing Rulin scowled. In your dreams, I'm a married woman. How shameless can you be? Tisk. Call me whatever you like, Miss Qing, Shenxiao sneered. But remember, your brother has gambled away everything, even your father's pride. If you refuse, your family ends today in disgrace. Thriving on the feeling of control, Shenxiao pressed further. Of course, there's another way to reclaim everything. Gamble with me again. His eyes glinted with provocation. A bet? Sure. I love gambling. Before Qing Rulin could reply, Yifan cut in chillingly. To truly destroy Shenxiao, he had to crush every shred of hope. You? A fool? Gambling with me? Shenxiao's eyes lit up with renewed intrigue. If he could trick Yifan into betting and seize the Yi family's assets, the fallout would be even more spectacular. What are we wagering? Our lives. Do you dare? Yifan's words struck like a bombshell. Beside him, Qing Rulin paled in alarm. Xiao Fan, don't act recklessly. Assuming he was still impaired, she tried stopping him, but his 4 maidservants knew the truth. Miss Qing, don't worry. Our young master's gambling skills are unmatched. He has never lost before, one reassured firmly. If I lose, my life is yours. Execute me on the spot. I won't resist. If you lose, return the Qing family's assets, and your life is mine.
Yifan similet koldu.
Since we're risking it all, do you have the guts? Dare? Honestly, Shenxiao wasn't entirely confident. Especially under the scorching gaze of Yifan, Shenxiao couldn't tell whether Yifan was still in his mentally impaired state or had already regained consciousness. If Yifan were still a fool, dealing with him would be a breeze with Shenxiao's team of master swindlers. But if Yifan had awakened, with his strength at least at the martial venerable level, what if he refused to accept the outcome? While Shenxiao hesitated, a phone call suddenly came through his earpiece. Shenxiao, don't worry. The Holy Envoy organization has dispatched a martial emperor-level expert who's already lying in wait around the club. Go ahead and gamble with him. A martial emperor-level expert had arrived? Had his grandfather's connections stepped in? Damn. Then what was there to fear? Shenxiao immediately straightened his back. No matter how strong Yifan was, at most, he couldn't be beyond the martial venerable realm, could he? Humph. Now that the Holy Envoy organization had sent a martial emperor, no matter the outcome of the gamble tonight, Yifan wasn't leaving this place alive. Fine. I'll take your bet. Shenxiao smirked darkly. But if I win, don't blame me for bullying a fool. Miss Qing, you can be our witness. Qing Rulin bit her lip anxiously. Xiao Fan, are you sure about this?
Yifan similet faintly.
Rulin, my love. A man never says no. As he spoke, he gave her backside a playful pinch, eliciting a soft yelp from her. Qing Rulin blinked in surprise. Xiao Fan you?
Yifan nodded.
It won't take long. Handling Shenxiao shouldn't be a problem. Had Yifan truly awakened? Qing Rulin finally confirmed it. If Yifan had regained consciousness, then nothing was a problem anymore. After all, just that morning, she had witnessed him save her, Xian Yufei, and Su Yixue in the blink of an eye, teleporting all 3 of them away from an explosion 5 stories high. Even martial venerable level experts were powerless before him. His awakened strength was at least at the martial emperor level. Tonight's outcome was already set in stone, but this rascal, how dare he grope her in front of everyone? Now that Yifan was awake, things were different. She had previously been his sister-in-law. Being with him like this now, how utterly embarrassing. Thinking of her plan for tonight, Qing Rulin's cheeks flushed crimson. Emboldened, Shenxiao led Yifan, Qing Rulin, and the 4 maids to a private room in the club. Inside, his hired bodyguards and card-sharping experts were already seated opposite the gaming table. The rules are simple. We'll play bluff, gold flower. Whoever holds the stronger hand wins. Shenxiao grinned as the scar-faced dealer began shuffling. The cards were expertly shuffled, cut, and dealt, everything appearing flawless under the watchful eyes of the spectators. But Yifan saw through it instantly. With his demonic pupils and martial emperor-level perception, he caught the scammer's sleight of hand. During the cut, the dealer subtly stacked 3 aces into positions 2, 4, and 6, while positions 1, 3, and 5 were loaded with kings. Normally, this would ensure Yi Fan got 3 kings, a formidable hand, while Xin Xiao received 3 unbeatable aces. This was how gamblers lost everything. Cheats controlled the game, feeding opponents strong hands only to top them by a hair, just enough to bleed them dry. That's why they say, 10 gambles, 9 cheats. The only winning move is not to play. Even with absolute confidence, never gamble. Your sure thing is merely their script. But against Yi Fan, a martial emperor with telekinetic reflexes, tricks were meaningless. As the cards flew out, his chi pulsed imperceptibly, swapping the stacked positions. Result? Xin Xiao's 3 aces ended up in Yi Fan's hand. The dealer gave Xin Xiao a discreet nod. Smug, Xin Xiao taunted. Yi Fan, no complaints about your cards, right? Yi Fan excitedly peered at his hand. Such big cards. No issues. You didn't mess up, did you? With a hand this strong. I'll raise. Xin Xiao gaped. This idiot wanted to raise? Didn't he realize the game was rigged? What's your wager? Xin Xiao's greed flared. If he could swindle the entire Yi fortune tonight, his grandfather would surely praise him. I'll bet the entirety of the Yi family's assets. Yi Fan spoke with faux earnestness. Oh, and my grandpa's life too. I'll sign it in writing. What? Earlier, Qing Shaoqing had gambled away his father. Now Yi Fan was offering his grandfather? Xin Xiao nearly laughed aloud. Ha! Of course. Fetch the paper. Let him sign. Xin Xiao barked at his men, barely containing his glee. This moron was digging his own grave and dragging his family down with him. Legally, the Yi heir's signed pledge would suffice to humiliate the clan, even if it couldn't actually kill the elder. But as Yi Fan poised the pen, he paused. Wait, since I'm staking the Yi fortune, shouldn't you match it? Indeed, the maid Nanxing interjected coolly. Xin Xiao, your wager must include the Xin family assets, your grandfather Tang Zheng's holdings, plus the Tang family's entire wealth. Tang Zheng, one of the 9 grand elders of Xia. Earlier, he'd ordered Sun Dishing to seize Qing Ruolin's Jade franchise. Now, his grandson had stepped in personally. But this time, Tang Zheng wouldn't escape unscathed. Xin Xiao stiffened. Since when did they know so much? Then it hit him, his ties to the Tangs were hardly secret. The Yi family's intelligence network wasn't to be underestimated. Even if Yi Fan's maids unearthed this, it wasn't shocking. Though something felt off, the stakes were too tempting. Betting the Yi fortune, Yi Fan's life, and Elder Yi Chongfeng's dignity, a victory here would disgrace the entire Yi clan and crush their allies' morale. Fine. It's a bet. Xin Xiao snatched the pen. Swish, swish, swish. Without hesitation, Xin Xiao finished writing the IOU and pressed his fingerprint onto it. It wasn't that Xin Xiao doubted anything. It was just that the stakes Yi Fan had placed were far too tempting. These were exactly the things his grandfather and the faction behind him had been after. With the martial arts expert his grandfather had invited from the ancient martial family having retreated and the faction behind his grandfather even deploying an emperor-level expert to oversee this, Xin Xiao was determined to perform exceptionally today, even if it meant going all out. Everything's set now, right? Xin Xiao glanced at the 2 IOUs placed in the center of the table, barely paying attention to the one he had just written. In his eyes, with the high-level card sharp he'd brought back from overseas, dealing with a fool was nothing short of a guaranteed win. Qing Shaoqing had a skilled card sharp on his side, yet he'd still lost everything down to his underwear today. So how could an idiot possibly escape Xin Zhao's grasp? Little did Xin Xiao know, the cards he thought were a sure win had long been swapped out by Yi Fan in secret. Of course, everything's ready. Xin Xiao, please reveal your hand. Yi Fan replied with a faint smile. Is there even a need to reveal anything? Xin Xiao smirked with unwavering confidence. The moment you agreed to gamble with me and stepped through that door, Yi Xiao, you'd already lost. I wonder if the earlier wager still stands? Because I'll be taking your life. Will your people resist? He toyed with the dagger in his hand. His chilling gaze locked onto Yifan. If Yifan truly honored the bet and allowed himself to be killed, Shenxiao couldn't even fathom how monumental this achievement would be. His grandfather, his allies, and the powers behind them had expended astronomical resources just to deal with the Yi family. After losing 10 core disciples, they had suffered crippling losses among their subordinate clans in Yunqing, all in the effort to eliminate Yifan, the fool, and the family's old master. Of course they won't resist. A bet sealed with an IOU must be honored. Yifan's eyes remained fixed on Shan Xiao as he continued. But in return, if Shan Xiao loses, will you uphold your end? Yi Xiao, you're joking. I told you this is my domain. There's no way I can lose. As he spoke, Shan Xiao glanced toward the door of the private room. The emperor-level expert backed by his grandfather had already arrived. With such a powerhouse in his corner, Shan Xiao didn't even consider Yifan a threat. Until the cards are revealed, anything is possible. So I must confirm, if you lose, everything belongs to me. Your grandfather, the Shin family, and even your life. Is that correct?
Yifan presset firmly.
Seeing Yifan's unshaken demeanor, Shun Zhao's confidence wavered slightly. Why was he so certain? The card sharp he'd hired had clearly signaled that everything was under control. A faint sense of unease crept into Shun Zhao's mind. Yet, he still trusted his gambler's skills and stubbornly retorted, "Of course, when Shin Xiao, give my word, I never take it back. Then reveal your hand." Yifan's calm tone unsettled Shin Xiao even further. "Fine, since you won't accept reality until it slaps you in the face, Yi Xiao. Here, 3 aces, an unbeatable hand. How can you possibly win?" Shun Xiao flipped his cards over and slammed them onto the table. The 3 cards now lay face up. Ha! The moment the cards were revealed, everyone froze in disbelief. Instead of 3 aces, they were 3 kings. The scar-faced dealer stiffened, and the bodyguards behind Shin Xiao were equally stunned. "Shin Xiao, can you not read? These are 3 kings, not aces."
Yifan simirket.
"The 3 aces are right here with me. You lost, fair and square." He gently revealed his own hand, 3 gleaming aces. "Wah?" Shin Xiao gaped at the cards in horror.
No.
"This can't be happening. What the hell is going on?" Rage boiling over, he lunged at the scar-faced dealer, grabbing the man by the collar and roaring, "You swore you'd give me 3 aces. Why the hell did they end up in his hand?" Mr. Shin, I don't understand either. I stacked the deck and looked right before dealing. You should have had the aces." The scar-faced man's pupils trembled in equal confusion. He'd checked the cards before dealing them. So how had they magically shifted to Yifan's side? It made no sense. After a few moments of blind fury, Shun Xiao forced himself to calm down. The card sharp had been hired overseas at an astronomical cost and had worked with him flawlessly many times before. His loyalty and skill were beyond doubt. But now, with the cards like this, only one conclusion remained. He cheated. The scar-faced dealer blurted out before Shin Xiao could voice the suspicion himself.
Yifan cheated.
Even as doubt gnawed at him, Shun Xiao hesitated. But he's just an idiot. How could he pull off cheating? The idea of a fool executing such a perfect scheme was laughable. But now that the result was clear, if he admitted defeat, his life, along with everything else he'd wagered, would belong to Yifan.
Sien sao abet isabet.
By the terms, your life, your grandfather, and all of the Shin family's assets are now mine. Yifan reached for the IOU, but Shun Xiao slammed his hand down atop it. "It doesn't count," he snarled. "Yifan, you cheated. This whole round was rigged." The irony, the cheater now accusing his victim of foul play. "Provide proof." Then, Yifan's expression darkened. "Where's your evidence that I cheated?" Had it not been part of his plan to exploit the Shin and Tang families, Yifan would have simply resorted to force long ago. "Review the security footage," Shin Xiao barked. The club staff promptly set up several computers and meticulously combed through the surveillance, slowing the footage down. 10x speed, Nothing. 40x speed. Still nothing. Frame by frame. Still nothing. Yet, Xin Xiao and the Scarface dealer knew something was wrong. Their meticulously arranged cards had somehow ended up in Yifan's hands. But without a shred of evidence, what could they do? Thud. His legs gave out. Xin Xiao collapsed onto the floor. Just hours earlier, he'd mockingly derided Qing Shaoqing for losing his father in a gamble. Now, he had lost his father, grandfather, and even his grandfather-in-law, all to a fool. Frantic, Xin Xiao suddenly switched to pleading. Yi Xiao, please don't kill me. I'll buy you endless candy, endless treats, anything you want. Even now, he refused to believe Yifan was anything but a simpleton. To him, any trickery must have been executed by the attendant girls at Yifan's side. Candy? Of course I'll take it. But I'll get it myself. Yifan smirked, a surge of energy rippling from his hand as he effortlessly shoved Xin Xiao aside. He snatched the signed agreement Xin had prepared and handed it to Xiao Wen beside him. You got everything recorded, right? Edit the footage with this agreement and post it online. Let the netizens be the judge. Wasn't Xin Xiao trying to use this bet to humiliate the Yi family? Well, Yifan would simply return the favor in kind. No, please don't. Xin Xiao finally noticed Xiao when holding a phone, silently recording the entire scene. The Yi family, despite recent setbacks, remained one of the Great Xia's top aristocratic clans, far beyond what the Xin family alone could contend with. Once this video went viral, the fallout for the Xin and Tangjing families would be catastrophic. Imagine, Tangjing, one of the 9 grand elders, had ordered his grandson to challenge Yifan to a bet. And not only had Xin Xiao lost to a supposed fool, but he'd also wagered his own grandfather, now doomed to scrub Yifan's toilets. An unforgivable disgrace. The psychological impact would far outweigh the actual consequences. Neutral factions might even realign with the Yi family. Xin Xiao lunged for the agreement, but Yifan's 4 maids, all master-level fighters, blocked him effortlessly. Nanshang stepped forward, retrieving the documents Qiu Shaoqing had signed earlier. Every asset Qiu lost except cash would be returned. Thud. Xin Xiao collapsed to the floor, dazed. How? His plan had been flawless. How had he lost to a moron? Then clarity struck. Yifan? You're not stupid at all, are you? Xin Zhao's voice trembled, his eyes wild with realization. You're awake. You've been awake this whole time. If true, this was terrifying. 5 years ago, Yifan had been a prodigy. If he'd been pretending all this time, how strong was he now?
Yifan similed faintly.
A little late to figure it out, don't you think? He'd already received word. Guoli's men had surrounded the club, seized all staff and surveillance drives, and jammed all signals. Xin Xiao couldn't call for help. Meanwhile, Yuchong's elite Tianji Pavilion assassins, each capable of cross-dire combat, had intercepted a lurking martial emperor. Even now, the enemy hesitated, unwilling to risk confrontation. Alert my grandfather! Now! Xin Xiao screamed at his guards. This was a trap. Yifan had orchestrated everything. But his men's phones were useless, no signal. You did this! Xin Xiao spat, glaring at Yifan. He'd thought Yifan was the prey. Instead, he had walked into the lion's den. Desperate, he played his last card. Don't celebrate yet. Qiu Shaoqing is still my hostage. You want him alive, don't you? Creak. The door swung open. Guoli entered with his team, and Qiu Shaoqing in tow. Cease. You're safe. The young man, though reckless, genuinely cared for his sister. Still oblivious, he urged her to flee. Go. This bastard's dangerous. Qiu Rulin, seeing Guoli, relaxed. Everything was under control. Call him brother-in-law, she corrected, pulling Shaoqing toward Yifan. Ha! He's the one who saved you. Shaoqing blinked at the gambling table, then grinned. Brother-in-law, you gamble too? Teach me sometime. Yifan studied him, then turned to Rulin. Give him to me. In a week, I'll fix him. Rulin agreed instantly. They tried everything to reform Shaoqing, yet this might work. Shaoqing, however, paled. Wait. What are you planning? Ignoring him, Yifan locked eyes with Shinshao, his smile chilling. Shinzhao's last hope crumbled. His hostage was gone. Why you think you've won? He stammered. My grandfather sent a martial emperor. None of you are leaving alive. But the promised expert never came. 2 kilometers away, the elder assigned to aid Shinshao froze under Yu Chang's oppressive aura. Damn it! Tianji Pavilion is here. The old man's face drained of color. 3 of their martial masters can cripple an emperor. I'm not dying for this. Retreat! Back at the club, Shinzhao's bravado faltered as Guoli's men dragged him away, into the very room he'd prepared for Yifan. Inside, 8 frenzied male wolves awaited, eyes bloodshot with rutting fury. Enjoy the show, young Master Shen, Guoli sneered. We'll make sure it's live. Guoli ordered the door to be shut, and instantly, Shinzhao's blood-curdling screams erupted from inside. Ah, no. Let me out. You monsters. Humph. Had I not awakened today, it would have been my wife Rulin suffering this fate. Wouldn't it? Yifan had never been one for mercy toward his enemies. Glancing at Qing Rulin beside him, his heart ached. These women who stood by him truly had it rough. With the Yi family not yet fully restored and their enemies still lurking, they faced constant harassment. This time, Tang Zheng's grandson had come asking for trouble. Very well, Shinshao would serve as the first example, a lesson to all who dared cross them. Let them feel pain. They had slaughtered the Yi family's 10 core disciples. Now they would learn the agony of losing kin. 2 kilometers away, the imperial martial expert sensed something amiss and immediately retreated, relaying the news to Tang Zhang in the capital. What? Elder Feng, why did you retreat? What about my grandson? Tang Zheng's blood ran cold upon receiving the call. The presence of Empyrean Tower's assassins near the club was anything but normal. With this martial emperor withdrawing, his grandson would struggle against Yifan and his maids, let alone if other experts joined the fray. Elder Feng, how can you be sure those assassins were targeting Yifan? Tang Zhang nearly leaped in agitation. Please go back. At least bring my grandson out. Recalling Sun Dishing's fate that morning, his unease deepened. Yifan might play the fool, but who knew what cards he still held? Tang Zhang had arranged for General Songpa to collaborate with Sun Dishing, yet the Jedi Li Chen still landed in the Qing family's lap, a wealth worth hundreds of billions. Add the Su family's Snowfrost Cream, another 100 billion profit venture, and the Yi faction now had trillions in annual funding. If Yifan fully awakened, the Yi family's resurgence was inevitable. Now Empyrean Tower was involved too. With Pang Hai's appearance during the Su family incident, it was clear they had ties to Yifan. I won't throw my life away. Go yourself, Counselor Tang. Elder Feng's tone turned oddly pointed. Check the trending videos and a particularly entertaining live stream online. Keyword: lost his grandfather. But brace yourself. Capital Tang family compound. Frowning, Tang Zhang ordered an aide to search the phrase. A video loaded instantly. Yi Shao witnessed this contract. I, Xin Shao, wager my grandfather Tang Zhang, the Tang family, all Shin assets, and even my life. If I lose, Grandpa Tang will scrub your grandfather's latrine for a month. Tang Zheng's face twisted. This video's existence meant one thing. His grandson had lost to a fool. Xin Shao, you've lost. Your grandfather owes mine a month of toilet scrubbing. No takebacks. Yifan's voice chimed innocently in the clip. Grandpa says cheaters get spanked. Bastard. Tang Zheng's face purpled with rage. He had sent Xin Shao to disgrace the Qings and tarnish the Yi name, not to gamble away 2 families' fortunes against an imbecile. Now the entire internet mocked him. As one of the 9 counselors, how could he face scrubbing toilets for Yi Changfeng? The humiliation wasn't just his, it exposed the allied aristocrats' incompetence. Could they not even handle an idiot? Cloud City, Yi Changfeng's residence. Watching the video, the old marshal roared with laughter. Ha! Worthy of my Yi blood. This is cathartic. Yi Changfeng, commander of the Sky Dragon Army, had long suspected Tang Zhang and Counselor Zhang's involvement in the family's downfall. But without proof, retaliation was impossible. Now Yifan's move was a gift. Master, the young master's awakenings grow longer, an aide noted. Indeed, I must thank Tang Zhang properly. Psychological warfare. Grandfather and grandson thought alike. Back in the capital, Tang Zhang was seething, until his aide scrolled further, revealing a live stream. What the is that shin xio? His grandson's shredded clothes barely covered him. Why isn't this banned? Tang Zhang howled at platform rules being ignored. Sir, we reported it. But higher powers demanded it be broadcast nationwide. Tang Zhang shut his eyes. The Yi family's counterattack has begun. Then his phone rang. Yi Chongfeng's voice was gleeful. Tang Zhang, it's been too long. I just received a delightful gift. So, when will you come scrub my toilet? The entire nation awaits. Or, are you reneging? Tang Zhang felt as if a knife had been plunged straight into his heart. This was deliberate. Yi Chongfeng was absolutely doing this on purpose. Elder Yi, you must be joking. This was just some nonsense between youngsters. Please don't take it seriously. Though Tang Zhang wished he could slaughter Yi Chongfeng 1,000 times over, as long as the old man was still breathing, no one in the entire Great Xia Empire, not even the other council elders or members of the royal family, dared act disrespectfully in front of him.
No.
This time I am taking it seriously. I expect you to come to my house and scrub my toilets. Otherwise, I'll post a video declaring that Tang Zhang is a liar and a shameless dog. Ha ha ha. Yi Chongfeng's laughter boomed through the phone, utterly delighted. Oh, and those 8 wolfhounds? Absolutely ferocious. Your grandson's stamina is impressive. If he fathers another son, there's no doubt it'll be a mutt's offspring. Ha ha ha. Before hanging up, Yi Chongfeng twisted the knife one last time. Tang Zhang was on the verge of losing his mind. He'd been humiliated by his own grandson, and now his beloved grandson had been violated by a pack of dogs. Where was the dignity of the Tang and Shin families? Worse, the fallout from this would be catastrophic. As one of the 9 great council elders, he represented the face of the empire. Given the public outrage, even the royal family would likely take action against him under pressure. Smash! Furious, Tang Zhang hurled his phone to the ground, shattering it to pieces.
Yifan. Yi Chongfeng.
You damned bastards. I swear I'll send you both to hell. Tang Zhang and his allies never imagined that their momentary hesitation in dealing with Yifan and Yi Chongfeng would lead to such disastrous consequences. Before he could even catch his breath, another phone rang. This one from his subordinate. Elder Tang. The royal family is on the line. Elder Tang. Given the situation online, your reputation as one of the 9 great council elders has been severely tarnished, disgracing the royal family's dignity. After internal discussions, we've decided that due to the current public outcry, it's best for you to step back for now. Therefore, your position as council elder is hereby suspended. Please remain at home and rest for the time being. The royal steward's tone left no room for negotiation. It was a direct order. Understood. Tang Zhang's voice was eerily calm. He knew the truth. His repeated failures, coupled with the scandal involving his grandson, had dealt a devastating blow to his backers. The situation had turned against them. After all, multiple aristocratic families had openly moved against the Yi family, only to be outplayed by a fool. His allies had abandoned him. Crash. He smashed the second phone, howling in rage. Damn it! Damn it! How could an idiot and an old man be so hard to crush? They hadn't even lifted a finger. Yet they dismantled all his schemes. Now his only hope lay with Elder Zhang. Get me Elder Zhang. Old Tang, I've seen the videos. I'm aware of the royal family's decision. Don't worry, the storm will pass. My grandson has returned with reinforcements. Experts from the 9 Nether Sanctum, one of the 4 great holy lands. Whether in combat or strategy, they'll utterly overwhelm the Yi family. We will eliminate that fool Yi Fan in Huadu permanently. Hearing that Elder Zhang had enlisted the 9 Nether Sanctum's warriors, Tang Zheng felt a flicker of relief. Then I leave it to you, Brother Zhang. If we fail to deal with that idiot Yifan, even you might face consequences. Though the 9 great council elders wielded immense power, they were merely pawns for even greater forces behind the scenes. Elder Zhang had already received a warning from his backers. Another misstep, and not even they could protect the council elders. Those targeting the Yi family were enigmatic, ruthless, and terrifyingly powerful. Precisely why the elders had aligned with them. But their loyalty meant nothing. At the first sign of trouble, Tang Zheng had been discarded. Rest assured, Brother Tang. This time, nothing will go wrong. Good. I'll also contact our allies in the East. The Black Garment Society won't let their martial arts master's death go unanswered. Huadu, Southern Suburbs Club entrance. As Yifan stepped out, he received an urgent report from Captain Yo of the Wandering Souls Intelligence Unit. Young Master Yi, our latest intel confirms that the second young master of the Yi family was last seen fleeing to a slum in Huadu's southern outskirts before his death. Our sources indicate that the Yi family's enemies are also scouring the area. They seem to be searching for something. A slum in southern Huadu? Searching for something? Yifan's heart skipped a beat. His grandfather had mentioned a map fragment carried by his second brother. The enemies targeting the Yi family weren't just after power, they wanted that map. If they were combing the slums, the fragment must be hidden there. Time was of the essence. Since he was already in Huadu, he had to investigate immediately. Wifey Ruolin, head home first. I need to meet some old friends. I'll join you later. He turned to Qing Ruolin with a smile. All right, Xiaofan. I'll be waiting for you tonight. A faint blush colored her cheeks. Thank you for today. Tonight, I'll give you a surprise. Before returning from Yunqing, Qing Ruolin had made up her mind. She would become Yifan's woman as soon as possible. After today's events, her resolve had only strengthened. Yifan's awakening periods were growing longer, and his combat prowess, cunning, and tactics were nothing short of monstrous. The genius from 5 years ago had returned. Marrying him had been the right choice. Moreover, every intimate moment with him granted her a mysterious warmth that rapidly enhanced her strength. If she truly became his, she might even break through to the Grandmaster realm. Then, she wouldn't just be a pretty face by his side. She could protect him. But the thought of their past dynamic made her cheeks burn. If he suddenly woke up mid-act, she'd die of embarrassment. All right, sister-in-law, wait for me. Of course, Yifan could guess what Qing Ruolin was referring to. So, with a deliberately roguish glance at her, he even called her sister-in-law, making Qing Ruolin pout and exclaim, You're so mean. This jerk must be doing it on purpose. Qing Ruolin left with Qing Shaoqing in the car, leaving only Guoli and Yifan's 4 personal maids, his most trusted allies who knew he had awakened. Is everything arranged at the club? Yifan's gaze darkened as he glanced back at the establishment. Shen Xiao and his men had sought his life and tried to humiliate Qing Ruolin. Now that Yifan had revealed himself in front of them, he had no intention of letting them live.
Gu linuda.
All set. My men will stay here until the fire burns out. The best way to deal with Shen Xiao and his gang was to stage a fire, one that would leave no survivors. Let's go. To the southern slums. Yifan motioned to Guoli. The provincial capital is your territory. Spread your men out and investigate what happened there a week ago. I suspect my second brother left something behind. Understood. After Yifan and Guoli left, the 8 guard dogs in the private room finally collapsed from exhaustion. Shen Xiao, trembling, finally had a moment to recover. He fumbled for his phone, saw that it had signal, and immediately dialed his grandfather's number. Grandfather! The moment the video call connected, tears streamed down Shen Xiao's face. On the other end, Tang Zheng's heart ached at the sight of his grandson in such a state.
Shen Xiao, I'm sorry.
I'm just glad you're alive. I'll send someone to get you right away. Devil. Demon.
No.
The idiot. No. Shen Xiao's expression suddenly twisted in terror as if he had seen something horrifying. He began babbling incoherently, his words frantic. Shen Xiao. What's wrong? What's happening? Tang Zhang realized with horror that his grandson had been driven to madness by Yi Fan's torture. Tang Zhang had no sons, only 2 daughters, so he had always treated Shen Xiao as his own grandson. Bastards! Every last one of you Yi family dogs will die. When the Yi family falls, I'll slaughter every mutt in that house. The mere mention of dogs now sickened him. Tang Zhang frantically mobilized forces in Huadu to rescue Shen Xiao. Even if his grandson had lost his mind, as long as he was alive, there was still hope. But the next moment, a massive tongue of fire surged into the room, engulfing Shen Xiao in an instant. Grandfather, save me, avenge me. The call cut to static, then silence.
No.
You damned, Shen Xiao. My grandson. Yi Chongfeng. You're trying to make me heirless. I'll kill you. Tang Zheng's face turned deathly pale as he crushed his phone in his grip, howling in rage. In his fury, Tang Zhang cursed Yi Chongfeng. Yet he conveniently forgot his own role in orchestrating the Yi family massacre, which had nearly wiped out their bloodline. Did he really think he could slaughter others without consequence? Yi Fan, his 4 maids, and Guo Li arrived at the southern slums with a small team. To avoid drawing attention, they dispersed upon entering. Yi Fan even ventured alone. As he turned a corner, a woman collided with him.
I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry. I was rushing to get my child to a doctor. The woman, flustered, pulled away from him, her face etched with panic. In her arms was a 3-year-old girl, flushed and unconscious, likely from a high fever. It's fine. Go ahead. Yi Fan had no intention of interfering, but as his gaze swept over the child, he noticed something strange. Traces of a goo worm? Why would a child from the slums be targeted by the goo sect? Just as the woman was about to leave, he called out, "Wait!" She stiffened in fear. "What is it?" "I already apologized. Please, I need to get her treated first. After that, I'll do whatever you want." "You misunderstand. I'm a doctor. Let me check her first. By the time you reach the hospital, it might be too late." "Don't worry. I won't charge you." The woman, dressed plainly, clearly struggled financially. Really? You're a doctor." She nearly dropped to her knees. "Thank you. I don't know how to repay you." Yi Fan nodded, then took the girl's pulse. Corpse nurturing goo. A vile goo sect technique, implanting goo worms into a living host, feeding on their essence until maturity. The symptoms, fever, unconsciousness, were already showing. Once the goo matured, they would devour her organs from within, leaving no external trace. "I'll stabilize her first. We'll do the full treatment at your home." He produced silver needles and swiftly pricked key acupoints, suppressing the goo's activity. Seeing his tools, the woman grew more trusting. "Thank you. Thank you." After the treatment, the girl's breathing steadied. "My home is just ahead. It's not much, but..." The woman hesitated, then added, "If you can cure my daughter, I'll do anything at all." Her voice cracked. She was a low-wage worker, harassed at her job, with no money left after medical bills. The only thing she had left to offer was herself. Yi Fan followed the woman to her home. It was a shabby apartment on the 2nd floor. Though divided into 3 small rooms, the floor had lost its original color from wear. Yet the woman kept the place immaculate. Despite its cramped size, she had arranged it warmly, even adorning the walls with a few drawings, clearly the work of a child. One sketch depicted 2 adults holding a little girl's hands. "Let's begin. Lay the child on the sofa," Yi Fan instructed. The woman carefully placed the girl down as he continued, "Bring me a needle. Sterilize it over a flame." Without delay, Yi Fan moved. His hands flashed as silver needles pierced key points along the girl's meridians. Channeling his inner energy, he forced the squirming parasites retreating through her bloodstream toward their nest, the scalp beneath her skull. Yes, her scalp. Some venomous insects resisted, clinging stubbornly to her heart and chest. But with a faint pulse of command from the 10,000 goo crucible at his waist, they obeyed, swarming upward in unison. Once all were trapped beneath the girl's scalp, Yi Fan sealed their escape with needlework. Then, Riot. A crisp, skin-crawling tear echoed through the room. The woman rushed back from the kitchen, sterilized needle in hand, only to freeze in horror. Yifan had just peeled her daughter's scalp away. Ah! She clapped a hand over her mouth. What are you doing? Hadn't he come to heal her child? Why was he torturing her instead? But as she stumbled closer, her protests died in her throat. Beneath the lifted scalp, where there should have been flesh and vessels, writhed a seething mass of crimson worms. Plump, pulsating, clustered like a grotesque hive. The woman swayed, nausea rising. How? Had she not washed her daughter's hair enough? Yifan plucked a needle and, swift as lightning, skewered every last parasite. Within seconds, they hung like a macabre kebab from the wall. The needle, he demanded, hand outstretched. She handed it over, pulse racing as he leaned abruptly close. So close she caught his scent, felt his breath. Her cheeks burned. Is he going to kiss me? After saving her daughter, could she refuse? She squeezed her eyes shut. But Yifan merely plucked a single strand of her hair, threaded it through the needle, and began suturing the girl's scalp. Realization dawned. He needed thread. Mortified, she hid her flaming face. Done. Yifan wiped away traces of blood. The wound vanished seamlessly. Some herbal medicine for recovery, and she'll be fine in days. But move. Far from here. Keep her away from strangers. Move. She bit her lip. I prepaid 6 months' rent. Yet she understood. Someone powerful wanted her daughter harmed. Yifan headed to the kitchen, incinerating the needle's gruesome cargo. Meanwhile, in a distant villa, who dares ruin my work? A robed man, 5 Venom's child, a master of the goose sect, spat black blood, howling. For 10 years, he'd searched for the perfect host to breed his venomous insects. So close to success, only for some meddler to destroy it all. Find them, he snarled to his underlings. I'll flay the fool alive. Back in the apartment, Yifan rinsed his hands. She'll sleep until morning. I must go. His true purpose here was investigating a map left by his late brother. The girl's plight had been a detour, but as he turned to leave, the woman caught his sleeve. Wait! Her voice trembled. How can I repay you? Come inside. She glanced at her daughter, her everything, then led Yifan firmly toward the bedroom. Ma'am, what are you doing? Yifan was suspicious. This isn't appropriate, especially after seeing the woman enter the bedroom and close the door behind her. His confusion only grew. Ma'am, where's your husband? This isn't right. If you have something to say, just say it. Though Yifan liked women, he had his own principles. My ex-husband left many years ago. I don't have a husband. The woman tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and spoke shyly. Young man, could you close your eyes? At this point, even a fool would know what was about to happen. Ma'am, please don't. I saved you without expecting anything in return. It was just a small favor. Yifan was still trying to explain, but the woman had already turned her back to him and unbuttoned her blouse. The plain blouse slipped off her fair shoulders, revealing her slender waist and alluring curves. Then, she peeled off her tight jeans, leaving only her black panties. Her perky rear and delicate figure were now fully exposed before Yifan. When she turned around, her flat stomach and the great phoenix at her chest. Yifan hadn't expected this unadorned woman to possess such an astonishingly beautiful body and face. Young man, to you, saving someone was just a small act. But to me, it was life-changing. The woman took a shy step forward, then undid her last piece of clothing, her bra. The great phoenix burst free, dazzlingly white. Yifan didn't want to look, but the white phoenix seemed to force its way into his vision. Only now did he realize that this woman, who wore no makeup, was a rare beauty, no less stunning than his 7 sisters-in-law. This really isn't right. Mom. As he spoke, Yifan picked up her clothes, intending to help her dress again. But the woman wrapped her arms around his neck. Young man, remember, my name is Cho Wan. I'm doing this willingly. You don't need to feel burdened. The moment their skin touched, Yifan suddenly sensed an ancient energy flowing from her body into his. Like an accelerator, this energy sent his martial chi into a frenzy, rapidly enhancing his cultivation. Yifan's pupils dilated in shock. Innate Tao body? A natural cultivation furnace. According to the inheritance within his dragon seal ring, women with this constitution were born with Tao essence in their bodies. If a martial artist coupled with one, their cultivation speed could skyrocket. 1,000 miles in a single day. In ancient Xia's history, a legendary master once encountered an innate Tao body. With her help, he single-handedly led the martial world to suppress evil spirits, securing peace for 1,000 years. And now, by sheer chance, after merely saving a little girl, Yifan had stumbled upon such fortune? Under the influence of her innate Tao energy, not only did his martial chi circulate faster, but his blood flow also accelerated several times over. His veins swelled, his breathing grew ragged. Faced with such beauty and such a miraculous constitution, Yifan felt an urgent need to grow stronger. From what he knew now, Xian Yufei's mother was a descendant of the Divine Gate servants, while his own mother might have been a member of the Divine Gate itself. The Divine Gate existed to combat hidden evils, and the Celestial Secrets Pavilion was involved as well. Yifan had already foreseen that his awakening, the rise of the Yi family, and avenging them were only the first steps. Beyond that lay the ancient martial world and the battle against those mysterious evils, all his responsibilities. He needed to grow stronger and fast. His thoughts raced. Meanwhile, the woman in his arms squirmed, pressing her lips to his as she pushed him toward the bed. "I won't let you down," Yifan muttered between ragged breaths, finally unleashing himself. He flipped her onto the mattress, embracing her tightly as he began conquering every inch of her. Cho once smiled inwardly. This young man, he talks about refusing, but his body is honest. From passive to aggressive, he explored without restraint. Soon, the room filled with sounds unfit for young ears, while surges of powerful energy radiated from the pair. Even with Yifan's barriers in place, the force rippled outward. Martial Emperor, 3rd stage. Martial Emperor, 4th stage. Like a lion finally spotting its prey, heaven and earth intertwined as the bed creaked. This was the only woman who could match Yifan's stamina. After over an hour, he finally withdrew. Though his life energy had nourished Qiu Wan's body, his martial emperor-level strength was too much. She had already fainted. Yet, their intimate contact had awakened many of her latent abilities. She just couldn't use them yet in her unconscious state. Yifan assessed his own power, 3 whole stages in an hour. He was now at Martial Emperor 6th stage. Was this the power of an innate Tao body? With such a treasure by his side, reaching Martial Saint was only a matter of time. And at that level, few in the world could rival him. Just as he finished evaluating his progress, his heightened senses detected a group of masked men in black sneaking toward the apartment. Their auras were strange. Not wanting to expose himself here, Yifan channeled a surge of life energy into Qiu Wan and whispered, "Sister Wan, there are people outside. Are they after you?" Blushing at their naked closeness, Qiu Wan peeked at the intruders below and shook her head. "I don't know them, but lately, I've noticed things in my home being moved around." Her words struck Yifan. Someone's been searching her place? They must be looking for something. A bold thought crossed his mind. Could it be? Was the clue to his second brother's map also hidden with Qiu Wan? Yifan released his perception once more, sweeping through Qiu Wan's room, but he still couldn't detect the ancient aura unique to that map. One thing was certain, though, since Qiu Wan was now his woman, she definitely couldn't stay here. Besides, Yifan didn't want to risk exposure. He had to leave with her immediately. "All right, they might be here to kill. Get dressed quickly. I'll take you both away." Yifan hastily pulled on his clothes, then scooped up the little girl from the living room sofa. By the time he returned to the bedroom, Qiu Wan had already thrown on her clothes. Without giving her time to think, he wrapped an arm around her and leapt from the 2nd floor onto the adjacent rooftop. "Ah!" Despite sensing Yifan's extraordinary nature, Qiuwan nearly shrieked when she saw the height they jumped from. She barely stifled her voice by clapping a hand over her mouth. After landing on the neighboring roof, Yifan dashed away in a series of agile leaps, swiftly leaving the tenement area and heading toward his parked car on the outskirts of the slums. Still, he kept his perception focused on the apartment behind them. After their departure, the black-clad assassins quietly pried open the door. A group of 6 or 7 men searched the room thoroughly. "Strange. No one's here," one muttered. "Bro, we've been watching this place. We saw the woman come back. Where'd she go?" Another puzzled. Ignoring the confusion, the leader barked, "Forget the woman. Search again. More carefully this time. Leave no corner unchecked. The higher-ups are pressing hard for that item." After all leads were exhausted, this was the last place the target lingered for more than 30 seconds before death. "Yes, sir." The men transformed into a frenzy of destruction, tearing through every conceivable hiding spot. Even scraps of paper under table legs were scrutinized. Safe in the car outside, Yifan listened intently. Their conversation confirmed his suspicions. His elder brother had been here before his death. These men were clearly searching for clues about the map. Yet Yifan still couldn't sense any traces of it in the apartment. Where else could it be? But he hesitated to ask Qiuwan directly. Taking her body and then interrogating her would seem too calculated. Since she was his now, any secrets she held would naturally come to light in time. "Xiaofan, thank you for saving me. I should go now." Inside the car, Qiuwan sounded reluctant yet resigned. She recognized that Yifan was no ordinary man. Saving her daughter had already been kindness enough. She dared not hope for more. As she spoke, she tried to pull away from his embrace. "You're my woman now, Wanjie. Where else would you go?" Yifan smirked devilishly before giving her pert backside a teasing squeeze, making her cheeks flush scarlet. I need to find a hotel tonight since the apartment isn't safe. Then I'll have to rent another place." Qiuwan sighed, glancing at her daughter. Another expense they couldn't afford. How much longer would her child suffer this unstable life? Yifan's heart ached at her expression. "No need, Wanjie. As my woman, I'll take responsibility for you." He dialed Guoli's number. "Old Gua, withdraw our people quietly. Also, prepare an empty property in Huadu. I need it tonight." "No problem. I've got a vacant villa in the southern suburbs. It's well-maintained. Want me to take you there now?" Within minutes, Guoli and the 4 maiden guards regrouped beyond the slums. "Young master, big bro." Their eyes widened at the sight of Qiuwan in the car. How did their master always attract such beauties? They'd come hunting for clues. Yet in 2 short hours, he'd somehow charmed this stunning young mother? Guoli instantly understood why Yifan wanted a villa. This was a golden cage for his newest conquest. "Introductions, this is Wanjie, my woman. Old Gua, make sure she's cared for from now on. And arrange proper schooling for her daughter." "We greet madam." "Hello, mistress." Guoli and the 4 maiden guards bowed deeply, flustering Qiuwan. Hello, everyone." 10 minutes later, they arrived at the lush southern villa.
Gu li jasturat granli.
"Big bro, madam. This is my newly renovated property. Let me know if you need anything else." He and the guards tactfully excused themselves. "Wanjie, starting today, this villa is yours. Old Gua will handle the ownership transfer tomorrow." Yifan held her close, marveling at his luck. Rescuing a random child had led him to a woman with innate Dao physique, a natural cultivation furnace. Just by sharing her bed, his training efficiency multiplied 1,000-fold. His martial path just turned into a rocket ride.
"Mine?"
"Xiaofan, this is too much." Qiuwan trembled, gesturing frantically. "I've heard these villas cost tens of millions. I can't accept." Before she could retreat, Yifan grinned and swept her into his arms. "Nothing compares to your worth. I spare no luxury for my women, and if you really want to repay me," his voice dropped to a growl, "show me your gratitude with your body. It's a long night, We should explore deeper understandings. He carried her bridal style toward the master suite. Stop. They're still outside MMPPH.
Ah, j'ai gently.
Soon, the villa's walls echoed with impassioned moans and rhythmic creaks. Even the moon seemed to blush, ducking behind clouds. Behind closed doors, breathy whimpers mingled with ragged gasps as the air thickened with heady musk. While their union still accelerated Yifan's cultivation noticeably, his physique had already absorbed its maximum capacity for martial qi. The remainder merely solidified his sixth realm mastery. Unlike their first time, born of gratitude, Wan now moved with genuine fervor, even climbing atop him multiple times to take control. Devastated wasteland. A wasteland parched for too long becomes incredibly fertile once cultivated. Plump and juicy like a ripe peach. After the storm had passed, Wan finally collapsed into deep slumber. Though she possessed the innate Tao body, a natural furnace constitution for cultivation, even she couldn't withstand Yifan's relentless stamina. With that strange, undying ember flickering within him, Yifan seemed to have an endless reserve of energy. Gazing at Wan sleeping soundly in his arms, Yifan draped a robe over himself, silently rose, and stepped onto the balcony, his eyes dark and contemplative as he stared into the distance. Young master! The moment Yifan settled on the balcony, his maidservant Nanshang flashed into view before him, materializing from outside the villa. What's the situation in the slums? Though Yifan had already left the area with Wan, he had ordered Nanshang and Wen to continue monitoring it, especially the black-clad men around Wan's home. Yifan needed to uncover exactly who was investigating his second brother's final whereabouts. After trailing them, our people discovered they're connected to the Black Tortoise War Zone. Their base of operations also seems to be a stronghold of the Eastern Union's Black Garment Society. Nanshang relayed the findings in detail. Additionally, our operatives in the slums noticed groups beyond the Black Tortoise War Zone and the Eastern Union infiltrating the area. So far, we've identified agents from ancient martial families and emissaries of the four great sacred grounds. The origins of the others remain unclear. Yifan's brow furrowed as he listened. Cloud Summit Heavenly Palace, Divine Ruins, Immortality Elixir, Supreme Martial Techniques. Even if these were mere rumors, the temptation was irresistible. Initially, only the Yi family's sworn enemies had mobilized, coveting their fragmented map. But now, countless factions had joined the fray, and then there were those eerie, devouring beings. Could they be tied to his mother? Keep investigating. Report any new developments immediately. Though Yifan had already reached the 6th rank of Martial Emperor, a deep sense of peril gnawed at him. These forces might have come for the map fragments, but once they learned the Yi family possessed 7 of them, they wouldn't spare him. It was entirely possible they would ally with the Yi family's enemies and strike together. Yifan had to eliminate all threats before they could unite, to crush them until none dared covet the Yi family's treasures ever again. A 6th-rank martial emperor was formidable in the martial world. But beyond martial arts lay the ancient clans, the 4 great sacred grounds, and other hidden powers. Who knew what ancient monsters lurked behind them? Some might have reached the martial sage realm or even higher. He needed to grow stronger, but his physique had reached its limit. A swift breakthrough in martial power was unlikely. Returning to the bedroom, Yifan recalled the divine fragment obtained from Poison Master. It was a relic from that fallen deity, somehow connected to his undying ember. What secrets did it hold? Yifan retrieved the fragment and channeled his perception into it, sensing the ancient power surging within. From his dantian, the ember flickered, sending a stream of light into the fragment, like a key unlocking it. As the light merged with the relic, a torrent of archaic energy enveloped Yifan. Golden currents flowed into his body through his arm. Along with potent martial energy came an unfathomable might, something beyond martial power. Yifan didn't comprehend it, but he knew it was far superior. Sage's Annihilation Array? Demon Purge? Once the energy transfer ceased, Yifan realized his mind had absorbed an ancient legacy. The most vital part was an esoteric formation technique, specifically designed to annihilate malevolent spirits. He recognized the name from the Dragon Seal Ring's inheritance, the Sage's Array, a legendary formation wielded by predecessors during the ancient demon-slaying war. But as those mighty figures perished or fell wounded over millennia, the technique was lost. Later generations could only reinforce the existing seal formations but lacked the means to truly eradicate the demons. And now, Yi Fan had inherited it from a divine fragment. He finally understood why countless factions sought the Heavenly Palace map shard so desperately. If a mere fragment contained such power, what unfathomable treasures lay within the divine ruins? His body had absorbed vast energy, surpassing his current capacity. The ember in his dantian refined it into faint mist, storing it in his meridians instead. His cultivation didn't leap forward, but the Sage's Array granted him another life-saving trump card, one capable of slaying foes beyond the martial Emperor realm. Sitting cross-legged, he fully assimilated the formation's profundities until mental exhaustion weighed on him like lead. Though immensely powerful, the Sage's Array drained spiritual energy drastically. Yi Fan crawled back into bed, embracing Qiu Wan as he drifted into the deepest slumber he had known in years. Meanwhile, at the Qing estate, in her meticulously prepared chambers, Qing Ruolan had scattered rose petals across the bed. Tonight, she intended to offer herself to Yi Fan. Dressed in a deliberately enticing robe, loose at the collar where her phoenix pendant peeked through, the hem barely grazing mid-thigh, the black lace beneath strained at its limits. Humph! With this much allure, that scoundrel won't resist pouncing like a starving wolf. Her eyes glistened with anticipation as she glanced outside. Surely he'll return soon? How long does meeting a friend take? Little did she know, because of Qiu Wan, tonight her bed would remain empty. Qing Ruolan was still waiting in anticipation when Guoli's call suddenly came through. Sister-in-law, elder brother will be meeting friends tonight and might return late. Don't wait up for him. Guoli was very thorough in his duties. Knowing Yi Fan was currently unavailable, he called Qing Ruolan to explain the situation. Ah! Qing Ruolan was filled with disappointment upon receiving the news. She had been looking forward to their intimate time together tonight, only to find Yi Fan still had so many matters to attend to. Sigh. All her romantic preparations had been in vain. But remembering how Yi Fan's periods of lucidity were becoming longer when dealing with Xin Xiao, she felt slightly comforted. Perhaps it was for the best. Once Yi Fan fully regained consciousness, the Yi family would no longer face any dangers. In the southern suburbs of Huadu, at the villa Guoli had gifted, the next morning, just as dawn broke, Yi Fan felt movement against his arm as Qiu Wan struggled to get up from his embrace. Awake, Sister Wan? Yi Fan gently wrapped his arm around Qiu Wan's slender waist, savoring her graceful charm. Thinking Yi Fan wanted to continue, Qiu Wan blushed but said urgently, Xiao Fan, there's no time. I'll be late for work. That bastard manager Wang is already so strict. If he catches me being late again, he'll dock my pay. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned, then laughed heartily. Look at me forgetting. I meant to tell you yesterday, starting today you don't need to go to work anymore. Just focus on taking care of the child. Qiu Wan possessed a natural Dao physique, making her the perfect cultivation partner. Yi Fan needed to keep her by his side. Why would she still need to work? Ah, not working. How could that be? Qiu Wan shyly retrieved her undergarments, turning away from Yi Fan to dress. I already feel guilty enough living in your house. How could I not work? I can't possibly expect you to provide all my living expenses. Though she had accepted becoming Yi Fan's woman, she still held to her own principles. Why not? As he spoke, Yi Fan pulled out a bank card from his clothes. This card has 5 million yuan in it. The pin is 6 sixes. Take it for now, and if it's not enough, just let me know. Yi Fan never treated any of his women poorly, whether it was Su Yixue or Qing Ruolan. Qiu Wan's natural Dao physique had already helped Yi Fan advance from 3rd grade martial emperor to 6th grade during their intimate encounter last night. With such a rare treasure helping him get closer to his revenge, Yifan naturally wouldn't treat her badly either. F5, 5 million? For an ordinary office worker like Cho-won, 5 million was an unimaginably huge sum. She hurriedly pushed the card back. Xiao Fan, I'll accept living here, but I absolutely can't take your money. I'm not used to getting things without working for them. And, she hesitated for a long moment before continuing. And if you give me a house and money like this, what does that make me? I don't want to be seen as some mistress. Cho-won had only offered herself to Yi-fan out of gratitude, never expecting any future with him. Someone as outstanding as Yi-fan must surely have girlfriends or even a wife. Cho-won didn't dare hope for more. Though Yi-fan had made his stance clear, Cho-won remained adamant in her refusal, her eyes showing firm determination. Yi-fan understood. If a beautiful woman like Cho-won didn't have her own principles, she could have lived a much more comfortable life long ago. Fine. If you don't want the money, that's okay. But you're really not going back to that job. If you insist on working, you can go work at the Yi Corporation's branch in Hwadu. Yi-fan pulled Cho-won back into his arms, the clothes she had just put on being removed once again. The Yi Corporation was one of the top conglomerates in Great Xia. Though it hadn't been managed well in recent years, it still maintained considerable scale with branches in Hwadu. With Cho-won's financial management background, she could easily serve as a financial director at the branch. Yi-fan briefly explained his situation to Cho-won. Upon learning Yi-fan's true identity, Cho-won was so shocked she could barely speak. You're that young master of the Yi family? The one with 7 sisters-in-law all pledged to marry you.
Yi-fan nodded.
The very same. But everyone says you're simple-minded? You. Cho-won looked at Yi-fan in confusion. The man before her was clearly different from the rumors.
Yi-fan simirke drogu işli.
Do I look simple-minded to you? Remember to keep my secret. MMM. Cho-won felt both shocked and apprehensive. She never imagined that, in simply repaying a debt with her body, she'd actually slept with the direct descendant of the Yi family. That prodigious genius who had shaken all of Great Xia 5 years ago. Thinking about the vast gap between their statuses, Cho-won felt somewhat dejected. The difference was too great. And with Yi-fan having 7 sisters-in-law pledged to marry him, where did that leave her? But then she remembered she'd never hoped for anything more to begin with. Just one night with a prodigy like Yi-fan was more than she could have asked for. Even if I'm not going to work there anymore, I still need to retrieve my things from the office. Cho-won wriggled in Yi-fan's embrace. Especially that pen holder I found by our door a week ago. It was so pretty I took it to work. I must get it back. I even hid 200 yuan underneath it. Hearing Cho-won's words, Yi-fan's expression suddenly turned serious. A week ago? Found by the door? Yi-fan instantly connected this to the incident a week ago when his second brother Yi Ling-jun had been hunted down. Yi Ling-jun had been killed, but clearly his pursuers hadn't found what they were looking for. They had searched everywhere except the slums. That pen holder might very well be the key to finding the map his second brother had been carrying. Recalling the black-clad men who had ransacked Cho-won's room the previous night, Yi-fan quickly got up. Sister Won, I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll go with you to your company. This? All right then. Cho-won hadn't planned to bring Yi-fan along, but thinking about that despicable manager Wang who had repeatedly cornered her in his office trying to take advantage, it would be good to have Yi-fan with her this time. After enduring that bastard for so long, she'd finally give him a piece of her mind. After getting ready, Cho-won's daughter woke up. Seeing Yi-fan and Cho-won being intimate, the little girl blinked her big eyes and asked, Mama, is this Daddy? Daddy is so handsome. Having never seen her father since birth, the girl had always envied other children for having daddies. That's right.
I'm Daddy.
Before Cho-won could respond, Yi-fan answered directly, opening his arms to the little girl. Come here, Xiao Xiao. Let Daddy hold you. Daddy's been busy working all these years, but now I finally have time to come back to you. Daddy, promise you'll never leave again. Okay? Xiao Xiao hugged Yi-fan's neck timidly but full of hope. With Daddy here, Those bad people won't bully mama anymore. Hearing the little girl's understanding words, Yifan felt a lump form in his throat. Okay, Daddy will teach you martial arts. We'll protect mama together. Cho-won worked at a delivery company handling their finances. In the eastern suburbs of Hwadu, at the Hongda Delivery Company compound, manager Wang Tianwei was conducting roll call with all employees gathered. When he called Cho-won's name and received no response after a long while, a cold smile appeared on his face. Humph, that bitch is late. Finally fell into my hands. This time, I'll make sure she suffers. I'll definitely have her in my office. Meeting adjourned. On the way to the company by taxi, Yifan and Cho-won received a call from Gweli. Big brother, I just got word from manager Pang. He heard you've arrived in Hwadu and said Elder Pang wants to meet you in person. What do you think? Pang Hai, the chief steward of the Tianji Pavilion, had previously intervened to assist the Su group after Yifan activated their covert signal. Later, he played a key role in countering the Yi family's sworn enemies. Since Pang Hai had never met Yifan face-to-face, his request to see the new pavilion leader was entirely reasonable. After a brief silence, Yifan replied, No rush. Let me wrap up my business in Hwadu first. Yifan had his reasons. Though he had been feigning ignorance, the chaos in Yunqing had rendered his fool persona unsustainable. His trip to Hwadu served two purposes. 1. Investigate the truth behind his second brother's death in the Xuanwu war zone and track down the missing map fragments. 2. Continue dismantling the Yi family's enemies by eliminating their underlings before the final confrontation. Pang Hai's involvement in Su Ishua's affairs had already drawn attention. Meeting with him now risked alerting their adversaries, potentially scaring off the masterminds behind the Yi family's tragedy. While the evidence pointed to Elder Zhang and Tang Zhang as direct perpetrators, Yifan knew they weren't the true masterminds. Understood. Elder Pang proposed an alternative. Su Hai, general manager of Zhuzhou Group, could visit you first to establish direct communication. Would that work? Yifan almost chuckled. Pang Hai's thorough as ever. Despite verifying the Tianji Pavilion's signal, he still sought confirmation. Fine. Have Su Hai meet me at Grand Delivery Company. The Chia family's expansion into Hwadu required Zhuzhou Group's support anyway. A meeting with their GM would attract less scrutiny. Grand Delivery Company. Wang Tianwei had just finished a meeting when Cho-won and Yifan arrived at the entrance. Cho-won, today's the financial audit, and you dare show up this late? Done with this job. Wang had repeatedly harassed Cho-won in the office, but she'd evaded him and even reported him to headquarters. His resentment ran deep. Noticing Yifan, Wang sneered. So this bitch was off with some stray dog? Cho-won's glowing complexion told him everything. Damn it, the woman he'd coveted for so long untouched had been taken by this nobody. And now they were flaunting it? For tardiness, you're docked half a month's pay, Wang declared, reaching for the attendance sheet. On what grounds? Cho-won protested. Company policy only deducts a day's wage for lateness. Wang smirked. On my grounds. Change my mood, and I might even give you a bonus. His gaze lingered on her figure, now even more alluring after her night with Yifan. As his hand drifted toward her backside, Cho-won recoiled in disgust. Yifan's eyes turned icy. He stepped between them, seizing Wang's wrist. Manager Wang, keep your hands to yourself. Wang's face darkened. You suicidal punk. Know where you are? Cross me and I'll ruin her. He tried groping Cho-won's chest with his free hand. Snap. With a flick of his wrist, Yifan, now at the martial emperor level, shattered Wang's bones effortlessly. Ack! You bastard! Wang howled, retreating. Kill him. Don't let him leave standing. Dozens of deliverymen and security guards surged forward armed with batons, pipes, and even charging cables. You're mine today, Cho-won. Wang spat, lust burning in his eyes. Who cares who you spread your legs for? I'm just as good as any man. Seeing so many delivery riders and security guards rushing toward them, Cho-won grew nervous. Xiao Fan, let's run. There are too many of them. Though she had witnessed Yi Fan's martial prowess last night, when he effortlessly carried her while leaping from the second floor, she still worried he might be outmatched. After all, Wang Tianwei had brought an overwhelming number of men. "Stop this madness. Have you all lost your minds?" A few female colleagues shouted from the sidelines, shoving at the security guards. "Sister Wan is our co-worker. Hasn't she always looked out for you when it came to payday? How dare you turn on her like this? Have you no conscience?" Qiu Wan had always been well-liked in the company. As the finance manager, she often went out of her way to help the delivery riders and security guards, approving salary advances whenever they needed them. The girl's scolding made the aggressive crowd hesitate. "Sister Wan, tell your boyfriend to run," a burly man with a thick beard whispered urgently to Qiu Wan. "We're stuck in the middle here. Bro, get out of here. We'll cover for you." Another security guard, sporting a buzz cut, squeezed forward, deliberately blocking the oncoming thugs. "Once Wang Tianwei's lackeys break through, we won't be able to hold them back." "Thank you, everyone." Qiu Wan glanced at Yi Fan and tugged at his arm, ready to flee. Their belongings in the office could wait. What mattered now was getting away safely. Yi Fan had just saved her daughter's life. If he got hurt now, she'd never forgive herself. But when she pulled at him, Yi Fan remained rooted in place, his gaze burning with disdain at the rabble before him. "A martial emperor like me, bullied by these trash? Humph!" With a single stomp, a surge of energy erupted from Yi Fan's foot, bypassing the few guards and riders who had spoken up for Qiu Wan and slamming into the rest of the crowd. Dozens of men were sent flying, crashing to the ground in a heap. "Is that all?" Yi Fan dusted off his hands and turned a cold stare toward Wang Tianwei. "We just came back to grab a few things before leaving. But you just had to pick a fight. Sister Wan is my woman, and you dared to covet her." Yi Fan sneered, stepping forward and seizing Wang Tianwei by the throat. Without hesitation, he drove his foot straight into the man's crotch. Crunch, the sound of shattered dreams. "Let's see if you'll ever get ideas about women again. You like harassing women? I'll make sure you can only look from now on." "Good hit. Well done." Yi Fan's move earned cheers from the female employees. Wang Tianwei, as the company manager, had often abused his power to coerce women into his bed. Many had suffered in silence, unable to speak out. "Ah! My balls! Fuck!" Wang Tianwei curled into a fetal position, howling in agony. "You bastard! You dare lay hands on me?" he screeched through gritted teeth. "Do you even know who backs Grand Delivery? Our parent company is Jojo Group. My brother-in-law is the head of their investment division. You're dead. Kneel and apologize now, and hand Qiu Wan over to me, or I swear you won't live to see tomorrow." His threat plunged the room into silence. Even the cheering girls fell quiet, edging closer to Qiu Wan to whisper warnings. "Sister Wan, take your boyfriend and leave. Wang Tianwei's brother-in-law is high up in Jojo Group. If this escalates, they'll come after you both. Yeah, you can't fight the system. Jojo is too powerful. If they retaliate, your boyfriend won't stand a chance." Qiu Wan's gaze lingered on Yi Fan, her emotions conflicted. Jojo Group? Would Yi Fan really fear them? The world thought of him as the fool of the Yi family. But he was anything but. With his intelligence and strength, Wang Tianwei was the one who should be worried. "I'll follow his lead," Qiu Wan said calmly, steadying her nerves. What had started as a gesture of gratitude last night had turned into clinging to a golden thigh. If Yi Fan acted, he must have a plan. Jojo Group.
Yi Fan chocolate.
What a coincidence. The company harassing his woman turned out to be under the umbrella of Tianji Pavilion's Jojo Group? Poor Wang Tianwei had no idea he'd already sealed his own fate. Misreading Yi Fan's silence as fear, Wang Tianwei sneered through his pain. "Scared now, you bastard? Too late." "Ah!" He winced as a sharp twinge shot through his ruined groin. "Let go of me." He wrenched himself free and barked at Qiu Wan. "Get over here, slut. I'll strip you right here in front of everyone. Let's see who dares lift a finger." Emboldened by his perceived upper hand, Wang Tianwei was back to his usual arrogance. Huh? This idiot still hasn't learned his lesson? Yifan was almost impressed by Wang Tianwei's stupidity. Is his brain made of sewage? After seeing Yifan's skills and unshakable composure, any sane person would realize he wasn't someone to trifle with. Yet here Wang Tianwei was, charging headfirst into ruin. What are you staring at, punk? Think you're tough? Wang Tianwei spat. You think I don't have my own fighters? He raised his voice toward the upper floor. Miss Keiko, Cho Wan's here. There's a troublemaker. Clean him up for me. At his call, a stunning Japanese girl in a leather skirt appeared on the second-floor balcony. Tossing aside a folder, she vaulted over the railing and landed gracefully on the ground below. Gasp! The crowd, delivery riders, guards, even Cho Wan, stared in shock. That jump from such a height! This woman was clearly a martial arts expert. Hand her over, pretty boy, the beauty said coolly, striding toward Yifan. This doesn't concern you anymore. Scram. A martial grandmaster? Yifan sensed her cultivation level instantly. No wonder Wang Tianwei was so bold. He's got a Japanese expert backing him. Had the Eastern forces already traced their investigation to Cho Wan's company? But since Keiko Yamada was still here, it meant the map fragment left by his second brother hadn't been found yet. It's over. Sister Wan is done for now. Sister Wan, you should run. Who would have thought Wang Tianwei actually brought in experts like these? Sigh. Does she even have anywhere to run now? Cho Wan's female co-workers looked at her with pity, while her heart pounded in her throat. Wang Tianwei actually had martial arts experts on his side. What could Yifan do now? Though Cho Wan roughly knew Yifan had indeed been a prodigious talent 5 years ago, and clearly wasn't simple-minded, their opponents didn't seem weak either. Would she really fall into Wang Tianwei's clutches today? Would Yifan abandon her? Clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, Cho Wan was filled with anxiety. After all, that woman earlier said Yifan could leave as long as he didn't interfere. Given they'd only shared one night together, it'd be understandable if he walked away. But Yifan's next words instantly dispelled her fears. You're mistaken, she's my woman. Mine. Yifan's piercing gaze locked onto Yamada Keiko before him. You don't have the right to tell me to leave. Killing intent rose in Yifan's heart. Wang Tianwei was actually colluding with these Japanese dogs? Yifan had never held favorable opinions of the Japanese. He'd already decided to turn this place upside down today. You insolent bastard, daring to act arrogant before Miss Keiko? Asking for death. Miss Keiko, please teach him a lesson. Wang Tianwei pleaded with Yamada Keiko, his hatred for Yifan reaching its peak. Breaking my arm, crushing my balls. God damn it. When Miss Yamada puts you down, I'll return it tenfold. Yamada Keiko frowned without speaking, instead studying Yifan suspiciously. She'd sensed Yifan's martial energy fluctuations when he dealt with those security guards earlier, around the control realm level. Given her grandmaster level prowess, she'd confidently made her appearance. But just now, she suddenly realized Yifan's energy had surged to grandmaster level, even surpassing hers. This man was dangerous. Moreover, Yamada felt inexplicably familiar with him, though she couldn't recall where she'd met him before. This realization made her hesitate. She held back from attacking. Screech. As tension mounted, tires screeched at the company entrance. A portly middle-aged man rushed in with bodyguards. Tianwei, what happened? Who messed with you? None other than Tong Quan Wang Tianwei's brother-in-law and the so-called department head at headquarters. Ah, brother-in-law, you're finally here. Wang Tianwei immediately shuffled over like a child seeing his father. Look what he did to me. My arm, my balls. I can't even go foot washing with you anymore. Asobishii. You must avenge me. Wang Tianwei ignored the agony in his crotch as he hobbled toward Tong Quan pitifully. Observing his brother-in-law's miserable state, Tong Quan eyed Yifan disdainfully. You did this? Yes. Yifan studied Tong Quan coolly. So this was someone from Jojo Group? Timing-wise, Jojo's general manager Suhai should be arriving soon. He was curious, how would Suhai handle this situation upon arrival? given Yifan's new identity as the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's master, and Su Hai being Pang Hai's trusted subordinate representing him, how would he react when realizing his own people had offended his leader? Wang Tianwei and Tong Quan would likely lose more than just face. Kid, you've got some nerve. Know who I am? Jojo Group's investment department head. I can mobilize A-tier forces like crushing an ant. Understood. Rather than immediately attacking, Tong Quan's gaze shifted to Chiu Wan beside Yifan. Seeing her voluptuous figure, his pupils dilated with lustful glee. Tianwei, is that the unattainable hottie you kept mentioning? No wonder Wang Tianwei had brought her up so often. Exactly. That bastard is her boyfriend. Once Tong Quan grasped the relationships, ideas formed instantly. Kid, he sneered, tossing a combat blade before Yifan. Choose. Sever your own arm and castrate yourself, leaving your woman behind while crawling out, or I'll do it for you. Either way, I'll spare your worthless life. With overwhelming numbers backing him and a Japanese expert present, Tong Quan thought Yifan completely overpowered. You sick fuck. Why would I mutilate myself?
Yifan similed faintly.
But I'd gladly neuter you so you two can be twins. Whoosh! A slight tap of Yifan's foot sent the blade flying thud, embedding into Tong Quan's thigh. Blood instantly gushed down his leg. Fuck! You crazy bastard! Tong Quan howled. Men, capture him dead or alive. I want him destroyed. Attacking without warning. Where did this brat get such arrogance? Stop! Who dares move? Just as Tong Quan's guards prepared to strike, a stern voice boomed from the entrance, freezing everyone. An imposing middle-aged man in a Chinese tunic suit strode in with elite subordinates. General Manager Su? You? Why are you? Shock and elation warred in Tong Quan. Su Hai, Jojo Group's general manager, Pang Hai's right-hand man, rarely showed himself. Rumored to be at peak grandmaster or even martial sovereign level, with bodyguards handpicked from elite forces. With Director Su personally overseeing things, how could this punk possibly survive? You dumbass. See how you'll keep acting tough now? Our Director Su is here. You're dead. Tong Quan cackled at Yifan. Whack. Without warning, Su Hai backhanded Tong Quan viciously. Shut your mouth, he roared. Guards. Cripple him. Ha! Su Hai's slap, infused with martial force, left Wang Tianwei spinning in confusion. What was going on? Boss Su, had he done something wrong? Su Hai had just smashed his face so hard his teeth shattered. Under Tong Quan's stunned gaze, Su Hai jogged over to Yifan and bowed deeply. Your subordinate, Su Hai, representing Elder Pang, greets, young Master Yi. Su Hai had been about to address Yifan as Pavilion Master, but remembering Yifan's need for secrecy, he quickly changed it to Young Master Yi. This way, people would only suspect Yifan's ties to the Jojo Group, not the Tianji Pavilion. Previously, when Yifan used Guili's phone to contact Elder Pang, the Elder had immediately investigated and dismissed Guili as the Tianji Pavilion's heir. Subsequent investigations confirmed Yifan's true status. Rise. Yifan knew Su Hai, like Yu Chong, was here partly to test him. As he spoke, a surge of martial energy flowed through his palm, lifting Su Hai's arm effortlessly despite the latter's resistance.
Su Hai stood in shock.
Telekinesis. Young Master's power must be at least martial venerate level. He had come with the intention to probe, so without hesitation, Su Hai channeled his full martial venerate level energy, pressing downward with all his might. Elder Pang wanted to see if Yifan was truly worth serving.
Yifan simirket, unsaken.
With a mere thought, his Emperor Tier 6 stage aura erupted, crushing the air around them like a mountain. Su Hai struggled just to breathe. Effortlessly, Yifan used just a few fingers to raise Su Hai fully upright. Young Master, forgive my offense. Su Hai's face burned red as he bowed again, trembling. He had given it his all, yet Yifan had handled him like a child. His strength is definitely Emperor Tier. Elder Pang had said that if Yifan was at least Emperor Tier, then the crisis facing the Yi family was nothing. No harm done. Yifan retracted his martial energy and glanced at Tong Quan's group. So, this Hongda delivery is under Zhuzhou group? And they dare bully my woman? Yes. Wiping sweat from his brow, Su Hai vowed, "Rest assured, young master. I'll handle this properly." On the other side, Tong Quan gaped in horror. What the hell? The general manager knows this guy? And treats him with such fear?
I'm screwed.
Tong Quan regretted everything. He turned and kicked Wang Tianwei. You've ruined me, you bastard. Bro-in-law Wang Tianwei paled. His unshakable brother-in-law was nothing compared to the big boss kneeling before Yifan. Crack, crack. Before Wang Tianwei could finish, Su Hai's bodyguards lunged, shattering Tong Quan's arms and crushing his groin. They paused, glancing at Su Hai for confirmation before crippling Wang Tianwei's remaining leg. Arg! Ah! Tong Quan and Wang Tianwei writhed on the ground, curled like shrimp, wailing. They seethed with rage but dared not show it. They knew the Zhuzhou group's ruthlessness all too well. At this point, keeping their lives was a mercy. Yifan stepped forward, smirking down at Wang Tianwei as he planted a foot on his face. Manager Wang, still want to lay a finger on my woman? Still think I'll be carried out? I was wrong. Spare me, young master. Never again. Wang Tianwei wailed, kowtowing despite his shattered limbs. His good arm kept slapping his own face. Whack, 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 until it swelled like a pig's head. Young master, I beg forgiveness. Tong Quan followed suit, kneeling and self-beating. The watching employees, security guards, delivery riders, exchanged stunned murmurs. Wanjia's boyfriend knows the Zhuzhou Group CEO? No wonder he was so confident. Wang Tianwei's finally got what he deserves. Tong Quan's done for two. Meanwhile, the security guards who had joined the attack earlier trembled, knees buckling. One by one, they dropped to the ground, bowing in terror. Yifan gazed at them coldly. Too late for regrets. When Su Hai saw Yifan's anger subside, he exhaled. Drag these two to the disciplinary committee, he barked. Investigate every cent they've stolen. Anyone involved today, fire them all. As Zhuzhou's CEO, Su Hai's words were absolute. The disciplinary committee was infamous. Once they dug into Tong Quan and Wang Tianwei's corruption, they wouldn't survive intact.
No.
Please, CEO Su. Not the committee. Young master mercy. Wanjia, help us. But Qiu Wan clenched her fists, lips pressed thin. She glanced at Yifan and stayed silent. If they'd won today, would they have spared us? After the duo was hauled away, Su Hai turned to Qiu Wan, lowering his voice. Young master, should we appoint Madame Qiu as Zhuzhou's deputy financial director? A salary of 1 million. Seeing Yifan's eyebrow twitch, Su Hai flinched and amended. No, full financial director. Salary, 5 million. Plus a luxury car, madam. Name your preference, and I'll arrange it immediately. Su Hai kept wiping the sweat from his forehead as he spoke. Today, his subordinates had caused a huge scene, offending the future wife of the pavilion master, even daring to disrespect her. If this escalated any further, he wouldn't escape unscathed. Upon learning that Qiu Wan was a top-tier finance graduate, he immediately arranged for her to join the Zhuzhou Group. First, he tentatively offered her the position of deputy finance director, but when he noticed the pavilion master's displeased expression, he quickly upgraded her to full finance director, her annual salary skyrocketing from 1 million to 5 million. After all, the pavilion master's identity had been confirmed. The entire Tianji pavilion belonged to him. A higher salary was just moving money from his left hand to his right. Ah, President Su. This is too much. It's not appropriate. Qiu Wan was stunned speechless at the offer. A 5 million yuan salary and the position of Zhuzhou Group's finance director. When she had first graduated, Qiu Wan had indeed dreamed of working at a top-tier company like the Zhuzhou Group. But reality had struck hard. With no connections or experience, breaking into such companies was impossible. Eventually, She settled for a job as a financial supervisor at Hongda Food Delivery. And now, when Su-hai declared her the new finance director of Jojo Group, she felt nothing but fear. On one hand, it all felt too sudden, almost unreal. On the other, she was terrified of failing. The Jojo Group was a corporate behemoth with assets worth trillions. The weight of responsibility for its finance director was immense. A 5 million yuan salary? She had never even dared to imagine it before. Not at all. Miss Cho, this is completely standard for our industry. Su-hai studied Yifan's expression and finally relaxed when he saw the man smile. His attempt to curry favor hadn't backfired. The new pavilion master of the Tianji Pavilion might look young, but he had spent years silently biding his time, building his power. Even Yifan's fiercest enemies likely had no idea of his true capabilities. This new pavilion master was no pushover, and it was precisely because of that that the Tianji Pavilion had a chance to rise again. As for the internal vipers and schemers, the pavilion master's methods would surely put them in their place. But President Su, Cho-won tried to refuse again, only for Yifan to pull her into his arms. He whispered into her ear, "Wanjie, no buts. Let me tell you a secret. The Jojo Group is mine too." Ha! Cho-won's eyes almost popped out. The Yi family. Yifan shook his head. Not the Yi family. Mine. So, Wanjie, you'll be helping me manage this critical part of my empire. I don't have time to handle finances myself. What if someone embezzles everything and I don't even notice? But with you they're watching over things. I won't have to worry. As he spoke, he playfully kissed her cheek, making her blush and her heart race. This guy, he's such a tease. Then, Cho-won's mind was still reeling. The Jojo Group, a corporate giant, was actually part of Yifan's personal assets, combined with the power of the Yi family. Just how deep did his influence run? Had fate finally decided to compensate her for all her past suffering? After years of hardship, she was suddenly lifted straight into the clouds. It's settled then. President Su, starting tomorrow, Wanjie will begin familiarizing herself with the company's operations. Yifan cut off any further protests, making the final call. Then, glancing at the remaining employees of Hongda Food Delivery, he turned to Cho-won. "Wanjie, now that Wang Tianwei has been dealt with and you're leaving, no one else understands this company as well as you. Since you can't stay, why don't you decide on the new staffing arrangements?" Su-hai quickly chimed in. "Exactly, madam. We'd appreciate your guidance on how to handle Hongda's personnel." Madam, his address for Cho-won had officially upgraded from Miss Cho in a single leap. Even Hongda's restructuring was framed as seeking her guidance. Yifan smirked internally. Su-hai, this guy really knows how to play the game. Maybe I should introduce him to Lu Wuyong later. But Cho-won, naturally timid, instinctively wanted to decline again, until she felt Yifan's hand drift lower. His breath tickled her ear as he whispered, "Be good, Wanjie, or else I'll have to spank you." "No!" She squirmed, cheeks burning. In front of all these people, the sheer embarrassment would kill her. After shooting him an exasperated glance, Cho-won turned to the crowd. "President Su, in my opinion, Molly has strong leadership skills. She's already been a team lead for a long time and is ready to step up as Hongda's manager. As for Xiaoyang, she's worked closely with me in finance and can take over my position." "Perfect." Su-hai didn't hesitate. He called out, "Who are Molly and Xiaoyang? Step forward. Per madam's decision, you'll now be Hongda's manager and finance director. Official appointments will arrive this afternoon." From the crowd, a bespectacled young woman and a middle-aged woman in a blazer stepped out, dazed. Molly and Xiaoyang, the very two who had earlier defended Cho-won against Wang Tianwei's bullying. It took them a few seconds to process their sudden promotions. Thank you, President Su. Thank you, Wanjie." They bowed deeply to both, then added hastily, "Thank you, young Master Yi." Their gratitude couldn't have been more genuine. Though Hongda only had 100 or so employees, a managerial role was still a massive leap. Under normal circumstances, Molly might have never climbed this high. Yet now, all it took was a single word from Chiu Wan. A life-changing stroke of luck they knew came from her and Yi Fan's generosity. "Don't thank me. Thank Madam," Su Hai said pointedly before adding. "From now on, you two will handle all future hiring and staffing decisions." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "You've earned this." When Chiu Wan had been cornered earlier, only a handful, like these two and a few others, had stood up for her. His gaze shifted to the deliverymen and guards who had also defended them. "And you did well too. Manager Ma, I trust they'll be properly rewarded." Of course, President Su already fired some of the troublemakers, leaving key positions open. "Young Master Yi, Madam, rest assured, I won't let their loyalty go unrewarded." Yi Fan deliberately brought up the security guards. Of course, Mary understood what he meant. In short, one thing was clear. Everyone who had just helped Chiu Wan and Yi Fan would be rewarded generously. As for those who had sided with Wang Tianwei against Chiu Wan, meanwhile, on the other side of the company courtyard, the employees Su Hai had just fired were packing their belongings, their faces bleak with despair. A stark contrast to Mary and her group. Grand Delivery's benefits were exceptional. While couriers at other companies earned only a few thousand a month, Grand Delivery's staff made over 10,000. That was why, despite Wang Tianwei's abuse, many still chose to stay. But now, those who had supported Wang Tianwei and attacked Yi Fan and Chiu Wan had lost their chance for good. Grand Delivery's internal issues were settled. Only one person remained. The beautiful Yamada Keiko from Japan. Noticing how things had unfolded, Yamada Keiko finally realized the young man before her was Yi Fan, the so-called foolish young master of the Yi family. But there was nothing foolish about him now. His strength even surpassed her own. With Wang Tianwei and Tong Quan toppled and Su Hai of Jizhou Group stepping in, Keiko was at a loss. She couldn't be certain about Yi Fan, but there was no doubt Su Hai was at least a martial sovereign. Originally, Keiko had been sent by the Black Cloak Society's deputy leader to investigate Chiu Wan and track down fragments of the Celestial Palace map. If Su Hai hadn't intervened, she would have taken Chiu Wan by force for interrogation. But with Su Hai here, Keiko knew she stood no chance. Amid the chaos, she attempted to slip away, unaware that Su Hai had already locked onto her. The moment she moved, Su Hai blocked her path. Japanese martial artists entering Great Xia without registration are fair game for execution, Su Hai said coldly. "Miss Yamada, did you think you could just leave without an explanation?" From what Su Hai had gathered, Wang Tianwei deserved death for colluding with Japanese martial artists to target the pavilion master. Moreover, the Tianji Pavilion and Japan had a blood feud. President Su, Keiko tried to speak, but Su Hai showed no mercy. With a surge of martial energy, he sealed off all her escape routes and rendered her powerless in mere seconds. "Have two female employees escort her to the lounge upstairs," Su Hai ordered. He then bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. "Young Master Yi, with Japanese operatives infiltrating Great Xia in secret, I leave her interrogation to you." Turning to Chiu Wan, he added, "Madam, let's handle the company handover procedures." With that, Su Hai deftly guided Chiu Wan away. Left behind, Yi Fan smirked.
Su Hai understand man.
Japan's past invasion had brought suffering to countless people of Great Xia. A saying went, "If you ever encounter a Japanese woman, make sure to repay the favor." Keiko was undeniably beautiful, but Yi Fan wasn't interested in her body. What intrigued him was how far Japan's investigation into the Celestial Palace map fragments had progressed, and why more martial experts were infiltrating Great Xia. Earlier, in Yunqing, Murakami Koji had made a move, and now Keiko was targeting Chiu Wan. This required immediate attention. Without hesitation, Yi Fan pushed off the ground and lunged toward the second-floor lounge. Inside, Keiko lay weakly on the sofa, her meridians sealed by Su Hai. She could barely move. Seeing Yi Fan enter, she paled. "Why you? Stay away. What do you want?" She knew all too well the hatred between their nations. Rumors in the Black Cloak Society warned that Japanese women captured by Great Xia's men faced terrible fates. Was this her destiny now? Yifan grinned devilishly, gripping her waist and pinning her to the couch. What do you think a man does with a beautiful woman like you? Keiko shrieked. Didant. Yifan, you can't touch me. I'm from the shogunate. The great general of Japan is my adoptive father. If you harm me, the shogunate and the Black Cloak Society will never let you go. HM?
Yifan chuckled.
He hadn't even asked, yet she'd revealed her identity. So, she was another Black Cloak Society operative and tied to the shogunate. Things were getting interesting. With the Japanese emperor's influence waning, powerful families and organizations like the shogunate and the Black Cloak Society now overshadowed the throne, often dictating imperial decisions. Oh? Then I'll test that theory. Smack! Smack! 2 sharp spanks landed on Keiko's buttocks. Ah! The sting made her jerk, her cry laced with humiliation. Why, you bastard! Her cheeks burned as Yifan flipped up her skirt, exposing her thin underwear. But then something strange happened. A warm energy surged into her body, transforming into martial power that revitalized and strengthened her. The source? Where Yifan had struck her. This spanks. Enhance my strength? Flustered, she taunted. Why, you coward? Hit me again if you dare. Gladly. Yifan obliged with 2 more smacks. Keiko squirmed, her skin reddening. This brute has no delicacy. Yet the same warmth flooded her again. Now she was certain. This was the person her mother had told her to find before she left Japan. Master no more. This servant submits. Huh? Yamada Keiko's reaction left Yifan utterly bewildered. I only slapped her twice and she just submitted like that? What's going on? Does she have a masochistic streak? While Yifan was still puzzled, Yamada Keiko took out a broken jade pendant from her person and respectfully handed it to him. Master, this is a token my mother left behind. If you take this fragment back, you'll naturally understand her identity. Huh? Another jade pendant fragment? Yifan remembered that just a few days ago, Captain Heir of the Wandering Souls had produced a similar fragment. When combined with the one in his grandfather's possession, it proved that the Wandering Souls were an organization and force left behind by his mother. And now, Yamada Keiko had brought out another one. Did my mother also leave forces behind in Japan? What was your mother's role? Yamada Keiko, still lying on the sofa, answered respectfully. My mother said she was the leader's sword attendant. Before the leader departed, she was ordered to infiltrate Japan. At the time, she was tasked with getting close to the shogun, eventually becoming his woman. I was born as his illegitimate daughter. All these years, my mother has been secretly building strength, waiting for your summons. But now, she's effectively under house arrest by the shogun's estate. Even I don't know where she's being held. The shogun's estate is using her life as leverage to force me to act in dacia. As Yifan listened, his mind reeled with shock. What was my mysterious mother planning? She had left him so many hidden assets within the Yi family, the support of the Wandering Souls, and now this covert force in Japan. Was she trying to conquer the world? With that thought, Yifan immediately called his grandfather. Grandpa, I have another jade pendant fragment here. Check if there's a matching piece in the family archives. He sent a photo and within a minute, his grandfather called back. Correct. This is fragment number 2. It matches perfectly. Your mother once mentioned that she had forces lying dormant in Japan. I believe her attendant's surname was Yamada. So Yamada Keiko was telling the truth? In that case, she could be considered one of his own. Yifan released the restraints on Yamada Keiko with a surge of energy. Tell me, how many people has Japan sent to dacia this time? What exactly are they after? But to his surprise, the moment the restraints were lifted, Yamada Keiko wrapped her arms around his neck. Master, hug me. Their earlier close contact had given her immense pleasure, and she was already addicted. Yamada Keiko, even if you're the daughter of my mother's attendant, don't push your luck. Yifan scolded, though he couldn't help but feel the warmth of her body. Yamada Keiko was the epitome of a cute, sexy Japanese girl. Twin ponytails, a slender waist, a miniskirt. If she ever changed into a school uniform with white thigh-highs, that would be absolute perfection. Keiko isn't afraid. Mother said everything about me belongs to you. My heart, my body, all of it. Her delicate fingers danced across Yifan's chest as she squirmed in his arms, sending waves of heat through him. Master, burn me with your passion. Her whisper in his ear, soft as a cherry blossom's touch, was downright lethal. Though Yifan was no virgin, such temptation was nearly impossible to resist. Had he not verified her identity, he would have suspected this was a honey trap set by the Yi family's enemies. Smack! Yifan delivered a sharp slap to her backside. We'll talk about this later. I have questions for you. Master, I'll be waiting. Keiko will always be yours. Her face flushed with pleasure. The rougher you are, the more I like it. Her sultry gaze and delicate features made her a true succubus. That dominance in her was unbearable. This mission in Dacia is mainly about a map to the Celestial Palace. It's said to be a divine ruin containing countless supreme techniques and immortal cultivation manuals. Also, there are other covert operations. Some regions in Japan are becoming uninhabitable. So this mission, damn it, again? Yifan's anger flared. A century ago, the Japanese had ravaged Dacia for decades, plundering its treasures under the guise of superior weaponry. And now they dared to try again? Screw that. Back then, Yifan hadn't even been born. But now, as the head of the Celestial Strategy Pavilion and commander of the million-strong Heavenly Dragon Army under the Yi banner, he wouldn't stand for it. Push me too far, and I'll march my forces straight to that tiny island and flatten it. I don't know much about the other teams, but I'm familiar with our squad. The vice-captain, Murahara Koji, was sent to Yunqing to investigate the Yi family's map fragment. Meanwhile, Captain Mutu is targeting the seed candidates in the Black Tortoise Warzone. Yifan smirked. Murahara Koji is already dead by my hand. But Captain Mutu was assassinating Dacia's elite candidates in the Black Tortoise Warzone? His thoughts immediately turned to his first wife, Yu Linglong, the youngest female war god in Dacia, responsible for defending the eastern coastal front against Japan. Could she be in danger? Once things in Huadu were settled, he might need to head to the coast. Besides, as the Black Tortoise Warzone's guardian king, he'd neglected his duties for 5 years. It was time to step up. Here's a list of collaborators in Tiannan province, families with close ties to Japan's Black Robe Society and the Shogun's estate. Yamada Keiko handed him a document. A quick glance made Yifan sneer. Many names belong to restless vassal families under the Celestial Strategy Pavilion, while others were former Yi allies who had since turned against them. So they've all been colluding with the Japanese dogs? His mission in Huadu was to purge these traitors. But today's priority was finding the brush holder Chio Wan had mentioned. Calculating the time, Yifan thought to himself, I've been chatting with Yamada Keiko for so long. Chio Wan's handover work should be nearly finished by now. Just as he was about to open the door, Yamada Keiko pounced on him again, wrapping her arms around his neck and pressing her voluptuous figure against his chest. Her short leather skirt had ridden up, revealing a glimpse of her pale thighs, but she didn't seem to care in the slightest. Noticing Yifan's heated gaze, her eyes sparkled with delight. Master, do you like seeing Keiko without clothes? Should I take them off for you right now? As she spoke, she actually began sliding her skirt down. Damn it! Yifan was on the verge of losing his mind. This temptress, does she even realize how irresistible she is? Just seeing her like this was unbearable. If she actually stripped, he'd be completely drained. No. I still have other things to do today. We'll talk about this later. He quickly grabbed her wrist. Tell me, what reward do you want? Su Ishue and Qing Rulin had already experienced that sensation and had grown addicted to it. As a master-level martial artist, Yamada Keiko naturally understood the immense benefits it could bring her. All right, the warmth you felt can also be obtained in other ways, Yifan explained after a pause. As long as we have skin-to-skin contact, you'll receive it. Yamada Keiko sat up from the couch, tilting her head in thought before suddenly understanding. Master, Keiko gets it now. From now on, I'll wear less around you. Do you like JK uniforms? What about nurse outfits? Or flight attendant costumes? She was sharp. Yifan's hint instantly clicked. The most intimate contact with him would naturally mean becoming his woman. If I become Master's woman, could I break through to the martial venerable realm? With her unique physique, her combat prowess would skyrocket, allowing her to assist him even more. With every outfit she listed, Yifan's imagination ran wild, picturing her in each one. Damn it! Who could withstand this? He couldn't stay here any longer. If this enchantress kept teasing him like this, he'd lose control sooner or later. Keiko, I see you're close to breaking through to the martial venerable realm. Here's a pill. Take it and try to advance. He tossed her the pill and bolted out the door. A pill? Yamada Keiko caught it, uncorked the vial, and nearly jumped for joy. It's really an advancement aid for martial venerable. Master, I've been dreaming of this. Don't worry, Master. Keiko will work hard. As she watched Yifan's retreating figure, her eyes glazed over with infatuation. Without hesitation, she swallowed the pill. She had been stuck at the master level for years, lacking both the pill and the opportunity to advance. Now, with this golden chance, she wasn't about to let it slip away. The moment the pill dissolved, her martial energy surged violently. In an instant, the entire courtyard was engulfed in an overwhelming aura. When Yifan stepped out, Suhai was waiting respectfully outside. Young Master Yi, how did the interrogation go?
Suhai smiled knowingly.
Did she submit? How many positions did she confess to? How much intel did she reveal? He had clearly heard the commotion inside. This young master played rough. Yifan's face darkened. What the hell is this guy thinking? But he couldn't be bothered to explain. Since Yamada Keiko was a descendant of his mother's loyal servants and so devoted to him, perhaps in the future, is Sister Wan's handover work finished? The real reason Yifan had come to Grand Delivery today was to investigate the map fragment left by his second brother. Given that Qiu Wan had found the pen holder that night, it was likely the only remaining clue. Miss Qiu's tasks were simple, just some accounting checks. She should be done by now. Let's head over. Suhai led the way to Qiu Wan's office. She had just finished reconciling the books. Xiao Fan, you're here?
Yifan nodded.
Sister Wan, you mentioned a pen holder you wanted to take. Pack it up, I'll escort you back. Tomorrow, you'll officially start at 9 Provinces Group. Qiu Wan smiled and handed him the item. Here, this is the one. Pretty, isn't it? Yifan took it and discreetly channeled his senses into the holder. Sure enough, at the bottom, he detected an ancient aura, identical to the map fragment he'd obtained from Lu Hao. Very pretty. He pocketed it casually while helping her gather her belongings. As they walked toward the exit, Qiu Wan sighed. After working here for so many years, leaving suddenly feels a bit strange.
Yifan chuckled.
Of course. By the way, Sister Wan, this pen holder holds a monumental secret. Did you know? What? She looked puzzled. Without further ado, Yifan channeled his energy, shattered the base, and retrieved the hidden map fragment. This holder was left outside your door by my second brother. Your second brother? Why would he leave it there? Who is he? What does he look like? Qiu Wan frowned. Yifan shared the same doubts. Exactly. Why would second brother leave this for Qiu Wan? Unless... Yifan's heart was also filled with doubt. Yifan frowned in confusion. My second brother, he took out his phone and scrolled through it, only to realize he had no photos of his second brother. I'll show you when I find one later, he said, putting his phone away. Just then, Guoli drove up outside. As Yifan and Qiu Wan were about to get in the car, Suhai suddenly rushed out after them. Young Master Yi, what should we do about Miss Keiko? Suhai asked hesitantly. He wasn't sure what Yifan intended. After all, Yifan had interrogated Yamada Keiko for so long. Who knew if feelings had developed between them? Now that it was confirmed Yifan was the young master of the Tianji Pavilion, Suhai knew he had to be careful with how he handled the women around him. A faint smile curled on Yifan's lips. since Yamada Keiko was the descendant of his mother's maid and kept calling him master. Killing her was out of the question. Let her go, Yifan sighed after a brief pause. Keiko had revealed so many secrets about the black-clad society and the imperial family. The Japanese side would undoubtedly suspect her. But Yifan had given her a pill that would allow her to break through to the martial venerable realm soon, at least enough to protect herself. Understood. After Yifan left, Suhai pondered his words. Let her go. It seems Miss Yamada Keiko will also become very close to the young master in the future. And I was so harsh with her earlier. Sigh. Guards. Suhai called out. Keep watch outside Miss Yamada Keiko's residence. Fulfill any request she has immediately. A lavish gift. Yifan escorted Chio-wan back to the villa. Guali had already completed all the transfer procedures, and her daughter, Xiao, had been enrolled in the best nearby kindergarten. Chio-wan stared at the property deed in her hands, dazed. Xiao-fan, Yifan had just given her a villa worth millions and arranged for her to join Jojo Group as the financial director with an annual salary of 5 million. And I'm just a divorced woman. Remembering her past hardships, Chio-wan's eyes reddened. Xiao-fan, why don't we go upstairs? Her face flushed as she spoke. She couldn't understand why Yifan valued her so much, a woman she considered used goods. Since she had nothing else to offer, she could at least keep him company. What are we going upstairs for? Yifan teased, watching her blush deepen. Ah, Xiao-fan, you're so mean. Chio-wan squirmed in his arms, playfully hitting his chest. Her meaning was obvious. Yifan knew exactly what she wanted, but he also knew that despite her innate Dao body and furnace constitution, Chio-wan was still an ordinary woman. If he kept indulging, she'd be exhausted. Besides, he had already gained tremendous benefits from her furnace constitution, pushing his strength to the 6th tier of the martial emperor realm. His body had reached its limit for now. Just kidding. Yifan smirked, giving her a light smack on the rear. I have other things to take care of today. His mind drifted to Qing Rulan's longing gaze from yesterday. She promised me a surprise last night, but while investigating leads in the slums, he had unexpectedly run into Chio-wan, effectively getting intercepted. Though Yifan still pretended to be a fool, he remembered the kindness of his 7 sister-in-laws. Even in his foolish persona, he didn't want Rulan to feel neglected. Today I'll make it up to her. Discipline at the Qing Manor. At the Qing family estate, Qing Rulan stood at the gate, blocking her younger brother, Qing Shaoqing, with a stick. Qing Shaoqing, have you no conscience? After the mess you caused yesterday, you still want to go drinking with your useless friends? What's wrong with you? Sis, didn't we resolve yesterday's issue? Brother-in-law was so badass. Even Xin Xiao couldn't handle him. It's fine now. I already promised my friends. I can't just bail. Qing Shaoqing, ever the troublemaker, tried to slip past her. Since childhood, their parents had been unable to control him. Only Rulan had any influence, but as he grew older, even her words meant little. You'll be the death of me. Seizing the moment she was distracted, Qing Shaoqing darted past her toward the gate. Sis, I'm off. Don't forget to transfer me $1 million for spending money. Rulan was on the verge of tears. The Qing family was thriving. How could they have such an unfilial son? If even she couldn't control him, how could they ever entrust the family's vast business to him? Just as her anger peaked, she saw Qing Shaoqing being flung back into the courtyard like a rag doll. In the Qing household, Qing Shaoqing was the untouchable troublemaker. Who dared lay a hand on him? Xiao-fan, you're back? Rulan looked up to see Yifan striding into the courtyard. How was meeting your friend yesterday? Her gaze flicked to Guali behind him. She had found Yifan's behavior suspicious last night, but since Guali had personally reported it, she hadn't pressed further. It went well, Yifan replied, slightly guilty. Qing Shaoqing sat up, rubbing his sore backside. Brother-in-law, what was that for? I just wanted to grab a drink with my buddies. Don't worry, I'll handle your social engagements for you. But first, you need to do something else. With a wicked grin, Yi Fan grabbed Qing Shaoqing's shoulder and channeled the 7 stars soul-extinguishing hand, infusing his powerful spiritual energy into the young man's mind. He wasn't using it for interrogation, he was constructing an illusion. Qing Shaoqing wasn't untalented. Whether in martial arts or business, he had potential. But his privileged upbringing had left him unrefined, unchallenged, and immature. So Yi Fan showed him a vision. The Qing family crushed, bankrupt, liquidated, their entire lineage slaughtered in a bloodbath. Brother-in-law, what are you doing holding my head? Ah! Qing Shaoqing had initially intended to argue back as Yi Fan gripped his head, but the next moment, his mind swam in confusion, and the scene before him shifted violently. In an instant, the Qing family estate had become a blazing ruin. Countless martial arts experts stormed through the courtyard, slaughtering the family's bodyguards. Qing Shaoqing's second and third uncles collapsed before his eyes, their blood pooling on the ground. No! Who are you? Why are you attacking the Qing family? He tried to lunge forward and stop them, but his meridians seemed locked in shackles. He couldn't move an inch. The Qing family is too weak. Ha! You're nothing but trash. How could a woman like Qing Rulin alone uphold the entire family? Worthless fool. All you know is drinking and debauchery. Oh, Shaoqing, I've had my eye on your sister for a long time now. Among the assailants, Qing Shaoqing spotted familiar faces. Young men he used to drink with, ones who had called him brother. Yet now, Qin Shou smirked cruelly as he advanced on Qing Rulin, tearing at her clothes. No! Sister! Stop! Shaoqing adored his sister more than anyone. When Shinshao of Shangjing had threatened her before, he had nearly lost his mind. Yi Fan's intervention had saved the day. But now, seeing Qin Shou and his supposed friends joining the massacre of his family, his heart tore apart in agony. Damn it all, animals. Fiends. He never imagined those drinking buddies had been plotting the Qing family's doom all along. Before his anguish could settle, the nightmare twisted again. His parents knelt in blood while black-clad enforcers bashed their heads with iron rods. Even from afar, he heard the sickening crack of bone. Stop! You bastards! Let them go! Oh? Try it. You're just at the transformation realm. Who do you think you are? Ha! You don't even know half the forces aligned against your family. Noble clans from Shangjing ancient sects, yet here you are, drowning in wine while your family burns. Watch them die. Your parents, your sister, your uncles, even your infant nephew. Cruelty unfolded in an endless loop. Each vision wrenched another ragged scream from his throat. Meanwhile, in reality, Xiao Fan. Is Shaoqing all right? Qing Rulin bit her lip as she watched her younger brother writhe in the courtyard. Now sobbing on the ground, now sprinting wildly, now hugging a tree in anguish. Her heart clenched when he suddenly coughed up blood. Xiao Fan. Though she trusted Yi Fan's skills, Shaoqing's madness terrified her. Fear not. To rebuild, one must first break. Yi Fan observed the emotions flickering across Shaoqing's face, from youthful naivety to bone-deep grief, then finally hardened resolve. In mere minutes, this illusion had forged a transformation. When the time was right, Yi Fan stepped forward and dispelled the vision with a light tap to his head. No, don't die. Please. Shaoqing's hands clawed at empty air as consciousness returned. Blinking, he scanned the courtyard, then froze at the sight of his sister. Sister. You're alive? You're alive. Thank heavens. Snot and tears streamed down his face as he scrambled to embrace her legs, laughing and weeping. When he realized the Qing estate stood unharmed, his breath hitched. A dream? Yet it had felt so real, the horrors etched into his soul. Now he understood. Though the vision was false, if he stayed reckless, his family would perish as depicted. Especially now that sister openly insists on marrying into the Yi family, aligning us against enemies who wiped out even the Yi clan's 10 core disciples. He'd always known the dangers intellectually, but shielded by his parents and sister, he'd ignored them. Now, the illusion had ripped away his delusions. His parents were aging, his sister had limits, and brother-in-law? Yifan had bouts of lucidity, but most of the time he was still simple-minded. If he's not coherent when crisis strikes, will I just watch sister suffer? Sister. Xiaoqing's voice hardened suddenly. Where is Master Wu, the martial instructor who taught us before? I need to train. I must break through. Rulan's eyes widened. Before she could speak, an elderly couple emerged from the side hall. Qing Diyun and Li Yun, his parents. What? You want to learn martial arts? His father's cane trembled. Yes. Xiaoqing's gaze never wavered, especially as he noticed his father's frail grip on the walking stick. They've grown old. The burden falls to me now. Tears welled in Qing Diyun's eyes as he turned to his wife. Li Yun, has our son finally grown up? I can rest easier now. Rulan arched a brow. So you're canceling your drinking party? I won't go. Xiaoqing shot Yifan a grateful look. Brother-in-law said he'd go in my stead. Oh, and Xiaofan, watch out for Qin Shou and Yichang. They're vipers. Just uttering their names made his teeth grind anew. In his vision, those two had murdered his sister and parents. If not for his current weakness, he'd slaughter them both on the spot. Of course, I wouldn't miss such excitement.
Yifan similet faintly.
According to the list provided by Yamada Keiko, the Qin and He families were among those secretly recruited by the Eastern Islands in Huadu. Over the years, these families had committed numerous heinous acts. Yifan had been contemplating how to deal with them, and now that they had invited Qing Xiaoqing out for drinks, their intentions were likely far from good. This was the perfect opportunity for Yifan to see what they were really up to. However, if you want to learn martial arts, I can recommend someone. Yifan had already devised a plan for training Qing Xiaoqing on his way to the Qing residence. Yuchang, the leader of the assassin division under the Tianji Pavilion, was the ideal candidate to train Qing Xiaoqing. Moreover, Yifan had another motive. Although the Tianji Pavilion was already part of his core forces, and the old pavilion master had assured him of Yuchang's trustworthiness, Yifan still wanted to embed some of his own loyalists within the organization. As he spoke, Yifan dialed Yuchang's number and briefly instructed, "Someone will come to pick you up soon. He's a martial emperor-level expert. Learn from him diligently. I also have some elixirs to help you improve quickly." Pulling out several vials of pills, qi replenishment pills, blood energy pills, and more, he poured them into his palm. The courtyard was instantly filled with an intoxicating fragrance. Qing Diyun and his wife, Li Yun, who stood nearby, widened their eyes in awe at the sight of the pills. Their hearts raced with excitement. People outside claim Yifan is an idiot? Look at this. A prodigy is still a prodigy after all. Such top-grade elixirs can't be bought with money. Li Yun's eyes sparkled as she marveled at Yifan's generosity. Indeed, Qing Diyun nodded in agreement. When Rulan announced she was marrying Yifan, the family had reservations. But now, it's clear we've landed a golden opportunity. The Qing family might soar because of this. He exchanged a pleased glance with his wife. Let's go meet our future son-in-law. A glint of determination flashed in Qing Diyun's eyes. With Yifan's presence, those who dared to target the Qing family would surely think twice. Mom! Dad! Qing Rulan called out as she spotted her parents approaching. This is Yifan.
Yifan bowed respectfully.
Uncle, Auntie, greetings. Good, very good. Qing Diyun beamed. Xiaofan, we entrust Rulan to your care from now on. He glanced warmly at his daughter. She truly holds you dear. Last night, she even put on makeup and changed into her best clothes. Dad, what nonsense are you saying? Qing Rulan flushed red with embarrassment, stomping her foot coyly. Yifan knew exactly what she meant but pretended otherwise. Sister-in-law Rulan, is that so? He teased, discreetly pinching her rear. You're terrible. Qing Rulan stiffened, squirming away. Humph. I told you not to call me that. Call me wife. Turning back to Qing Diyun and Li Yun, Yifan said, Uncle, Auntie, this is our first meeting, and I don't have much to offer as gifts. But I've heard about your health concerns, especially Uncle's leg ailment. Here are 2 elixirs. Take them to nourish your bodies. Later, I'll use acupuncture to help Uncle regain full mobility. He handed them 2 additional pills. The couple, who had earlier envied Qing Shaoqing's bounty, were now overjoyed to receive their own. Whoever claimed Yi Fan was a fool. The couple now suspected he had merely been feigning stupidity all along. Yet, according to public reports from the Yi family, the renowned physician Lei had stated that Yi Fan's condition fluctuated between lucidity and confusion, though full recovery was inevitable. The prospect of his leg fully healing left Qing Diyuan grinning from ear to ear. Really? That's wonderful. Thank you, Xiao Fan. Now, let's not stand around. Let's head inside and introduce you to our relatives. Eager to showcase his brilliant son-in-law, Qing Diyuan urged Yi Fan forward. But Yi Fan declined. Uncle, not yet. My condition hasn't been fully disclosed to the public. In everyone's eyes, I'm still the idiot. Until the Yi family's enemies are completely eradicated, it's best I don't reveal too much. I hope you understand. Qing Diyuan paused momentarily before nodding in realization. Of course. We'll await your grand unveiling. Ding. A notification chimed from Qing Shaoqing's phone. After reading the message, his expression turned odd. He pulled Yi Fan aside. Brother-in-law. Okay, I'll come clean. Tonight's drinking invitation was a front. The truth is, Qin Shou's girlfriend asked me to meet her. She even booked a hotel room. Look. He showed Yi Fan the message. A sultry photo of a slender waist and ample cleavage filled the screen, accompanied by the text. Sweetheart Qing Shao, hurry over. I'm all fresh and waiting for you, Redheart. No wonder Qing Shaoqing was tempted. His brother-in-law certainly had adventurous tastes.
No worries.
I can join you, Yi Fan said with a sly grin. Clearly, this is a trap. But they'll lose their pawn and their queen. The Qin family, once subordinate to the Yi family, had long betrayed their allegiance. Yi Fan's investigations even revealed their involvement in the car accident that had nearly claimed his life 5 years ago. Since Qin Shou had tried to kill him back then, Yi Fan saw no issue in claiming some interest from Qin Shou's girlfriend now. But brother-in-law, she invited me. If you go, won't they recognize you? Qing Shaoqing clenched his teeth at the memory of Qin Shou's gang tormenting his sister and parents in his nightmare. Now wide awake, he knew this was a setup and hoped Yi Fan could turn the tables. What about this? Still smirking, Yi Fan swiftly manipulated his facial muscles. In moments, his face morphed, now an exact replica of Qing Shaoqing's. Qing Shaoqing gaped in shock. Brother-in-law, you? A gut feeling told him Qin Shou and He Chong were about to be thoroughly played. As for Qin Shou's girlfriend, well, she'd be getting far more than she bargained for. Attempting to scam his brother-in-law? Hilarious. Dream on. In one of the luxurious private rooms of Huadu Grand Hotel, a group of young masters sat together, buzzing with excitement. Qin Shao, you've really gone all out this time. To deal with Qing Shaoqing, you're actually sacrificing your own girlfriend. A chubby, big-eared man spoke up, addressing the leader, Qin Shou. Aren't you afraid things might go too far? If it actually happens, you'd... The young master speaking was He Chong, one of the traitorous family members listed in the intel Yi Fan had obtained. Qin Shou tossed a grape into his mouth and smirked. No way. Xiaoyao's right next door, and there are so many of us here. Plus martial arts experts standing guard. What can that loser Qing Shaoqing possibly do? I've already told Xiaoyao to scream if anything happens. Today, we're going to make sure Qing Shaoqing is finished. Qin Shao, we should still be cautious. I heard that just yesterday, a young master from a powerful family in the capital failed in targeting Qing Shaoqing because that fool from the Yi family showed up with backup. Even if the Yi family is in trouble now, crushing small fry like us would still be child's play for them. Exactly. Qin Shao, by targeting the Qings, we're essentially declaring war on the Yi family. Are those people backing you really reliable? Qin Shou, pressed by their concerns, suddenly felt less confident. After all, when he had first pursued his current girlfriend, his methods hadn't exactly been clean. Wang Yao hadn't brought it up recently, but Qin Shou wasn't sure whether she might betray him now. Nothing will go wrong. The moment Qing Shaoqing enters and we hear any movement inside, we'll storm in immediately, The other young masters nodded. Fair enough. That good-for-nothing Qing Shaoqing could never accomplish anything shocking anyway. Little did these young masters know, however, that Qing Shaoqing wasn't the one coming tonight. It was Yi Fan in his place. And more importantly, Yi Fan was no fool like the rumors claimed. He was a powerhouse who had already reached the martial emperor level. After leaving the Qing estate, to avoid detection, Guali and the 4 maidservants followed at a distance. Yi Fan had even taken Qing Shaoqing's phone. He booked a hotel room online, one conveniently located directly above the one Wang Yao had arranged. By then, Yi Fan had already fully disguised himself as Qing Shaoqing. When Yi Fan stepped out of the car at the hotel entrance, someone immediately reported back to Qin Shou's group. Qin Shaoqing is here. He just entered the hotel. Using his connections, Qin Shou had linked all the hotel's surveillance cameras to his computer, allowing him and his group to monitor Yi Fan's every move the moment he walked in. Listen up. The second that door opens, charge in without hesitation. Take pictures and secure evidence immediately. Got it? Move fast. If you hesitate, damn it, if they hesitated, his girlfriend might actually get taken by Qing Shaoqing. And then, he'd be outright handed an honorary green hat. Understood. Following the room number Wang Yao had texted, Yi Fan took the elevator to the 8th floor and knocked on room 808. You're here. A young woman in a seductive nightgown opened the door, glanced Yi Fan over and let him in. Whoosh! She turned on the bathroom faucet, creating the illusion she was showering, then returned to the room, locking eyes with burning intensity at Yi Fan. Meanwhile, Yi Fan studied her as well. There was no denying it, this woman was stunning. A slender waist, flawless fair skin, a toned stomach subtly visible beneath her silky robe, and the faint outline of black lace panties beneath. To any man, it was an absolutely lethal temptation. You're not Qing Shaoqing. Just as Yi Fan was waiting for her next move, Wang Yao suddenly spoke. His heart skipped a beat. Did I mess up the disguise? But it doesn't matter. Whoever you are, my goal is revenge. Are you bold enough? Do you dare take me? She stepped forward, draping her arms around Yi Fan's neck, her body pressing flush against his in deliberate motion. Her scorching heat melded tightly against him, instantly stirring the flickering embers within Yi Fan. A peculiar warmth flowed from their connected skin into Wang Yao's body, transforming into martial energy and nourishing her meridians. Huh? What's happening? Though Wang Yao had only just stepped into the martial path, the mere contact triggered growth in her cultivation, something she had never experienced before. Did I just stumble upon treasure? If this man wasn't Qing Shaoqing, he must be an even more formidable martial artist. Perhaps he could be her way out of this nightmare. Thinking this, Wang Yao grew even bolder, sliding her hands across Yi Fan's chest. Revenge against Qin Shou? A flash of heat passed through Yi Fan's eyes. 5 years ago, Qin Shou had been involved in the plot to assassinate him. Now, taking his girlfriend, especially when she was the one initiating, seemed perfectly justified. Miss, you're playing with fire, Yi Fan murmured, studying her expression for any deception. No matter what traps Qin Shou had set, Yi Fan wasn't worried. At the martial emperor level, he could crush every single one of them effortlessly. Big brother, I'm doing this willingly. I don't need you to take responsibility. I just want to hurt Qin Shou. Back then, he threatened my parents to force me into this relationship. Now, I want to give him the ultimate humiliation. The best would be if I got pregnant with someone else's child. As she spoke, a sharp glint of hatred flashed in her eyes. He ruined my youth. I hate him. Hearing this, Yi Fan understood. So Wang Yao had been coerced into being with Qin Shou, and now she was seizing this chance for payback? I'm not sure this is appropriate. Yi Fan rubbed his nose. Was he really about to become the villain in this scenario? Humph. What's inappropriate about it? He was willing to kill my parents. What do I have left to fear? So tell me, do you have the guts? Or are you just all talk? She tugged at his neck, pulling him toward the bed. Yi Fan had already been riled up earlier by Yamada Keiko, and now, with a beauty throwing herself at him, Wouldn't it be a waste not to indulge? A man never admits he can't. With a wicked grin, Yifan swept her into his arms, but instead of heading to the bed, he leaped toward the window. Just not here. Ah! Wang Yao was suddenly lifted into the air. Watching as Yifan, holding her, leaped straight out the window, she let out a startled cry. But fearing her voice might alert Qin Shou and the others next door, she quickly covered her mouth. In a flash of movement, Wang Yao felt Yifan's foot push off the window frame, propelling them upward toward another window above. A room key flipped out of Yifan's pocket, activating the electricity in the room. Stunned by his audacity, Wang Yao gasped, So this guy had prepared everything in advance? But time was running out. Qin Shou could burst into the room at any moment. The running faucet might buy them a little time, but not much. They had to act fast. Though shocked by Yifan's actions, Wang Yao didn't hesitate. She took the initiative, pushing him onto the bed. In an instant, robes and jackets flew across the room. A scene unfit for young eyes unfolded. As Wang Yao and Yifan grew intimate, she felt a surging warmth from his body, transforming into martial energy that rapidly enhanced her strength. Within minutes, Wang Yao's power had already broken through from the Hua Jin stage to the control realm. At this rate, she'd soon reach Grandmaster level. If she'd had that kind of strength earlier, Qin Shou wouldn't have been able to threaten her. That bastard! The thought of Qin Shou only fueled her fervor. She responded to Yifan's every move with even greater passion. Meanwhile, downstairs in the neighboring room, Qin Shou paced back and forth, glancing repeatedly at his phone on the table. 5 minutes had passed. Why hadn't Wang Yao called yet? 5 minutes was enough time to do a lot. For Qin Shou, 10 seconds was usually sufficient. Let's go check. What the hell is going on? His face twisted with fury. Damn it! Had that bitch Wang Yao really slept with Qing Shaoqing? Sacrificing his own wife to set up Qing Shaoqing. This was not part of the plan. He Chong and the other enforcers nearby stayed silent, not daring to speak. The group crept to the neighboring door and listened. Hearing the sound of running water, Qin Shou relaxed slightly. Still showering. We'll wait a little longer. We'll catch Qing Shaoqing naked, accuse him of rape, and force the Qing family to surrender. That'll be our victory for the higher-ups. He Chong, whose martial prowess was slightly stronger, had already extended his senses into the room. Despite the water noise, he detected no human presence inside. But seeing Qin Shou's dark expression, he decided against speaking up. Still, a bold suspicion formed in his mind. Even if Qin Shou's plan succeeded, he'd already been thoroughly cuckolded. The group returned to wait. Half an hour passed, yet the shower next door showed no other signs of activity. Qin Shou, something's off. Do you think sister-in-law has already? The other young masters exchanged uneasy glances. Shut up. Xiao Yao isn't like that. Qin Shou snapped, though even he didn't believe his own words. Half an hour with no movement. Was that normal? Just as Qin Shou was about to order his men to break down the door, his phone dinged with a notification. The photo had arrived. He Chong, standing closest, glanced at the screen and froze. The image showed Yifan lying on the bed, while Wang Yao, undressed, nestled intimately against him, her lips pressed to his cheek. Below the photo was a caption. Qin Shou, your girlfriend came onto me first. Heh. Very moist. Of course, the man in the photo was Yifan, but his face had been disguised as Qing Shaoqing's. Qin Shou. He Chong hesitated, unable to hand over the phone. The other young masters snatched it, curious. Did sister-in-law send a signal to move? Why are you? Holy shit! Their eyes widened at the explicit image. Is this even allowed without a paywall? Sister-in-law had actually slept with Qing Shaoqing, and she called it moist? Damn! Even though it wasn't their girlfriend, the men felt a deep, collective humiliation. What the hell is it? If it's an action signal, just say so. Qin Shou roared. Not your woman, so you don't care, huh? He snatched the phone and looked down. The moment he registered the image and text, his composure shattered. FCK. God damn it. Qin Shaoqing. I'll kill you. Ah. Qin Shou howled, his mind conjuring visions of endless green plains, a green sky, even his own hair turning emerald. Bam! He flipped the table in rage, then turned on his stunned subordinates. You useless idiots! Why are you just standing there? Break the door down. Or should we wait till they have a kid? He'd been cuckolded. Right under his nose. He'd pursued Wang Yao intending to marry her, and now his wife had slept with the very man he'd tried to frame. How the hell had that bastard done it? How had he made Wang Yao so willing, even posing for photos? Damn it all. Before storming out, Qin Shou kicked a nearby cabinet to splinters. Boom! He led his men in smashing down the neighboring door, cameras ready to expose the scandal. That bastard had slept with his wife. Today, he'd pay with his life. But when the door flew open, the room was empty. Where were they? Wang Yao and Qin Shaoqing had just sent that shameless photo. How could they vanish? The thought of them still entangled somewhere else made Qin Shou's soul feel flayed alive. Worthless trash. How could you lose two full-grown people? Where the hell did they go? Did they evaporate? Find them. Now. Qin Shou had taken 10,000 points of critical damage. Upstairs in the room, Yi Fan could have kept fighting for another 2 hours. But given the current situation, he had to go downstairs to deal with Qin Shou and He Chong. So he had no choice but to take a break for now. Hurry and get dressed. Qin Shou must be miserable by now. Yi Fan got up from the bed, glancing at Wang Yao in his arms with a strange feeling in his heart. Wang Yao squirmed slightly before sitting up. After a slight hesitation, she whispered, "Big brother, that warmth surging through your body. My martial energy has already broken through to the control realm. Big brother, can you take me away?" She looked up at Yi Fan expectantly. "If you're willing to pull me out of this hellhole, I'll serve you for the rest of my life." Wang Yao knew that Yi Fan was a golden opportunity. His extraordinary physique suggested he might be the young master of some ancient martial arts family out for training. Something she just happened to stumble upon. If she didn't seize this chance now, she might never get another. Especially since she had been so intimately involved with Yi Fan today. Qin Shou would never let her off easily afterward. Taking you away, probably not happening. But destroying the Qin family? Easy. Yi Fan smirked, then quickly adjusted his facial features, reverting to his true appearance. "Recognize me now?" "Ha!" Wang Yao gasped when she saw his real face.
Yurre.
"Young Master Yi from the Yi family? But you're supposed to be an idiot." "How?" The Qin family had spent years scheming against the Yi family. Though Wang Yao had never attended their core meetings, she'd picked up bits of information from tagging along with Qin Shou. She knew enough about the Yi family's situation, but she never imagined that the man she'd just slept with was him. Her initial plan had been simple. Sleep with someone to spite Qin Shou when he ordered her to seduce Qin Shaoqing. But instead of Qin Shaoqing, she'd ended up with this prodigy? Wasn't Yi Fan supposed to be a fool? Yet the man before her was anything but stupid. Had he tricked everyone? Thinking about the mysterious downfall of the 3 major families in Yunqing, and now Yi Fan's hidden identity, Wang Yao suddenly understood. He'd been pretending all this time, quietly eliminating anyone who opposed the Yi family. That's a secret. Keep it to yourself.
Yi Fan similate faintly.
Don't worry. Starting today, the Qin family ceases to exist. Even before the Yi family's fall from grace, the Qins had betrayed them at every turn, following orders half-heartedly, and even orchestrating an assassination attempt on Yi Fan 5 years ago. And more recently in the Xuanwu battle zone, his second brother's mission gone wrong? Definitely Qin family involvement. Downstairs, Qin Shou and his bodyguards had overturned beds, ransacked rooms, and torn the place apart. Yet there was no trace of Yi Fan or Wang Yao. What the hell? Did they just vanish into thin air? A magic trick? Qin Shou's face darkened with rage. Find them. I'll have them dismembered. His own girlfriend slept with Qin Shaoqing? If word got out, he'd be humiliated beyond repair. This mission was supposed to be straightforward. Provoke Qin Shaoqing, pressure the Qing family into submission, and weaken the Yi family's influence in turn. But now, everything had spiraled out of control. Recent covert movements from the Yi family had alarmed their enemies. First Jin Shao, then Sun Shao. Both had met untimely ends in Yunqing, infuriating the higher-ups. They couldn't strike the Yi family directly yet, but crushing their allies? That was still on the table. Looking for me, Qin Shao? A deep voice echoed from the doorway. Yifan stood there, arm wrapped around Wang Yao's slender waist, his appearance once again disguised as Qin Shaoqing. Wang Yao, now fully aware of the truth, clung to him shamelessly, pressing herself against him as if she wanted to meld into his body. The legendary prodigy of Daxia. Under normal circumstances, she'd never even get close to someone like him. Yet here she was, Yifan's woman. She wasn't about to let this chance slip away. Ha! Qin Shou's fury turned to utter confusion when he saw them appear from the hallway. What the? They were supposed to be inside the room. How did they get out? Qin Shao. The window. They must have escaped through the window. One of Qin Shou's bodyguards, a martial artist, finally pieced it together. Yifan chuckled. Smart deduction. Yes, we were just upstairs. And let me tell you, your girlfriend is exquisite. With a wicked grin, he pulled Wang Yao into a deep kiss, right in front of Qin Shou. Qin Shao lasted half an hour. A huge upgrade from your 3 seconds. Wang Yao cooed, playing along to provoke Qin Shou further. You! Qin Shou's face twisted with humiliation. The reminder of his shortcomings, paired with Wang Yao's blatant betrayal, sent him into a frenzy. Wang Yao, you filthy whore. Remember who you belong to. Get over here now. First, she'd sent him those photos to taunt him. Now she was rubbing it in his face. Why would I? I'm his woman now. You mean nothing to me. Wang Yao glared at Qin Shou with pure hatred. You ruined my youth. Consider this green hat delivered. Express shipping. Express shipping? The words echoed in Qin Shou's skull like a broken record. He snapped. You bitch. Qin Shaoqing. You son of a... Kill them. Kill them both. This level of disgrace could only be washed away with blood. But as Qin Shou roared, he noticed something odd. Only the bodyguards inside the room moved. The dozens of elite fighters stationed outside? Silent. Motionless. What the? Where the hell are they? Qin Shou whipped his head toward the door. Yifan smirked. No need to look. I already took care of them. I just wanted to bring your girlfriend in here. To piss you off. A slap to the face. This was a blatant, bare-faced insult. A direct, full-force humiliation. How could he tolerate this? Get him. Qin Shou barked at the bodyguards in the room, then sneered at Yifan. Qin Shaoqing, do you really think I don't know your pathetic skills? I don't know how you dealt with those useless idiots outside. But do you honestly believe you can handle my elite experts in here? Over the years, the Qin family had relied on their alliance with the Japanese dogs, acquiring numerous elixirs and martial arts manuals. They had cultivated a group of loyalists and formidable fighters, even amassing several experts at the martial control realm. This was the very reason Qin Gon dared to break away from and betray the Yi family. Even if the Yi family sought revenge, the Qin family believed their martial control experts and a few grandmaster-level fighters would be enough to handle it. But what they didn't know was that, in the Yi family, grandmasters were merely the baseline. The legacy left by Yifan's mother included 4 personal maidservants, all grandmasters, along with 81 elite warriors, most of whom were beyond the grandmaster realm, and other hidden trump cards. Moreover, the formidable organization known as Wandering Souls was another gift from Yifan's mother. And Wandering Souls? It had martial emperor-level powerhouses standing guard. Compared to the Yi family, the Qin family was nothing, not even worth a glance. The most crucial point? Yifan himself had already awakened, his strength now at the martial emperor level. He was standing right in front of Qin Shou, Yet Qin Shou remained completely oblivious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Qin Shou's experts moved swiftly, surrounding Yi Fan and Wang Yao in the blink of an eye. Yet they hesitated to strike immediately. Wang Yao already knew Yi Fan's true identity. She was aware that the Zhao, Wang, and Li families, even the influential Xin Shao from the capital, had all fallen at his hands. This monstrous genius's strength was likely at least at the martial venerable level. 100 Qin Shous wouldn't stand a chance. So, faced with these martial control-level bodyguards, Wang Yao showed no fear. Instead, she spoke up for Yi Fan. Qin Shou, if I were you, I'd kneel and beg for mercy right now. If you're lucky, he might spare your life in a good mood. Spare my ass, you shameless BTCH. After just one night, you're already siding with your new man? FCK. Just wait. I'll have your parents killed when I get back. Wang Yao had been his woman just moments ago. Yet now, not only had she slept with Yi Fan, but she was even speaking up for him. This was like stabbing Qin Shou right in the gut. Qing Shaoqing, your tiny Qing family made a fatal mistake by aligning with the Yi family. The pressure from the Yi family's enemies is already crushing you. How dare you oppose young Master Qin? I suggest you cooperate obediently. He Chong, though sensing something was off, still mustered the courage to persuade Yi Fan as part of Qin Shou's faction. If you cooperate, young Master Qin might consider sparing your family after the mission is complete. Yi Fan had initially planned to eliminate them outright, but He Chong's words piqued his curiosity. Oh, is that so? Maybe I should consider it. No need to think. Qing Shaoqing, you're no match for us. Besides these martial experts, young Master Qin also has Japanese reinforcements. Let me tell you, Miss Yamada Keiko from the Japanese shogunate is already on her way. She's broken through to the martial venerable realm. No matter how strong you are, do you really think you can defeat her? Another young master chimed in smugly. Qin Shou, basking in the flattery, grinned from ear to ear. Qing Shaoqing, for old time's sake, I'll only castrate you and spare your life. Despite his arrogance, the thought of his woman being taken by Yi Fan made Qin Shou's blood boil with humiliation. Yi Fan simply smiled. He already knew Yamada Keiko had reached the martial venerable realm. After all, it was thanks to his spanking and a special pill he'd given her. But was she really coming to help Qin Shou against him? Unlikely. The list of Qin, He, and other Japanese-affiliated families lurking in Huadu had been provided to him by Yamada Keiko herself. She had confirmed Yi Fan's identity as her master. Her mother had once served Yi Fan's own mother as a sword attendant. Yamada Keiko's arrival was likely to help clean up these pests. In that case, there was no need for him to dirty his hands. Qing Shaoqing, are you still asking for death? Surrender now. Seeing Yi Fan hesitate, Qin Shou and He Chong assumed he was afraid. One of the bodyguards even pressed a blade against Yi Fan's neck in threat. Wang Yao grew anxious, gripping Yi Fan's hand tightly. What is young Master Yi waiting for? But Yi Fan wanted to see what other tricks these Qin family scum had up their sleeves. Ah, young Master Qin, how about you tell your men to lower their weapons first? Let's talk properly. How should I cooperate with you? Deliberately provoking, Yi Fan slid a hand around Wang Yao's waist, then brought his fingers to his nose and inhaled. Fragrant. FCK your mother. Qin Shou had been about to entertain Yi Fan's suggestion, planning to manipulate him into compliance. But this blatant provocation shattered his restraint. He drew his sword and slashed at Yi Fan with a furious roar. Ah, watch out! Wang Yao screamed, instinctively trying to push Yi Fan away. With a cold glint in his eyes, Yi Fan channeled a Grandmaster-level burst of energy, effortlessly blocking Qin Shou's strike. A surge of force erupted. Crack, clang. Qin Shou's sword shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. The entire room froze in shock. What the hell? Since when did Qing Shaoqing have such terrifying strength? Now, Qin Shou finally sensed something was wrong. Though this man looked identical to Qing Shaoqing, his aura was entirely different. A dreadful realization crept into Qin Shou's heart. Oh no! My apologies, young Master Qin. I was just so scared. It was a reflex. I'll buy you a new sword later. Okay? Yifan put on a pitiful, trembling act, as if he were some weakling. But no one in the room dared to underestimate him now. This Qing Shaoqing was clearly not the same as before. To shatter a blade barehanded with energy, he was at least a grandmaster. What now? If Qing Shaoqing was this strong, could they even suppress him? As Qin Shou and He Chong stood frozen, Yi Fan spoke again, feigning submission. After careful consideration, I agree with young Master Qin. My humble Qing family should indeed cling to your coattails. Tell me, how should I cooperate? I'd like to secure a future for my family. That Japanese martial venerable terrifies me. I've worked so hard to reach this level. I don't want to lose it all. Wish. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Qin Shou couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, instantly feeling his backbone stiffen with renewed confidence. As expected, it's always better to have powerful backers. Whether it was the black-clad society of Dongying or the general's residence, either of these colossal forces was more than enough to give Qin Shou an immense sense of security. No matter how formidable this Qing Shaoqing is, he's still afraid of Dongying's might. Huh? That's simple. There are just 3 things you need to do, Qin Shou said disdainfully, his voice dripping with suppressed fury. First, since you're being so cooperative, I won't chop off your little bird, but you'll have to sever one of your arms yourself. Damn it! After sleeping with his woman, how could Qin Shou not want to cut off Yifan's manhood? But the problem was, Yifan's current strength had already reached the Grandmaster level. Qin Shou simply didn't have the ability to do it. For now, I'll just keep him in check. Once Miss Yamada Keiko arrives, we'll have him completely at our mercy. Sever my own arm? Why? If I lose my arm, how am I supposed to grope your girlfriend? Yifan deliberately waved his arm mockingly at Qin Shou. His words struck Qin Shou like a knife to the gut. You motherf! Are you seriously never letting this go? Qing Shaoqing. Don't push your luck. He Chong chimed in, playing the role of the smooth-talking enabler. Young Master Qin is already being merciful. Sleeping with someone's girlfriend. Chopping off your junk would be completely justified. Got it? He's only asking for one arm out of respect for your years of brotherhood. Instead of being grateful, you're still running your mouth. The old Qing Shaoqing had been simple-minded, easily swayed. If this were the real Qing Shaoqing, he might have actually fallen for Qin Shou and He Chong's act. But the man standing before them now was Yi Fan. He saw right through their scheme. He was just playing along to see how far they'd take it. Oh? Is that so?
Yi Fan fine thoughts.
Then what's the second thing? The second is just as simple. Qin Shou spoke casually, though a flash of ruthlessness flickered in his eyes. One that Yi Fan caught instantly. Take this packet of powder back and mix it into your parents' and sister's tea. It'll just render them immobile. That way, they'll at least keep their lives. Just render them immobile? Bullshit. This was clearly a ploy to make Qing Shaoqing poison his own family. Yet Qin Shou made it sound like some noble compromise. As for the third thing, Qin Shou continued, go back and steal the official seal of the Qing Corporation. Transfer all its shares to me. That'll ensure your family's safety. After laying out his demands, Qin Shou even patted Yifan's shoulder with feigned sympathy.
Qing Shou, I'm sorry.
It's not that I want to do this to you, but your family's ties to the Yi clan are too close. The higher-ups are forcing our hand. If we don't act, we'll be the ones suffering. So, 1. Sever his own arm, self-mutilation. 2. Poison his parents, filicide. 3. Hand over the family's assets, financial ruin. If Qing Shaoqing actually did all 3, the Qing family would be wiped out. And once that happened, did Qin Shou really think Qing Shaoqing would be left alive? Is it really that dire? Yifan tilted his head, feigning confusion. A few Dongying martial experts? If they push us too far, we'll just fight to the death. I'm not scared. Why is young Master Qin so afraid? He pressed further. Who exactly are these higher-ups you keep mentioning? If I'm going to die, at least let me know why. Qin Shou narrowed his eyes, studying Yifan. He couldn't tell if the man was acting or genuinely clueless. But since Yamada Keiko was about to arrive, there was no harm in revealing the truth. Qing Shaoqing, you're oversimplifying things. Qin Shou smirked. The Dongying forces are just support. The real powers moving against your family are Tang Zheng, the elder from Shangjing, and Zhang, the elder from the northwest. He leaned in, lowering his voice. Let me be blunt, Zhang Feng, Elder Zhang's grandson, is already on his way, and he's bringing experts from Juyo, one of the 4 great holy lands. Do you really think your Qing family, or that Yi family fool, can withstand that? Zhang Feng himself is making a move, and he's mobilized Juyo's forces? So the elders were finally stepping out of the shadows, no longer content with pulling strings from behind the scenes. Humph. It seemed Yi Fan wouldn't need to keep up his fool act much longer. If the elders were personally intervening, then the masterminds behind them would soon surface as well. And when that happened, it'll be time for the Yi family to settle the score with those butchers once and for all. Oh, so it's them. Yi Fan nodded as if everything suddenly made sense. Then, without warning, he pulled Wang Yao into his lap and sat down on a nearby chair. The brazen act left Qin Shou and his lackeys stunned. What the hell are you doing? One of Qin Shou's underlings barked. We told you to cut off your arm. Why haven't you done it yet? Capturing Qing Shaoqing and by extension the Qing family would earn them immense favor with their superiors. The rewards would be substantial. Yi Fan crossed his legs, his lips curling into a chilling smile. Am I an idiot? Why would I cut off my own arm? You want to demonstrate first. You! The underling seethed but hesitated, glancing at Qin Shou for guidance. Qin Shou shook his head subtly. Don't act recklessly. Miss Yamada is already downstairs. Once she arrives, this will be over. The room fell into tense silence. Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood up and walked to the water pitcher. He poured the entire packet of powder Qin Shou had given him into it, stirring until it dissolved. Then, he filled several cups and held them out to Qin Shou's group. Young Master Qin, you claimed this powder only weakens people. Since I'm unfamiliar with its effects, why don't you test it for me first? Hiss! The sight of the faintly glowing green liquid made Qin Shou, He Chong, and the others recoil instinctively, their faces paling. Their superiors had been clear. This was a lethal poison. A single grain could kill 10 elephants. And Yi Fan had just dumped the entire packet into the pitcher. Who in their right mind would drink that? Why are you backing away?
Yi Fan taunted.
Didn't you say this was just soft gold powder, harmless beyond temporary weakness? His gaze locked onto He Chong. Brother He, you were the most vocal earlier. Come, bottoms up. Set an example for the others. He Chong's legs trembled under the weight of that piercing stare. Q Qing Shao, you're joking. He forced a shaky laugh. This medicine is meant to save your parents and family. It'd be a waste to use it here. Oh? If it's life-saving medicine. Yi Fan's grin turned predatory. Then consider this your chance to be saved. Drink. I'm eager to see its effects firsthand. His smile was downright terrifying. A wave of dread washed over Qin Shou and his men. For the first time, they smelled the stench of death in the air. This drug is blatantly a lethal poison. Who here would dare drink it? Qin Shou, He Chong, and the others kept shoving each other, all retreating to the back of the room. Wang Yao watched these worthless scum with sheer satisfaction, reveling in her vengeance. That vile Qin Shou finally gets his comeuppance. Humph! Back then, he forced himself on me, ruined my youth, but fortunately, I met young Master Yi. You claimed this drug would only make someone's parents pass out, didn't you? Then drink it. Wang Yao glared at Qin Shou. Qin Shou, your wicked deeds will be your downfall. You won't escape retribution. No one else's words could wound Qin Shou as deeply as Wang Yao's. Wang Yao, you filthy wench. Don't think I won't make you pay. Mark my words. Once I settle matters with the Qing family, you're next. You'll regret this. Truthfully, Qin Shou was the one drowning in regret. Had he known it would come to this, he would never have sent Wang Yao to seduce Qing Shaoqing. Now, he had lost both his pawn and his own standing. Humph. Still dreaming of revenge. Wang Yao sneered. Qin Shou, do you even have the life left to come after me? She knew Yi Fan's true identity, that the Yi and Qin families were mortal enemies. Yi Fan's presence here today, posing as Qin Shaoqing, could only mean one thing. He had come for Qin Shou. Moreover, Wang Yao harbored a colossal secret she hadn't yet revealed to Yi Fan. Qin Shou, have you forgotten? She pressed. Those video records you showed me, proof you and the Qin family patriarch hunted down the Yi family's second young master? If those materials fall into the hands of the Yi family, what fate awaits you? Qin Shou's face paled instantly. Wang Yao, you goddamn liar, he roared. When did I ever hunt the Yi heir? When did I record any videos? You're digging your own grave. His gaze flicked to Qin Shaoqing, his stomach twisting with dread. This impostor's power surpassed everyone present. If Qin Shaoqing escaped and reported this to the Yi family, the Qin clan was finished. Though the Yi family had suffered recent blows, their full retaliation could still cripple the Qins. Meanwhile, Yi Fan's brow furrowed, his piercing gaze locking onto Wang Yao. She nodded. I'm not lying. Qin Shou has a hidden base, stocked with treasures, along with videos and recordings. One of them supposedly captured the hunt for the Yi heir. She revealed everything. He took me there once when he was drunk. A recording of the ambush? Yi Fan's eyes flashed dangerously. Qin Shou documented the attack? Though Yi Fan had reclaimed his late brother's map fragment, identifying the direct perpetrators remained a challenge. The Yi family's resources could eventually trace them, but time was running short. After resolving matters in the Black Tortoise region, Yi Fan had to race to the Vermilion Bird region for clues to his elder brother's map piece. The scattered fragments of the Celestial Vault's divine map were too crucial. Not one could fall into enemy hands. What's the holdup? Yi Fan's voice turned glacial. He seized a teacup and shoved it into He Chang's hands. 3 seconds. Drink. His murderous intent was palpable. These spoiled young masters had planned to cripple Qin Shaoqing, poison his parents, and annihilate the Qin family. How ruthless. Had Qin Shaoqing faced this alone, without Yi Fan's intervention, what chance would he have had? And Qin Rulan. She had risked everything, pledging herself to Yi Fan in desperation. If she died now, the guilt would haunt him forever. Every move these scum made targeted the Yi family. Worse, they had participated in his brother's murder. None of them will leave here alive. Why, young Master Qin, please? He Chang stammered, the cup trembling in his hands. This is a joke, right? One sip would spell instant death. He'd rather die than drink it. Do I look like I'm joking? Yi Fan's aura erupted. His fingers clamped onto He Chang's forearm. Crack. Bones shattered. He Chang's arm went limp, screaming in agony. 2 seconds left. Drink, or give me one reason not to kill you. Arg. My arm. Goddamn. He Chang bit back his curses, choking under Yi Fan's glare. But the offer of survival spurred his desperate mind. Earlier suspicions crystallized this couldn't be Qin Shaoqing. And Wang Yao wouldn't betray her own if it were truly him. So who had the power to impersonate Qin Shaoqing? Only one name came to mind, Yi Fan. Though rumors painted him still a fool, the Thunderbolt physician had confirmed Yi Fan's intermittent lucidity. And Xin Shao, grandson of the Tang family's elder, had fallen to Yi Fan's hand. Would he stand idle while his brother-in-law was tormented? Heart-pounding, He Chang blurted, I confess. I'll expose Qin Shou's crimes against the Yi family. Words poured out like spilled beans. 5 years ago, Yunqing's Zhao family staged the hit on young Master Yi Qin Shou, and his father orchestrated it with Patriarch Lu Ran. 2 years back, the third madam's death? Not natural. Qin Shou poisoned her himself. The Yi chefs? All Qin plants. Right now, Qin Zhan's rallying dissenters in the Heavenly Dragon Army. He Chang stole glances at Yi Fan's expression. The flicker of fury confirmed it. This is Yi Fan. Impersonating Qin Shaoqing proved his clarity, and that overwhelming aura? Beyond Grandmaster level. Every trap Qin Shou laid today was a joke. Damn your uncle. He-chang, are you trying to kill me? What the hell? When did I ever? Upon hearing He-chang's words, Qin-shou was so agitated he nearly jumped out of his skin. He-chang was Qin-shou's most loyal comrade. They did everything together. As a result, He-chang was privy to nearly all of Qin-shou's plans. Moreover, the He and Qin families were deeply intertwined. Every move the Qin family made, the He family was right there with them. That was why Qin-shou trusted He-chang so implicitly. But now, his most trusted brother had suddenly stabbed him in the back. Qin-shou was still struggling to process it. What the hell does He-chang want? On top of that, the woman he loved most had betrayed him today. At this moment, Qin-shou felt like some pitiful protagonist from a tragic novel, betrayed by his brother, cuckolded by his woman. If this were a story, wouldn't this be the part where he starts his epic comeback? But today, Qin-shou couldn't shake the feeling that he was doomed. This is a really bad sign. He glanced at Qin Shaoqing, utterly baffled. What kind of madness has possessed He-chang? What's the point of spilling all these secrets to Qin Shaoqing? Once Miss Yamada Keiko arrives, Qin Shaoqing will be sent straight to the underworld. There's no way he can relay this information to the Yi family in time. Meanwhile, after hearing He-chang's words, a cold smirk crept onto Yi Fan's face. The Qin family has some nerve, daring to target the Heavenly Dragon Army? The Heavenly Dragon Army was the foundation of the Yi family. Yi Fan's enemies had gone to great lengths to eliminate 10 of the Yi family's core descendants in a single day, all to shatter the morale of the Heavenly Dragon Army, to make them believe the Yi family was finished, that the Yi banner was about to fall. But even they wouldn't dare stir up trouble within the Heavenly Dragon Army itself. Under Yi Fan's piercing glare, Qin-shou felt an overwhelming pressure constrict his heart, as if it were about to skip a beat. What's going on here? Why are so many people knocked out? I haven't even started yet. Just as Qin-shou was on the verge of pissing himself, a graceful figure flashed through the doorway. Yamada Keiko had arrived, her martial aura surging violently. Hearing her voice, Qin-shou felt as though he'd been granted divine salvation. Miss Keiko, my savior, you're finally here. If you'd come any later, your loyal servant would have been a goner. Quick! Please take down that despicable pair at once. Qin-shou exhaled in relief, nearly leaping with joy as he pointed accusingly at Yi Fan and Wang Yao. The other men around Qin-shou also relaxed visibly at the sight of Yamada Keiko. Our savior has arrived. Miss Keiko, we're counting on you today. Qin Shaoqing, you're dead. It's too late for regrets now. Let me tell you, what we asked of you earlier was nothing. Qin-shou set this whole trap up to wipe out your Qin family. Who told you to side with the Yi family? The group cheered excitedly, their faces alight with triumph. But He-chang, standing beside Qin-shou, felt no joy whatsoever. After exposing Qin-shou's crimes, Yi Fan had stopped targeting him, which could only mean one thing. The information he'd revealed had struck a chord with Yi Fan. This Qin Shaoqing was undoubtedly Yi Fan in disguise. If that were the case, then Yi Fan must have come prepared. Even Shen Xiao, a man with a martial master-level expert at his side, had fallen to Yi Fan. What good could Yamada Keiko possibly do now? What Qin-shou and He-chang didn't know was an even harsher truth. After being spanked by Yi Fan, Yamada Keiko had confirmed his identity and sworn allegiance to him. Her visit today was never about helping Qin-shou. It was about cleaning house for Yi Fan. Take them down? Why should I? Yamada Keiko smirked coldly, then glanced at Yi Fan. With the heightened perception of a martial master, she instantly recognized the familiar aura emanating from him. This is you. Though Yi Fan's appearance was altered, he hadn't bothered concealing his energy. Yamada Keiko immediately realized. This man was the same one she'd encountered at the delivery company. Yi Fan. He'd disguised himself as Qin Shaoqing and beaten her to Qin-shou's hideout. Quick-witted as ever, Yamada Keiko grasped Yi Fan's plan at once. He was using himself as bait, infiltrating the enemy's ranks to lure them into exposing themselves. Seeing Yi Fan's subtle nod of confirmation, Yamada Keiko smiled and bowed respectfully. She was more than satisfied with her new master. A few spankings had granted her that incredible surge of energy, and a single pill had propelled her straight to the martial master realm. Thank heavens she'd met him first. Otherwise, she might have ended up fighting for the shogunate and the Black Robe Society against him. Miss Keiko, what are you waiting for? Why are you bowing to him? Her bizarre behavior left Chin Shou's men utterly bewildered. We're all counting on you to show us what you've got. Yamada Keiko's expression darkened as she turned a razor-sharp glare on the young master who'd spoken. Since when do I answer to you? Get lost. The moment her voice rang out, her martial energy erupted. Streaks of formidable force lashed out like whips, striking everyone in the room with precision. Boom! Boom! Under the crushing might of a martial master's power, dozens of men were sent flying, slamming into the walls before collapsing unconscious or worse. Only Chin Shou and Hichong remained standing. Miss Keiko, what's the meaning of this? Why attack your own allies? Chin Shou's pupils dilated in shock. He was completely lost. Yamada Keiko represented the shogunate and the Black Robe Society, the Chin family's greatest backers. How could their strongest pillar collapse so suddenly? And without warning? Master, the small fry have been dealt with. What should we do with these two? Under Chin Shou's stunned gaze, Yamada Keiko strode up to Yi Fan and bowed deeply. Then, with utmost deference, she pressed her ample chest against Yi Fan's arm and began massaging it gently. Master, you must be tired. Is this pressure to your liking? Ha! Chin Shou had completely lost his mind. What was wrong with this world? His greatest reliance, Yamada Keiko, a powerhouse from the east, a martial sovereign realm expert, had actually addressed Qin Shaoqing as master? Was he hearing things? Miss Keiko, have you mistaken his identity? This is Qin Shaoqing. You called him master. But someone of your noble status shouldn't debase yourself like this. Qin Shou felt profoundly humiliated. In Qin Shou's eyes, Qin Shaoqing had always been a worthless fool, someone he thoroughly despised. And now, his greatest ally had fallen to her knees before that very same Qin Shaoqing. Yi Fan sat calmly on the sofa, leisurely enjoying the massage services from both Wang Yao and Yamada Keiko, his expression utterly relaxed. Mistaken identity? Impossible. Yamada Keiko smiled faintly. How could I forget this person's scent? Isn't that right, Master? I originally planned to deal with them myself, but you beat me to it. Your second elder brother died by their hands. Hearing Yamada Keiko's words, Hichong beside them had already sunk into complete despair. There was no mistake. The Qin Shaoqing before them was not Qin Shaoqing at all, but Yi Fan himself. Realization dawned on Qin Shou as he processed Yamada Keiko's words. His second brother? Then, recalling the information Hichong had just disclosed to Qin Shaoqing, Qin Shou finally understood. You're not Qin Shaoqing. You're Yi Fan. You're Yi Fan. You were never a fool. You've been deceiving us? Once he grasped the truth, Qin Shou's rage burned even hotter at Hichong beside him. This bastard had already suspected something was wrong. Yet he didn't bother to warn him. Instead, he had betrayed Qin Shou, exposing all his schemes against the Yi family. At the time, Qin Shou had foolishly believed that this Qin Shaoqing wouldn't have the chance to relay that crucial information to the Yi family. But never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that the man standing before him was Yi Fan himself. Not too slow. Took you long enough? Yi Fan sneered, no longer bothering to maintain the act. With a few deft movements of his hands across his face, his features shifted back to their true form. The truth was now laid bare before Qin Shou and Hichong, and the two of them finally cracked under the pressure, collapsing limply onto the floor. It's over. It's all over. Completely over. The Qin and He families had once been the Yi family's most loyal vassals. Yet over the years they had grown increasingly duplicitous, distancing themselves from the Yi family. Worse still, they had colluded with those Eastern dogs, committing countless atrocities against the Yi family. Did Yi Fan have any reason to spare them? Well then, begin your performance. cut off one of your arms, then take this medicinal powder back and let your families taste its effects. Finally, will you hand over your respective families' shares willingly, or must I resort to force? Sitting leisurely on the sofa, Yifan coolly outlined their fates. Every single punishment he listed coincidentally mirrored the exact methods Qin Shou and He Chong had originally planned to use against him. Maim him, poison his parents, destroy his family. Damn it! Qin Shou and He Chong lay sprawled on the ground, utterly defeated, their faces devoid of hope, hearts drowning in regret. Had they known things would turn out like this, they never would have been so ruthless earlier. They had practically dug their own graves, jumped in willingly, and were now burying themselves alive. How stupid I was. So stupid, really? Qin Shou, overwhelmed by the sheer shock of it all, muttered incoherently while slapping himself across the face. Had today's operation succeeded, had they toppled the Qing family, they would have reaped immense rewards. But now, the entire Qin family was doomed because of this. Young Master Qin, let's just get this over with. The less resistance, the less suffering we'll endure. He Chong glanced at Yifan's razor-sharp gaze before turning to persuade Qin Shou. At this point, all the bodyguards and fighters they had brought lay defeated, crushed by Yifan and Yamada Keiko. Yamada Keiko was already a martial sovereign powerhouse, and yet she addressed Yifan as Master. What did that say about Yifan's strength? Any further struggle would be utterly futile. It's all your fault, you bastard. Why didn't you warn me? I'll strangle you. Qin Shou, still lost in his daze, suddenly lunged at He Chong when he heard those words, clawing and biting like a rabid beast. He Chong retaliated just as fiercely. Slaps, punches, kicks, they even resorted to using their teeth, tearing chunks of flesh from each other as they rolled across the floor in a savage brawl. Master, this? Yamada Keiko shot Yifan a questioning look at the spectacle before them. Let the dogs fight. Just make sure they don't escape. Yifan remained calm, silently watching their performance. The moment he revealed his true identity to them, he had already sealed their fates. The Qin and He families, two of the Yi family's most essential vassal households, had not only failed to stand with the Yi family in its darkest hour but had actively participated in its annihilation. Yifan would never let them walk free. By the time Qin Shou and He Chong exhausted themselves and finally stopped fighting, they resembled nothing human. Their scalps were nearly bald from all the hair torn out, their noses split open, their bodies missing entire chunks of flesh from multiple bites. Call your father. Tell him Yifan is coming to pay him a visit, and that he should prepare accordingly. Yifan gestured, and Yamada Keiko immediately retrieved Qin Shou's phone from his pocket, handing it to him to make the call. Qin Shou's mind blanked once more. What the hell was Yifan plotting now? He was letting him make a call? Wasn't he afraid Qin Shou might leak the truth? During the fight with He Chong, Qin Shou had contemplated warning his family multiple times, but with Yifan and Yamada Keiko watching his every move, he hadn't dared act. Young Master Yi, I wouldn't dare. Please, just end me now. After witnessing Yifan's power firsthand, Qin Shou feared that letting him make this call was just another cruel taunt. Yifan might have even worse torture in store for him afterward. Did I ask for your opinion? Dial the number? Or would you prefer I deal with you first? Yifan's icy rebuke sent Qin Shou trembling. Okay, I'll call. With shaking hands, Qin Shou dialed his father, Qin Zhan. Father, the plan failed. The man who came to meet me today wasn't Qin Shaoqing. It was Yifan. My damn arm is broken. All my men are down. He says he's coming to our estate to meet you. In a panic, Qin Shou reported the situation, his eyes flickering repeatedly toward Yifan. Seeing no immediate reaction, he sighed inwardly in relief. Father, you absolutely must invite third uncle and his friends over. They have to come. As he spoke, a dark glint flashed in Qin Shou's eyes. Humph, Yifan, you're the one digging your own grave this time, since you're foolish enough not to kill me now. Once I return to the Qin estate, third uncle's associates, already en route to Huadu, will join forces with us. With the power of the 9 nether abysses expert backing us, what can you and Yamada Keiko possibly do against us? The friends Qin Shou referred to were none other than Zhang Feng, the grandson of Elder Zhang Gu, and the mighty experts he had summoned from the 9 nether abyss. With them on his side, Qin Shou believed he still had a chance to turn the tables. Little did he know, this was only the beginning of his nightmare. After hanging up the phone, Qin Shou looked at Yi Fan with unease. Young Master Yi, I've made the call. What now? Little did Qin Shou know what awaited him.
Yi Fan similete faintly.
You both spelled out your own fates earlier. Must I do it myself? Break your own arm. If I intervene, it won't be as simple. A single sharp glance from Yi Fan made Qin Shou feel as if a venomous snake had locked onto him, sending chills down his spine. I'll do it. I'll do it. If only I'd known the fate I described for Qing Shaoqing would befall me, he thought bitterly. I shouldn't have been so cruel earlier. Karma's come around, and now it's my turn. Trembling, Qin Shou picked up an ashtray from the table, channeled his internal energy, and hesitated before smashing it onto his wrist. His hand faltered at the last moment. Allow me. He Chong, growing impatient, snatched the ashtray and brought it down hard on Qin Shou's arm. Crack! A crisp sound followed as Qin Shou's arm bent at a grotesque 90-degree angle, white bone jutting out. The pain sent him leaping into the air. I'll thank you. Thank your whole damn family. Qin Shou roared. Who asked for your help? Huh. Fuck. He was livid. Is he Chong in such a hurry to lick Yi Fan's boots? Don't forget, Qin Shou seethed. The Qin family has more than just Japanese backing. If I make it back to the Qin compound alive, third uncle's allies will arrive, and Yi Fan's days will be numbered. Give it here. My turn now. Still fuming from their earlier scuffle, Qin Shou yanked the ashtray from Yi Chong. Crack! Yi Chong's arm snapped in turn. Only then did Qin Shou feel slightly balanced. Nearby, Wang Yao watched, exhaling in relief. Finally, after all this humiliation, justice at last. Yet, recalling how Qin Shou had destroyed her purity, her rage still simmered. Young Master Yi, she ventured. May I punish him myself? She had to make him pay. Do as you please, Yi Fan replied, admiring her slender waist. Though she'd slept with him for revenge, she was his woman now, and he saw no reason to refuse. Thank you. Blushing, she pecked his cheek, then snatched a broken chair leg and marched toward Qin Shou. His face darkened. Wang Yao, what the hell are you doing? You lay a hand on me, and I swear. He turned to Yi Fan, desperate. I obeyed you. Aren't you gonna stop her?
Yi Fan simirket.
This is between you two. But mark my words, Wang Yao is mine now. Harm a single hair on her head, and I'll make you beg for death. Qin Shou's last hope shattered. So I'm just supposed to stand here and take it? Xiao Yao, he pleaded, forcing a grin. Spare my face at least. Ignoring him, Wang Yao swung downward, twice, squarely at his crotch. Thud, thud. Qin Shou froze. Did I just hear watermelons explode? A second later, searing agony erupted between his legs, as if something vital had disconnected. Aha! His eggs were gone. His future, his harem ruined. You fucking bitch! Clutching his mangled groin, he convulsed on the floor. Instinctively, he lunged at her, until Shan Tianhuizi's icy glare froze him mid-swing. Thwack! 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 Wang Yao struck another half-dozen times, reducing his toothpick to pulp before tossing the leg aside. Satisfied. Wah, mommy me. Qin Shou collapsed, sobbing uncontrollably, drool and tears mixing on his face. The psychological damage far outweighed the physical. He Chong shuddered with each hit, his own crotch turning phantom cold. Thank God I didn't send my girl after Yi Fan, he thought, or I'd be next. Let's go. The Qin family awaits. Yi Fan's face shifted, morphing back into Qin Shaoqing's guise. Qin Shou and He Chong nearly lost their minds. This bastard's still acting weak. When Qin's experts see Qin Shaoqing, they'll underestimate him, and walk into a slaughter. Diabolical. Thud. Thud. Before they could protest, Shan Tianhuizi knocked them out cold, dragging them away like ragdolls. Wang Yao clung to Yi Fan. The Qin mansion is dangerous. They're allied with Tang Zheng, the elder of Shangjing, and the grandson of Northwest Elder Zhang hired elites from the Nine Abysses sect. What if, though she'd only sought revenge, she now feared for him?
Ye fan chocolate.
I came to stir chaos. Let them bring their worst. I'll ensure they leave memorably. Tang Zheng's grandson, Xin Xiao, already sent to the afterlife. The Zhang family? Time to bleed. As for Zhang Feng's arrival in Huadu, he's just delivering his head on a platter. Having mastered an ancient divine array, Yi Fan planned to deploy it at Yi Manor, testing its might firsthand. And with the hidden Xuanji Pavilion's martial emperor Yu Chang backing him, he feared nothing. Hua capital inside the Qin family estate. Qin Zhan was repeatedly urging his subordinates to call Qin Shou. Still can't get through? Today, Qin Shou took so many elite bodyguards with him. Not a single one can be reached. Qin Zhan's face was livid. He had just received a call from his son saying he had been beaten up by Yi Fan. This left Qin Zhan deeply confused. Wasn't Yi Fan supposed to be an idiot? Hadn't his mental condition not fully recovered yet? Wasn't Lei Chenjue supposed to be treating him? How had Yi Fan suddenly arrived in Hua capital? Moreover, Qin Zhan knew exactly what Qin Shou had planned today. Acting on orders from the elders, Qin Shou was supposed to meet with Qin Shaoqing, set up a honey trap, and force Qin Shaoqing to betray his family, thereby weakening the Qin family and intimidating other factions aligned with the Yi family. Just as Qin Zhan was about to call back for details, he realized Qin Shou's number was unreachable. He Chang's phone wasn't working either. Not a single bodyguard sent with Qin Shou could be contacted. Qin Zhan was beginning to sense something was wrong. Yesterday, Xin Xiao, the grandson of Tang Zhang, a high-ranking elder, had already made a move against Qin Shaoqing, swindling even Qin Shaoqing's father. But after Yi Fan intervened, Xin Xiao had died in a fire. Was Yi Fan really as dumb as he seemed? Patriarch, they've been trying for 10 minutes. No one can get through, said a bespectacled, middle-aged man standing beside Qin Zhan, his expression troubled. Patriarch, do you think our plan has been exposed? Otherwise, why didn't Qin Shaoqing show up today? Instead, Yi Fan came and even wants to visit Qin Manor. What exactly does this mean? Qin Zhan frowned, feeling equally unsettled. Exactly. This was the very question gnawing at him. Was Yi Fan still mentally impaired, or had he regained his senses? No one knew for sure. He had no idea what had transpired at the hotel earlier either. Yi Fan's sudden appearance left Qin Zhan uneasy. An exposure of our plans seems unlikely, Qin Zhan muttered after a pause. If Yi Fan shows up today, we'll greet him cordially, on the surface at least. Later, young Master Zhang Feng, the Juyo faction, and envoys from the Eastern Isles Black Garment Society, and the shogunate will gather here to discuss countermeasures against the Yi family. If Yi Fan dares to come, he'll be walking straight into a trap. The Yi family's 10 core disciples had already been eliminated, leaving only a feeble old man and a fool. But just when their enemies thought finishing them off would be easy, they were met with unexpected resistance. In just over a week, the factions and schemes deployed in Yunqing by higher powers had all failed. The forces lying in wait there had been nearly wiped out by the Yi family. Now that Yi Fan had appeared in Hua capital, Qin Zhan had an ominous premonition. Chaos was about to erupt here as well. Issue the order. Activate the Qin family's deadliest assassins. We've raised them all these years, and now's the time for them to repay us. Additionally, have the enhanced crossbowmen lie in ambush. They await my signal. If they could eliminate Yi Fan within the Qin estate today, the Qin family would rise to fame overnight. Furthermore, eliminating a major threat for their superiors would surely earn them significant rewards. Once all preparations were complete, Qin Zhan gathered the Qin family's core members at the manor gates, ready to receive their guest. When Yi Fan and Wang Yao arrived at the Qin estate's entrance with the battered, unconscious Qin Shou, Qin Zhan and his men were just stepping out. Meanwhile, He Chong and the other young masters were held under guard by Yamada Keiko, handed over to Guoli at another location. Yi Fan intended to deal with the Qin family personally before settling accounts with the others. Not a single traitor to the Qin family would be spared. Yi Fan could have obliterated the entire Qin family outright, but upon learning that Qin Zhan had covertly allied with rogue generals in the Tianlong army, scheming to stir rebellion, he knew he had to uncover the truth personally and purge the military of those traitors. Young Master Qing? Why are you here? Didn't young Master Yi come? Qin Zhan, seeing Yi Fan disguised as Qing Shaocheng, had no idea he was actually facing Yi Fan himself. What's the matter, Uncle Qin? Not happy to see me? Qin Shou and I are like brothers. Yi Fan smirked darkly before dragging the unrecognizably beaten Qin Shou out of the car. I was drinking with my brother Qin Shou and my brother-in-law Yi Fan, but Qin Shou just had to provoke him. You know how my brother-in-law is. His mind isn't quite right. So, well, I felt so bad about it that I personally escorted Qin Shou back. Geez, he's so heavy, probably ate too much. Could someone give me a hand here? Bam! Just as Qin Shou was halfway out of the car, Yi Fan deliberately let go, letting Qin Shou's head smash straight into the ground. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly in the air. My boy! You bastard! Qing Shaoqing! What the hell are you doing? Qin Zhan roared, charging forward furiously. You did that on purpose, didn't you? From barely 2 feet up. Yet Qin Shou's skull had crushed inward from the impact. Combined with his other injuries, even if Qin Shou somehow survived, he'd be a vegetable. Uncle Qin, how could you accuse me like that? It was an accident. My hands slipped. Pure clumsiness.
Yi Fan feigned indignation.
How could someone as kind-hearted as me possibly have ill intentions? Qin Zhan was trembling with rage, yet he could hardly argue. Qin Shou and I were such good friends. Why, I even promised him I'd take care of his girlfriend after his little issue down there. Isn't that what bros do? Yi Fan grinned, pulling Wang Yao possessively into his arms. His issue. Qin Zhan's face paled. He frantically yanked open Qin Shou's pants, only to find a bloody, mangled mess. You fucking... Qin Zhan nearly exploded with fury. Among his generation, Qin Zhan was one of 3 brothers, but Qin Shou was the only male heir-born to the next generation. Qin Shou was the Qin family's last hope, and now his reproductive organs were pulp. Their bloodline was finished. To make matters worse, Qin Shou's girlfriend, Wang Yao, was shamelessly cuddling up to Qing Shaoqing. Right in front of him was this humiliation being personally delivered to his doorstep. Qin Zhan was seething, but he still had a plan. However infuriated he had to swallow it. For now, if Yi Fan truly was still a fool, their best move was to manipulate Qing Shaoqing into delivering him straight into their hands. And to do that, they had to keep Qing Shaoqing on their side. Young Master Qing, you really are a loyal friend to my son. I appreciate it. Qin Zhan forced a stiff smile. Since you went through the trouble of bringing him back, why not come inside for tea? We have matters to discuss. Little did he know, every tactic he was preparing had already been tried and failed by Qin Shou. And the person before him wasn't Qing Shaoqing at all, but Yi Fan. Clueless, Qin Zhan remained oblivious. Like a clown, about to begin his pitiful performance. A few more friends will be joining us shortly. I'll introduce them to young Master Qing as well. Qin Zhan remained oblivious to the events unfolding at the Huadu Grand Hotel. The Qing family's young master, Qing Shaoqing, seemed rather dim-witted to him, and Qin Zhan had already made up his mind. He would win over Qing Shaoqing to fulfill the mission handed down by his superiors. Since Qin Shou's plan to bait Qing Shaoqing with a girlfriend had failed, Qin Zhan opted for another approach. Instead, he would flaunt the Qin family's formidable resources behind the scenes and cater to Qing Shaoqing's every whim. Perhaps the young master could be swayed after all? The Qing family had aligned themselves with the Yi family, and now they were suffering the consequences. Surely, they must have felt the mounting pressure. Moreover, that fool of a Yi family heir only brought trouble to the Qings. With a little manipulation, pulling the Qings to his side shouldn't be difficult. That sounds fine, Yifan replied mildly, smiling. He had come to the Qing residence today precisely to stir up trouble. He couldn't care less if things escalated. Upon entering the hall, he saw it was already filled with the Qing family's core members. Their expressions darkened the moment they spotted him. After all, they had just received news that Qin Shou had sustained severe injuries during his meeting with Qing Shaoqing. The Qin family's foundations were already shaking. Let's all give young Master Qing a warm welcome, Qin Zhan announced, shooting a meaningful glance at the crowd. If not for his intervention to stop that idiot Yifan, Xiao Shou might not have made it back alive. From now on, young Master Qing is one of us. The tense atmosphere eased slightly at his words. Once seated, Qin Zhan wasted no time cutting to the chase. Young Master Qing, ever since your sister, Qing Rulin, announced her engagement to that fool Yifan, your family has faced relentless suppression. You must have noticed, yes? His gaze sharpened. Have you considered another path for the Qing family? Has the old fox finally lost his patience? Yifan smirked inwardly, but his face lit up as if he had found an ally. Absolutely. Uncle Qin, you've hit the nail on the head. My sister must have lost her mind to pledge herself to that imbecile Yifan. That idiot only causes trouble for the Qings. Just yesterday, he attacked the grandson of a Shangjing magnate. Such a massive scandal with no way out. Honestly, I've been so worried I can't even sleep. Playing along, he leaned in. Uncle Qin, do you have any suggestions? Seeing how easily Qing Shaoqing took the bait, Qin Zhan exchanged triumphant glances with his family. If he's this gullible, controlling him will be effortless. Young master, I'm speaking to you as if you were my own nephew. Qin Zhan lowered his voice conspiratorially. Truth is, the Shangjing magnate you mentioned works for us. If you withdraw the Qings from the Yi alliance, I can put in a good word. He puffed out his chest proudly at the confession. Moreover, we have powerful backers, the Black Garment Society and the Shogunate in Yamato. All our core members hold Yamato green cards. Should anything go wrong, we can flee there for sanctuary. With that status, no one would dare touch us. And let's not forget, his voice dropped further. The Northwest's Elder Zhang also has deep ties with us. Qin Zhan had resolved to secure Qing Shaoqing today, whether willingly or permanently. So he laid all his cards on the table, divulging every secret of his shadowy patrons to Yifan. Really?
Yifan fine skepticism.
But publicly, you're still a vassal of the Yi family, aren't you? Shouldn't you stand with them? Why collude with Yamato? His eyes narrowed. And you're urging me to abandon the Yi alliance. Are you trying to drive a wedge between us? Qin Zhan scoffed. A vassal of the Yi family? Ha! Young master, your intel is outdated. That arrangement ended 5 years ago. We foresaw the downfall looming over the Yi family and wisely cut ties. Otherwise, your Qing family would be suffering our fate. He smirked. Still don't believe me? Fine. Let me show you something. Pulling out his phone, he unlocked an encrypted file and played a video before Yifan. The footage was shaky but clear. A group of armed men chasing a wounded figure. The sight sent a jolt through Yifan. Second brother, Yi Lianjuan. Yi family's second young master? His fists clenched under the table as he scrutinized the pursuers. Qin family elites, members of the He family, and others he recognized all too well. These were the murderers who hunted my brother? This was filmed a week ago, during our operation to eliminate Yi Lianjuan. Qin Zhan declared proudly as he pocketed his phone. Now you understand, we knew the Yi family was doomed long ago. We chose wisely. His grin widened. With only that old relic Yi Changfeng and their fool of an heir left, what can they possibly do? Even if they rely on the Dragon Legion, we've already bribed several of their commanders. When the time comes, we'll seize control of the entire army. Such ruthlessness, were it not for the intelligence from Yamada Keiko, Yifan might never have uncovered the full extent of the Qin family's treachery in time. Young Master Qing, stop hesitating. Qin Zhan pressed eagerly, sensing Yifan's wavering. Bring the Qings to our side. Any conditions you have, just name them. If I can't deliver them myself, I'll appeal to those above me. Anything? Yifan's gaze flickered sideways, landing on a still graceful middle-aged woman. Yang Ro, Qin Zhan's wife. A wicked smile curled his lips. Uncle Qin, I've noticed Aunt Yang is still quite charming. He leaned back leisurely. I don't ask for much, just women. Silence. Then, you insolent brat. Qin Zhan exploded, slamming his hands on the table. First, this Qing Shaoqing stole his son's girlfriend, and now he set his sights on his wife. The sheer audacity. Yifan remained calm as he arrived. Uncle Qin, didn't you just say that I could make any request? Are you going back on your word now? Qin Zhan's face darkened. He had indeed said that, but he never expected Yifan to make such a shameless demand. Coveting his son's girlfriend was one thing. After all, no formal ceremony had taken place yet. But now, Yifan had set his sights on Qin Zhan's own wife, Yang Ro. She and Qin Zhan had gone through a proper wedding, and he had brought her to countless public events. Nearly everyone in Huadu knew she was his wife. Damn it! If word of this got out, how could he ever show his face in Huadu again? Husband, don't. Yang Ro, standing beside him, wore a pale yellow chiffon gown that revealed glimpses of her fair shoulders. Her slender figure beneath the flowing fabric still carried an undeniable allure. Even at his age, Qin Zhan was utterly bewitched by his wife. Several hot-tempered young core disciples of the Qin family couldn't hold back any longer. Qing Shaoqing, you've picked the wrong place to act wild. This isn't where you throw your weight around. Elder brother, Qing Shaoqing has gone too far. I've had enough of him. Let's just chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Honestly, why bother with all this trouble? We should just declare war on the Qing family and slaughter them all. The crowd seethed with anger. Yifan's actions weren't just an insult to Qin Zhan. They were a humiliation to the entire Qin family. If the wife of the Qin family's patriarch were defiled by some brat like Qing Shaoqing, the entire Qin clan would be branded with shame. Qin Zhan's facial muscles twitched violently. Though he had already resolved to agree to any of Qing Shaoqing's demands, even at great personal cost, sacrificing his wife was a pill too bitter to swallow. Damn it! Qin Zhan thought of the promises from his superiors. Once the Yi family was toppled, the Qin family would take their place as one of Xia's top aristocratic families, commanding the Tianlong army, dominating the northern wastelands, and ruling the southwest. Moreover, they had pledged an endless supply of elixirs to elevate all core Qin disciples to the Grandmaster level or beyond, extending their lifespans by decades. With that, the Qin family could thrive for centuries. Sacrificing his wife, enduring the disgrace of cuckoldry, in exchange for his family's legacy, Qin Zhan was tempted. Ring ring. As Qin Zhan wrestled with his thoughts, his encrypted phone rang. It was Elder Zhang himself calling. Agree to his demand. We must pull the Qing family to our side, even if it's just a small crack in the Yi family's alliance. Otherwise, we're at too great a disadvantage. Don't worry, Elder Tang and I have discussed it. You won't be left empty-handed. Once this is done, we'll consider elevating you to one of the 9 great elders. What? An elder? Qin Zhan's heart pounded. The 9 great elders stood just below the sovereign, wielding supreme authority in all of Xia. Elder Zhang was offering him that kind of position? The temptation was overwhelming. I keep my word, and the higher-ups have noted the Qin family's outstanding service. A batch of elixirs and rare herbs will soon arrive in Huadu to further strengthen your family. Soon, a high-ranking official will personally visit to impart top-tier martial techniques. As for women, I have a granddaughter. The barrage of promises left Qin Zhan dizzy. He glanced at Yang Ro and steeled himself. Just a woman. So what if Qing Shaoqing slept with her? She could always be cleaned up afterward. And from the sound of it, Elder Zhang might even betroth his granddaughter to Qin Zhan as compensation. At his age, Qin Zhan cared less about beauty and more about connections. Marrying Elder Zhang's granddaughter would guarantee an illustrious future. Fine. After a few seconds of rapid calculation, Qin Zhan made his decision. To secure Qin Shaoqing's allegiance, he would go all in. Lao Qin. Though Yang Ro hadn't heard the call, the shift in Qin Zhan's expression told her everything. He was going to sacrifice her. For a woman, this was the ultimate humiliation. Bear with it. Entertain young Master Qing for a while. I won't mind. Qin Zhan's face twitched as he spoke, his heart burning with rage despite his words. Bastard. Qin Shaoqing, once you announce the Qing family's split from the Yi family, your usefulness will be over. Then, I'll tie you up and slice you to pieces. One cut at a time. The murder of a father, the theft of a wife. These were the most unforgivable crimes in all of Xia. Elder brother, you're really? The Qin family's core disciples were stunned. Was Qin Zhan really sacrificing his own wife? This is an order from above. We must secure Qin Shaoqing's cooperation. 20 Grandmaster level elixirs are already on their way. Knowing his decision undermined his authority, Qin Zhan played his trump card, revealing part of the reward. What? Grandmaster elixirs? Those are priceless. They sell for billions on the black market, but no one can even get them. Does this mean we can all break through to the Grandmaster realm and become true martial elites? At the mention of such a reward, the crowd's attitude shifted instantly. Their gazes toward Yang Ro grew peculiar. Auntie, thank you. Your sacrifice will elevate the Qin family to the pinnacle of Xia's aristocracy. We won't forget this. Beside Yifan, Wang Yao watched Qin Zhan's actions with cold disdain, like father, like son. Qin Shou had sent his girlfriend to seduce another man, and now Qin Zhan was sacrificing his wife for the family's gain. Qin Zhan, are you even human? I'm your wife. Yang Ro's voice trembled with fury, but Qin Zhan had made up his mind. Grabbing her wrist, he shoved her into Yifan's arms. Young Master Qing, she's yours now. I've held up my end, don't forget yours. Yang Ro landed in Yifan's lap, her delicate fragrance enveloping him. The allure of a mature woman was truly unique. Auntie, your hands are so soft. And this chin. Yifan shamelessly groped her, putting on a lewd display in front of the Qin family's core disciples. The crowd burned with fury. Qin Zhan, despite his resolve, trembled with rage. Damn him. He dared lay hands on my woman. Let go of me, you shameless bastard. Yang Ro struggled violently in Yifan's arms, desperately trying to break free. But how could a mere girl like her possibly escape Yifan's grasp? In the midst of her struggles, the straps of her dress slipped off, revealing her fair skin beneath. Shameless? How about something even more shameless? Yifan smirked, his eyes gleaming with mischief. You're mine now. Let's not waste any more time, shall we? With that, he scooped her up effortlessly, then turned with an insufferably smug look toward Qin Zhan. Uncle, where's your bedroom? Thud. Qin Zhan felt as though a knife had been plunged into his chest. This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. Holding his wife in his arms and asking where the bedroom was. Wasn't this just slapping him in the face? But remembering the promise made to him by Elder Zhang, Qin Zhan swallowed his fury. Turn left outside the door, go straight for 20 meters, the first room, he answered through gritted teeth. Great, give me an hour. Yifan grinned, then kicked off the floor, darting out of the room with Yang Ro in his arms. From outside, Yang Ro's voice could still be heard. Qin Zhan, you monster. Let me go. Qin Shaoqing. You'll die a horrible death. Yifan swiftly carried her into the bedroom and tossed her onto the bed. Yang Ro looked up at his devilish smirk, her face filled with unease. What are you going to do? Her hair was disheveled, her cheeks flushed, and with her dress slipping off, she exuded an irresistible allure that would tempt any man. Yifan gripped her chin with his fingers. What do you think a man and woman do when they're alone on a bed together? Rip. Under Yang Ro's horrified gaze, Yifan grabbed her dress and tore it open, revealing a black lace bra beneath. The supple curves barely contained within nearly spilled free. Yifan hadn't expected that despite her age, Yang Ro was still exceptionally well maintained. If she were any other woman, he might have been tempted. But as it was, he had other important matters to attend to. Since Elder Zhang's grandson, Zhang Feng, and the young master of the Nine Abyss sect, Chan Tang, would both be visiting the Qin family estate today, Yifan wanted to prepare a special welcome for them.
No.
Don't. As her clothes were ripped away, her most private parts exposed before him, Yang Ro shrieked in terror. Her screams echoed through the bedroom, so loudly that Qin Zhan and the other core disciples in the main hall could hear every word. The thought of his wife being defiled by Qin Shaoqing in their own bedroom made Qin Zhan clench his fists so hard they cracked. Damn it! Damn it! Qin Shaoqing! I swear I'll tear you to pieces. But Qin Zhan never stopped to think. He was the one who had willingly delivered his wife into Qin Shaoqing's hands. Some of the other disciples in the hall frowned in discomfort, but the thought of the promised cultivation resources, elixirs that could help them break through to the master realm, along with top-tier techniques, quickly drowned their unease in greed. Big brother, when will those master-grade pills arrive? And those supreme cultivation manuals? You won't forget us? Will you? Yeah, Patriarch. You've done a great service to the Qin family today. We'll always remember your kindness. Seeing Qin Zhan's ashen expression, the others hurried to flatter him. Shut up. All of you. Get out. Qin Zhan roared, his rage boiling. How could he stomach their bootlicking now? As an expert in the master realm, Qin Zhan's senses weren't as sharp as Yifan's, but he could still hear every sound from the bedroom. Yang Ro's voice had shifted, from furious resistance to defeat, and then into something soft and breathless.
Slut.
Had she really given in so easily? Humph. Qin Zhan grabbed his teacup, but upon seeing the green leaves floating inside, he crushed it in his hand. At that moment, he felt as though the whole world had turned green. Meanwhile, inside the bedroom, after tearing Yang Ro's dress, Yifan had snatched her phone, forced her to cry out a few times, and recorded her voice. Why you? What are you really doing?
Yang Ro asked, bewildered.
She was half naked, yet Yifan hadn't made any further moves. Sleep, he commanded. Without another word, his fingers pulsed with energy, sealing her meridians and knocking her unconscious. He set her recorded screams on loop, then slipped out the back, scaling the rooftops in a flash. Now was the perfect time to set up the sage's demon-slaying array across the Qin family estate. Huff, huff, time was short. Without hesitation, he began weaving the formation according to the knowledge inherited from the divine fragment. First, he concealed one array in the main hall. Then, sensing it wasn't enough, he added another in the courtyard, then another in the corridors. Within half an hour, over 20 arrays had been hidden throughout the estate. That should be enough, he muttered, eyeing the faint golden glow suffusing the Qin family grounds. Though the divine fragment had granted him mastery over this formation, he had yet to witness its true power. Best to be thorough. According to the inherited knowledge, the sage's demon-slaying array could purify evil spirits, malevolent wraiths, and demonic entities, while also annihilating any other hostile life forms. Time for a test run. Now, he actually looked forward to Zhang Feng and Chen Tang's arrival. Purifying 2 key figures today, plus that idiot Shen Xiao who had been burned alive earlier, would at least make their factions wince. After all, losing 3 core members had to hurt, right? With everything set, Yifan returned to the bedroom, turned off the audio loop, then whistled cheerfully as he strolled back to the hall. Inside, Qin Zhan and the others sat gloomily. When they spotted Yifan, they glared at him in resentment but stayed silent. Just as Yifan reached the doorway, he staggered slightly, pretending to lose his balance. Qin Zhan finally spoke up. Young Master Qing, are you all right? Ah, it's nothing. Yifan rubbed his lower back dramatically. Just a bit sore, you know how it is. They say the land never wears out. Only the ox gets exhausted. Now that's something I understand. Huh, Uncle Qin. Poof. Qin Zhan was almost driven to madness. It was deliberate. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Damn it. That was my land you just plowed. But not only did you plow it, you had the nerve to ask me about it afterward. Are you trying to piss me off to death? But now that his wife had been lost, Qin couldn't afford to lose his temper yet. The real objective, the plan involving young Master Qing, hadn't even begun. Young Master Qing, shall we now discuss the matter we originally intended to? Qin ignored Yi Fan's taunts and steered the conversation toward the prior collaboration between the Qing and Qin families. Yi Fan casually took a seat and chuckled. Our matter? Uncle Qin, what matter? I'm not quite following. Feigning ignorance, he continued. Look, Qin Shou and I are brothers. He suffered such severe injuries, and I risked my life to bring him back. I even promised to take care of his girlfriend. You were so generous, Uncle Qin, you insisted on thanking me, even sacrificing Auntie for my sake. Today has been most satisfying. I've truly felt your kindness. If there's any relationship between us, I'd say we're kindred spirits. Ha. Yi Fan's nonsense made Qin's face darken instantly. Damn kindred spirits. Who the hell was the same as him? Young Master Qing, you couldn't have forgotten, could you? We just agreed that if I fulfilled all your demands, you'd publicly announce the Qing family's separation from the Yi family and join the Qin family. Are you going back on your word? Qin's heart sank completely. He was starting to feel like he'd been played. Leave the Yi family? Join the Qin family? Uncle Qin, when did you say that? I don't recall it at all. What I do remember is you pushing Auntie into my arms, and that charming demeanor of hers left a deep impression. By the way, Uncle Qin, did you ever notice the 3 beauty marks near Auntie's right shoulder? They add quite an alluring touch. Yi Fan deliberately avoided acknowledging the Qing family's supposed allegiance to the Qin family, instead relentlessly hammering on the matter with Yang Ro. It was like taking a knife and stabbing Qin in the chest, again and again and again. Shut your mouth. Qin could no longer restrain his fury. He slammed his hands on the table and stood up. Qing Shaoqing, now that you've eaten your fill, you think you can renege? You just promised that after this, you'd bring the Qing family to our side. Now that you've had my wife, you dare go back on your word. You've picked the wrong place to mess around. Yi Fan picked up his teacup and took a sip, smirking. Qin, I take offense to that. Think back carefully. When did I ever agree to bring the Qing family into the Qin family? All I heard was you yapping away, but I never actually promised anything. Why should I fulfill a promise I never made? Xiao Yao, did you get the recording? Yi Fan glanced at Wang Yao beside him. I got all of it. At first, Wang Yao hadn't understood why Yi Fan had asked her to record the earlier exchange, but now it all made sense. He had been setting up Qin from the very beginning. Brilliant. Simply brilliant. Not only had Yi Fan outmaneuvered Qin, but he'd also slept with his wife for free. This was going to wreck Qin. Wang Yao had been to the Qin residence before and was familiar with its layout. As she answered Yi Fan, she deftly activated the projection screen in the hall and cast the recorded video from her phone onto it. Young Master Qing, as long as you agree to lead the Qing family into the Qin family, I will fulfill any condition you demand. Any condition? Well, Auntie has a certain charm to her. The video played in full, revealing that Qin had done all the talking. Nowhere had Qing Shaoqing actually agreed to anything. Uncle Qin, you see? From start to finish, I never agreed to any of your terms. You were the one who generously shoved Auntie into my arms. Honestly, I was a little embarrassed, but she was quite enjoyable. Poof. Qin was on the verge of exploding. You bastard. Embarrassed? Since when were you embarrassed? Damn it all. Qing Shaoqing. I see now. You never intended to honor our agreement. Qin's face twisted in fury. In that case, don't blame me for what comes next. Men, escort young Master Qing to where he belongs. Qin felt like he had swallowed a fly. Him, the mighty head of the Qin family, had been played like a fool by some greenhorn brat, and his wife had been taken for free. Arg! Just thinking about it made him want to tear Yi Fan to pieces. As soon as Qin barked the order, A swarm of armed martial artists poured into the room, several of them grandmaster-level experts. Seeing the overwhelming force, Wang Yao tensed beside Yi Fan. Brother, this. At the hotel, she had witnessed some of Yi Fan's strength, but only a fraction. It had been Yamada Keiko who dealt with Qin Shou in the end. Wang Yao still wasn't sure just how powerful Yi Fan truly was. From prior intelligence, before Yi Fan's dumb act, he had reached the grandmaster level. 1 or 2 grandmasters might have been manageable, but facing this many, she wasn't so sure anymore. Relax. Yi Fan gave her hand a reassuring squeeze, so soft. Even if she had ended up as his woman by accident, he couldn't just abandon her. Qing Shaoqing, one last chance. Announce the Qing family's departure from the Yi family and submit to the Qin family. It's not too late. I can pretend none of this ever happened. Qin Zhan coldly watched as his forces surrounded Yi Fan, his expression unyielding. He intended to force Qing Shaoqing into submission. But Yi Fan had come to stir up trouble. He wasn't about to back down now. My sister is married to my brother-in-law. The Qing family won't break from the Yi family. But I'll give you one last chance. Kneel and repent for targeting the Yi family. If you do, I might plead for mercy on your behalf and spare your lives. Qin Zhan nearly choked on his rage. Kneel? Who the hell do you think you are? Qing Shaoqing. We invited the Qing family as a courtesy. Since when do you speak for the Yi family? You're absolutely right. I do represent the Yi family and the Qing family. With a wicked grin, Yi Fan reached up and adjusted his face, morphing back into his true appearance in seconds. The moment Yi Fan had stepped into the Qin estate today, he had already sentenced everyone here to death. So why bother hiding anymore? What the? A disguise? You're not Qing Shaoqing. You're Yi Fan. Holy SHT. Qin Zhan froze in shock. So the Yi family's idiot young master wasn't an idiot at all. No wonder Qing Shaoqing had suddenly become so sharp-witted. Holy shit. Yi Fan? How is this possible? Wasn't that guy an idiot? Jesus Christ. This is huge. Yi Fan actually slept with Qin Zhan's wife. If this gets out, the Qin family will be humiliated beyond belief. Damn. This isn't just a slap to the Qin family's face. Even the big shots backing them would lose prestige. Yes. To the outside world, Yi Fan was still regarded as a fool. And if even a fool managed to sleep with Qin Zhan's wife, just how utterly incompetent must Qin's allies and subordinates under the Yi family's enemies be? That's right. I am Yi Fan. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as his figure blurred. In the blink of an eye, he stood directly before Qin Zhan. Before Qin Zhan could even react, Yi Fan had already snatched the phone from his grasp. Humph. Did the Qin family ever consider this day would come when you betrayed the Yi family? Qin Zhan's phone contained crucial evidence. Videos of the assassins who had hunted down Yi Fan's second brother. For safety, Yi Fan naturally secured it first. 5 years ago, you took part in the attempt on my life. 5 years later, you joined the plot to exterminate the Yi family. Today, not a single one of you will leave here alive. Yi Fan's sharp gaze swept across the room. At this moment, he had no fear whatsoever. Guoli and Yuchang had already led their men to seal off the entire Qin estate. All communication signals were jammed. No information could escape. You. Qin Zhan's heart sank into an abyss of despair. Despite being a grandmaster, he hadn't even sensed Yi Fan moving. His phone was taken without a whisper of resistance. Yi Fan's strength clearly wasn't just at the grandmaster level, as intelligence had suggested. And he was no longer the idiot he had pretended to be for years. At minimum, his power had reached martial venerable tier, perhaps even martial emperor. If that were true, even if young Master Zhang Feng and the 9 Nether Heir arrived, they might not be a match for him. Hand over the list of conspirators within the Sky Dragon army. Do that, and I'll grant you a quick death. Having come this far, Yi Fan already knew most of what he needed. His psychological torment of Qin Zhan had achieved its purpose. His son crippled, his lover stolen, his wife defiled by his nemesis. Such hatred would haunt Qinzhan even in death. In your dreams. Finally snapping back to reality, Qinzhan coldly refused. The covert ties with certain Sky Dragon army generals were part of a meticulously planned conspiracy. If exposed, it would uproot the entire network the Qin family and their allies had built over decades. Kill him. If we don't, we're all dead. As the Qin family patriarch, Qinzhan quickly regained his composure and barked orders, rallying all elite disciples in the hall to strike Yi Fan down on the spot. But none of these so-called elites surpassed Grandmaster level. How could they possibly challenge Yi Fan? Moreover, Yi Fan had deployed an ancient extermination array derived from divine relics. At the peak of Martial Emperor 6th stage, annihilating these weaklings would be effortless. Yet to test the array's might, he remained seated, lazily tracing an arc in the air with his finger. Activate. Such a casual gesture was outright contempt toward these self-proclaimed martial experts. You think you're some god, Yi Fan? That flipping your hand will erase us all. Today marks your end. You arrogant bastard. The Qin disciples swarmed, encircling him with explosive martial energies. Yet none dared step within 3 meters, shouting threats from a safe distance. You really believe we'd let you waltz in unprepared? Qinzhan waved, and hidden archers surged forth, crossbows locked onto Yi Fan. Even if you've reached Martial Venerable, you can't withstand this barrage. We'll grind you down through sheer numbers. What's that hand flick supposed to do? Kill us with a twitch? Emboldened by his forces, Qinzhan sneered. Unless you're a martial emperor, which you're not, you're finished. And with young Master Zhang and the 9 Nether Heir en route, if you walk out alive, I'll kneel and call you Daddy. His taunt died mid-sentence as his aide gasped in horror. Elder. The men look. Qinzhan's heart lurched. A golden radiance now engulfed the hall. Every exposed archer's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouths abruptly gushed blood before their bodies rapidly decayed under its glow. Within 3 seconds, they disintegrated into dust, scattered by an unfelt wind as though they'd never existed. The annihilation spread. Even a stray cat on the balcony vaporized instantly. The remaining Qin elites, witnessing this nightmare, unleashed every ounce of energy to flee, but the hall was sealed. Yi Fan's divine array shimmered omnipresently. A single thought and they'd vanish too. After the first wave of deaths, the survivors froze in petrified silence. Young Master Yi, spare us. This was all Qinzhan's doing. We're innocent. Yes, punish him, not us. We beg you. Their cowardice peaked when Qinzhan's own younger brother, Qin Ming, stepped forward eagerly. If it please you, young master, let us capture Qinzhan ourselves as penance. Traitors! Qinzhan roared. You think begging will save you? He'll slaughter you all regardless. Shut the hell up. Qinzhan was still berating when a distant nephew of the Qin family shoved a mop straight into his mouth. Meanwhile, several core disciples of the Qin family rushed forward, pulling out daggers and stabbing them into Qinzhan's dantian. Thud! Thud! Before Qinzhan could even process what was happening, his dantian was destroyed, stripping him of his martial arts energy. The core disciples brutally subdued him, forcing him to kneel before Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, we've captured Qinzhan for you. Just say the word, and we'll deal with him however you wish. The Qin family's core disciples groveled shamelessly, kneeling before Yi Fan in reverence, barely daring to breathe. The power Yi Fan had displayed was absolutely terrifying. Where's all your arrogance now? Didn't you say I wouldn't leave here standing? That I'd picked the wrong place to cause trouble. Yi Fan smirked mockingly at the group. Well, here I am causing trouble. What are you going to do about it? Truthfully, even Yi Fan himself was stunned. He hadn't expected the ancient evil-slaying formation to be so overwhelmingly powerful. With just one activation, the formation had instantly purified most of the Qin family's core disciples, erasing them from existence. And the Qin family estate had dozens of such formations laid out. If all of them were activated simultaneously, would even Zhang Feng, Grandmaster Zhang's grandson, along with Chun Tang, the young master of the Netherworld sect, be wiped out as well? Young Master Yi, we were wrong. Our mouths ran ahead of our brains. We were blind fools. Yes, having you grace the Qin estate is an honor. Far from causing trouble. We deserve to be beaten. We deserve death. As they kowtowed in repentance, the Qin disciples relentlessly slapped their own faces. Some even turned on Qin, striking him until his face swelled and blood poured from his abdomen. His face paled, his body swaying weakly. You brainless idiots! Have you all lost your damn minds? Qin roared, veins bulging in fury. Have you forgotten? Grandmaster Zhang's grandson is now under the Netherworld sect's tutelage, and he's arriving soon with young Master Chen Tang. Why the hurry? You! These imbeciles! If they had just held out a little longer, reinforcements would have turned the tide. The schemes of the Netherworld sect, one of the 4 sacred lands, were infamous for their ruthlessness. Both Chen Tang and Zhang Feng had long reached the martial venerable realm, and with the Netherworld's twisted enhancements, their combat power rivaled even martial emperors. Wouldn't 2 experts of that caliber be enough to crush Yifan? If so, the Qin family could still have emerged victorious. But these fools had thrown it all away, betraying their own patriarch in blind panic. Thud! Qin Ming, Qin Zhan's younger brother, panicked, tearing off his shoe and cramming it into Qin Zhan's mouth before he could antagonize Yifan further. Young Master Yi, he's silenced now. I apologize on behalf of the Qin family. I'll sign over all Qin assets to you unconditionally. Just spare our lives, please. The moment Yifan had appeared at Qin Manor disguised as Qin Shaoqing, Qin Ming had sensed disaster. If Yifan wasn't brain-dead, then he'd likely been lucid for 5 whole years. Given his monstrous talent, what horrifying level had he reached in that time? Neither the Zhao, Wang, or Li families, nor the Dragon Gate sect, nor even Grandmaster Zhang's forces had managed to destroy the Yi family. All had been eradicated instead, and no word had leaked from the higher-ups. What did that mean? Sheer terror. Against a foolish Yifan, the Qin family might have stood a chance. But facing him fully awakened?
Suicide.
Oh? Unconditional transfer, you say? Yifan's eyebrow lifted with mild interest. Without hesitation, Qin Ming snatched the official seal from his brother, drafted a contract, stamped it, and handed it over with trembling reverence. Young Master Yi, this is the Qin family's utmost sincerity. As Yifan took the document, Qin Ming exhaled in quiet relief. Had they finally escaped death? Brother, forgive me. For the Qin bloodline to survive, you must be sacrificed. I refuse to die today. Besides, it had been Qin Zhan who orchestrated the alliance with Grandmaster Zhang. His downfall was only just. After skimming the contract, Yifan passed it to Wang Yao beside him before fixing Qin Ming with an icy gaze. If I wipe out the entire Qin family, wouldn't your assets still default to me? So, what difference does this make? His words doused Qin Ming's soul in frozen dread. Why young Master Yi? The implication was clear. Yifan had no intention of sparing anyone. Ugh! Qin Zhan thrashed violently against his captors, eyes screaming at his brother's stupidity. But I am curious about one thing.
Yifan muset koldu.
The moles your family planted in the Heavenly Dragon Army. Hand me that list and I might reconsider. The real reason he'd bothered confronting the Qin family wasn't just revenge, but the names of their traitors within the military. Wah! Qin Ming's despair ignited back into hope. Quick! Make him talk! He barked at the disciples. They ripped the shoe from Qin Zhan's mouth, resuming torture with renewed frenzy. Brother, just give up the names, or we all die. In your dreams, stop tickling. Haha. And oh, arg, damn you. Stop pulling my hair. You monsters. Put that lighter away. Pinned to the floor, Qin Zhan endured unthinkable agony, inflicted by his own kin. Every second was torment. Within minutes, his body hair was burned off, his manhood crushed. Barely clinging to life, Qin Zhan rasped, I'll take those names to my grave. You'll never. Watching the broken man still resist, Yi Fan's eyes darkened. Time for real persuasion. We'll see about that. In a flash, Yi Fan seized Qin Zhan's skull. 7 stars soul-devouring hand. The 7-star soul-extinguishing hand. The 7-star soul-extinguishing hand was a technique Yi Fan inherited from the dragon pattern ring, a formidable mental ability that allowed him to invade a target's consciousness, dominating them entirely. Sensing Yi Fan's movements, Qin Zhan's confusion quickly morphed into terror. Why you? What are you trying to do? Just the name alone sounded horrifying. Qin Zhan's mind held secrets he'd never dare reveal, even under torture. But as Yi Fan channeled his inner energy, an ancient force surged into Qin Zhan's body. Instantly, Qin Zhan's mind was crushed under overwhelming pressure, and his will collapsed under Yi Fan's control. Tell me, who was involved in the ambush that day? Yi Fan's voice was calm, yet to Qin Zhan, it resonated like divine decree. The attack against Yi Lingjun included the Qin family, the He family, Lu Ran, Lu Zijian, Deputy Commander Zhou Yao of the Xuanwu War Zone, and Kurosuk, the deputy leader of the Kuroshiro Society from the Eastern Isles. Qin Zhan, unable to resist, spilled everything he knew, implicating far more families than Yi Fan had anticipated. Shockingly, several of these clans had even attended his grandfather's recent Inner Alliance conference. The Su family of the provincial capital. Next question. Aside from your Qin family, which other factions are infiltrating the Dragon Army? The Dragon Army was the Yi family's foundation. Even if other defenses faltered, it could not be compromised. Purge had to be launched. I don't know everything. Only Elder Zhang has the full list. My family's operatives are limited. A few captains and battalion commanders. Qin Yutian, Li Erfing. Veins bulged on Qin Zhan's forehead as he convulsed. These names were core secrets, buried so deep that extracting them pushed his mind to the brink. Yi Fan's eyes darkened with fury. So the Qin family had participated in the Yi family's massacre 10 years ago? Elder Zhang and his conspirators had planned this longer than he'd imagined. If not for the dragon pattern ring and the legacy of the Celestial Secrets Pavilion, or if he hadn't awakened precisely 5 years later, the Yi family might already be extinct. One last thing. Do they have any new operations? Yi Fan asked almost casually, but the answer sent a chill down his spine. I heard from an Eastern Isles contact. Tonight, they're ambushing Yu Linglong, the Great Xia's first war goddess, in a southeastern canyon. Even Xuanwu Warzone insiders are feeding them intel. Yi Fan's entire body tensed. Yu Linglong, his wife, before leaving Cloud City, she had told him she was heading to the southeastern border to repel the Eastern Isles invasion. But if the Kuroshiro Society and the shogunate's elites had infiltrated with help from traitors like Zhou Yao, Linglong was walking into a death trap, unaware. Yi Fan reached out with his senses, reassured that the talismans he'd given her remained intact. For now, she was safe. But after dealing with the Qin family, he had to reach the Xuanwu border immediately. She had stood by the Yi family in its darkest hour. He would not let harm come to her. When Yi Fan released his mental grasp, Qin Zhan vomited blood, his face ashen. Gods, what have I done? Though under control, he retained some awareness. He had betrayed every single one of his allies. With Yi Fan now above martial venerate strength, awake and vengeful, none of those conspirators would survive if Zhang Feng and Chun Tang failed to kill him here today. Right then, a sultry voice whispered in Yi Fan's earpiece. Master, they're here. If you need backup, just call. Yi Fan suppressed a shiver. That vixen, Yamada Keiko, a half-Eastern Isles, half-Great Xia hybrid, always called him Master with that maddening allure. TCH. One day I'll teach her respect. As for reinforcements, he didn't need them. Yu Chong, the martial emperor-ranked leader of the Celestial Secrets Assassin Division, lurked nearby with elite killers. If things turned dire, they'd strike. Moreover, Yi Fan had already witnessed the might of the ancient sage exorcism array. Even if Zhang Feng and the 9 Nether Sect's young master dared attack, they'd be lucky to escape alive. Outside the Qin estate, Zhang Feng and Chun Tang stepped out of their car.
Cheng Tang Scop.
Zhang Feng, I still don't get why you idiots keep recruiting these trash-tier families. Holding meetings here? Pathetic. Just kill the damn fool and be done with it. The Nine Nethersex young master, Chun Tang, was a prodigy under 30 who had already reached martial venerate realm. Arrogant and ruthless, he saw no need for subtlety. Zhang Feng sighed. The mortal world isn't like the martial sex, Chun Tang. Some things can't be solved with brute force. Then he paused mid-step, frowning. Wait, do you sense that? There's an array inside that counters our power. Could this be a trap?
Cheng Tang Snơ.
TCH, you think some mortal formation can stop two martial venerates? Even if some martial emperor geezer shows up, we'll crush him. Quit wasting time, move! Chun Tang grew up in the netherworld sacred land. Because his father was the sacred lord, all the powerful figures in the sacred land deferred to him. Even during sparring sessions, no one dared to go all out against him. From childhood, Chun Tang's life had been smooth sailing, with virtually no failures. In contrast, Zhang Feng's grandfather was Grand Counselor Zhang, who had climbed the ranks step by step in Great Xia, witnessing countless plots and schemes along the way. Thus, Zhang Feng was far more cautious. Brother Chun, we should be careful. Let's call Qin Zhan and have him come out to meet us. Zhang Feng grabbed Chun Tang and pulled out his phone. It had to be said, Zhang Feng was excessively cautious. He had already sensed something amiss about the Qin family compound and decided it would be safer to have Qin Zhan come out first to confirm the situation. Before coming to Huadu, his grandfather had briefed him about the recent events in Yunqing. Captain Chu Feng, a martial venerable level expert, had led a team of numerous grandmaster-level fighters to raid the Yi family. Yet all of them died. Although the public narrative blamed the Wandering Souls faction, the true details behind the incident remained unclear to Grand Counselor Zhang. Considering all the recent upheavals in Yunqing, culminating in the death of Tang Zheng's grandson, Shen Xiao, in Huadu just yesterday, Grand Counselor Zhang and Grand Counselor Tang no longer dared to underestimate the Yi family. Though Yi family's 10 core disciples had fallen, their foundation was still formidable. Moreover, Grand Counselor Zhang strongly suspected that Yi Fan had already awakened. 5 years ago, Yi Fan had already been at the Grandmaster level, and with his monstrous talent, who knew how much stronger he had become in the years since. You're too paranoid. Fine, whatever. I'll listen to you. Though displeased, Chun Tang conceded and halted his advance toward the Qin estate. Before leaving the sacred land, his father had instructed him to defer to Zhang Feng on major matters in the mundane world. The netherworld's sacred lord knew his son was reckless, while Zhang Feng was far more meticulous. No signal? That's weird. Zhang Feng tried his phone several times but found no reception. This shouldn't be happening. Huadu, as the core city of the southwest region, had excellent infrastructure. They were practically in the downtown area. How could there be no signal? Zhang Feng's suspicions deepened. After all, the Qin family had once been a vassal of the Yi family. Though his grandfather had spent the last decade pulling them into their own camp, what if the Qins were secretly still aligned with the Yi family? What if this was an ambush? Zhang Feng was now seriously considering leaving without entering. Upon learning from Yamada Keiko that Zhang Feng and Chun Tang had arrived, Yi Fan hurried to the gates invisibly with Wang Yao, observing the two. To his frustration, the pair lingered outside instead of entering. Zhang Feng and Chun Tang were both peak-stage martial venerables, armed with life-saving trump cards. While Yi Fan could defeat them outright, using traps would be far safer. But how could he lure them into the dozens of formations laid out in the Qin compound? Zhang Feng was already suspicious. Conventional methods wouldn't work. After a moment of thought, Yi Fan smirked. Stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. Switching to a vacant expression, he skipped toward the gate, flailing his arms comically. Gotta catch butterflies. Nobody steal them from me. He looked every bit the fool. Damn, that's Yi Fan. Why is he here? Zhang Feng's pupils dilated in shock, then excitement. The higher-ups were desperate for Yi Fan's death. His grandfather had even mentioned that whoever eliminated Yi Fan would be rewarded with an exalted position. one surpassing even the imperial family's status, along with all the resources needed to break through to the martial saint realm. That fool from the Yi family? The one you've been obsessing over? He's right here. What are we waiting for? Chun Tang cracked his knuckles. Let's kill him now and avoid surprises. Though normally cautious, the thought of the rewards eclipsed Zhang Feng's usual restraint. Yi Fan was literally a walking treasure trove. Fine. Scanning the area and detecting no hidden threats, Zhang Feng steeled himself and gathered his martial energy. Whoosh! Before he could react, Yi Fan lunged forward and slapped him hard across the face. Pa! What are you doing? Trying to steal my butterflies? Dream on. Nobody takes them from me. Face burning, Zhang Feng nearly lost his mind. Who the hell wants your damn butterflies? I want your life. But since Yi Fan clearly seemed insane, arguing would only make Zhang Feng look like an idiot. Yi Fan, come here. I'll help you catch butterflies. Look, I've got tons here. Zhang Feng beckoned while signaling Chun Tang to flank Yi Fan. Really? Where? Yi Fan turned eagerly, feigning oblivion to Chun Tang's approach. Thud. Just as Zhang Feng thought his plan was working, Yi Fan suddenly kicked him square in the crotch. Liar. No butterflies. You're cheats. Arg. My thing. Zhang Feng crumpled, clutching his groin. Pain like shattered glass radiated through him. But Yi Fan wasn't done. Cheaters. I'm leaving. Yi Fan grabbed Zhang Feng's hair and yanked. Rip. A chunk of scalp tore free. Then, for good measure, he jammed a finger into Zhang Feng's eye, nearly bursting the socket. Feng hell. Get back here. Blind with rage, Zhang Feng forgot all caution and chased after Yi Fan, who was already sprinting toward the Qin estate. Zhang Feng, wait. You were the one who said the Qin manor was suspicious and warned us not to act recklessly. Chun Tang, seeing Zhang Feng's frenzied state, quickly reached out to grab him, trying to hold him back. Look, Yi Fan appeared out of nowhere in the Qin family. Yet the Qin family head hasn't shown up. Doesn't that strike you as odd? And think about it. You're a martial venerable, yet Yi Fan somehow managed to slap you, kick your groin, and you couldn't even dodge? That's not normal. Though Chun Tang was usually unreliable, he suddenly seemed sharp and perceptive now, piecing together the anomalies. Most importantly, none of their calls were going through. Something was definitely wrong in the Qin family. Unfortunately, Zhang Feng was beyond reasoning. His manhood had been obliterated, and his mind was consumed by rage. Let go of me. My fucking balls are gone. What use do I have for my life now? I'm going to kill him. Years of discipline, even resisting temptations from stunning women, had shaped him into a powerful warrior. Freshly returned from the depths of Joyo, Zhang Feng had planned to indulge himself in Huadu. But before he could even start enjoying himself, his future was ruined. The Zhang family had only one heir across 3 generations. If Zhang Feng was rendered useless, their lineage would end. With brute force, Zhang Feng ripped himself free from Chun Tang's grip, his feet kicking off the ground as he charged like a madman into the depths of Qin Manor. Chun Tang sighed, watching Zhang Feng's retreating figure. Finally, gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to follow. Yet instinct screamed at him this place was a death trap. The moment Chun Tang stepped inside Qin Manor, the massive gates slammed shut behind him. Then, an oppressive force, like Mount Tai descending upon him, crushed down on his body. A horrifying power seeped into his bones, making every fiber of his being recoil in discomfort. Zhang Feng! Chun Tang yelled, trying to stop him. But Zhang Feng, pumped with manic energy, streaked forward like lightning, plunging deeper into the Qin family's great hall. So, you've finally arrived. If you hadn't come in, killing you would have been a bother. As Chun Tang dashed into the hall, Yi Fan's booming voice echoed around them. Yi Fan lounged at the head of the hall, legs crossed, a sinister smirk curling his lips. His piercing gaze seemed to bore into their very souls. Chun Tang blinked in shock. Zhang Feng, what are you doing? Aren't you going to attack him? Hurry up. Zhang Feng, however, wore a bitter expression, his face twisting in disbelief. I want to, but I can't move. Chan Tang, run. This hall is laced with formations. Finally, clarity struck Zhang Feng. Terror flooded his veins as he screamed for Chan Tang to escape.
Chentang Aztec instanti.
The moment he heard Zhang Feng's warning, his feet pushed off the ground as he tried to bolt back out. But how could Yi Fan let them leave so easily? He had laid dozens of ancient sealing formations across Qin Manor. Activate. With a mere flick of his wrist, Yi Fan channeled primal energies, igniting the formations. Brilliant streaks of light erupted, weaving chains of power through the air that solidified like liquid restraints. Every twitch of Chun Tang's muscles met unbearable resistance. He was frozen in place. Damn it! So this is why Zhang Feng couldn't move. Realization dawned on Chun Tang too late. Bullshit intel, Zhang Feng. That bastard Yi Fan's no fool. We've been played. Chun Tang roared, his martial energy surging violently as he fought against the invisible binds, but to no avail. Zhang Feng glared at Yi Fan, hatred burning in his eyes. Who would have guessed? Yi Fan, you've hidden your strength so well. A sweeping glance revealed the devastation. Most of the Qin family's core disciples had been exterminated by the sealing formations. The survivors trembled on their knees, faces pale with terror. The truth was undeniable. The Qin family had already fallen under Yi Fan's control. Zhang Feng's instincts had been right. The Qin manor was a trap. But even now, his arrogance didn't waver. Still, Yi Fan, do you really dare kill me? My grandfather is Elder Zhang. Have you any idea who stands behind him? A puny Yi family like yours can't afford to offend them. Your clan's destruction is inevitable. Zhang Feng sneered, his golden opportunity rising. While threatening Yi Fan, he secretly formed mystic hand seals behind his back, gathering hidden power. As a disciple of Juyo, one of the 4 sacred grounds, Zhang Feng had learned vicious, forbidden techniques. His killing moves were his last resort. With Yi Fan momentarily distracted by his taunts, Zhang Feng and Chun Tang exchanged a glance. They prepared to strike. Just 10 seconds, that was all they needed to break free from the formations. 3 meters from Yi Fan, 2 martial venerables unleashing their full force, paired with Joyo's most ruthless assassination techniques. How could they fail? Earlier, they had sensed it. Despite his tricks, Yi Fan's martial prowess barely reached the initial stage of martial emperor. Spare you? Dream on. Yi Fan's voice was ice. You should have considered this fate the moment you attacked the Yi family. Boom! The moment the count ended, torrents of black-tinged martial energy exploded from Zhang Feng and Chan Tang. The shockwave shattered the formation's restraints. Freed, they moved instantly. Twin auras of death surged forth. One aimed straight for Yi Fan's heart, the other for his throat. Condensed fury taking the form of roaring dragons. De! Boom, boom! The sheer force of their strike tore through the air, the shockwaves rattling the manor's foundations. The room trembled violently. Against such a relentless attack, 2 prodigies burning their lives for a killing blow, even Yi Fan, a peak martial emperor, would struggle to defend head-on. But his preparations weren't for nothing. Second layer, engage. Another lazy wave from Yi Fan. Golden light erupted as 13 interwoven formations ignited around him. Like divine sigils, they formed a glowing barrier, one that swallowed Zhang Feng and Chun Tang's attacks without even a ripple. Within a breath, the 2 found themselves bound again, immobilized by crushing pressure. To their horror, more formations activated as Yi Fan flicked his fingers. 40? 50? One formation had been unbearable, now, dozens stacked upon them. Yi Fan, is this really necessary? Absolutely necessary. Yi Fan's smile was chilling. Now that everyone's here, it's time for your journey to hell. From the very beginning, Zhang Feng and Chun Tang still tried to resist. But by the end, neither of them even had the courage to struggle anymore. This Yi Fan, he was absurdly powerful. Who knew where he got these formations from? Their might was terrifying, and they specifically countered their martial techniques. You're going to kill us? Chun Tang stared at Yi Fan with blazing eyes. You dare? Do you know who my father is? He's the holy master of the netherworld, one of the great 4 holy lands. If you kill me, do you really think the netherworld holy land will let you off?
Ye fan similet faintly.
The way you say it makes it sound as if the netherworld holy land would spare me if I didn't act first. If my formations weren't powerful enough today, you two would have slaughtered me 1,000 times over already. The Yi family had reached this point precisely because too many eyes were now fixed on them. Countless factions wished to see them fall. Yi Fan's mere existence was the spiritual pillar that kept the Yi clan's banner standing. Their mortal enemies wanted him dead, as did other families and powers within Great Xia, all waiting for his demise so they could carve up the spoils. Whoosh! With a wave of Yi Fan's hand, an ancient, formidable aura unfurled. Every formation laid across the Qin family's estate ignited at once. A dense archaic energy saturated the air, golden currents of light pulsing with lethal intent. Each ripple harvested lives within the courtyard. Amid the agonized screams around them, Zhang Feng and Chun Tang's gazes brimmed with despair and dread. Damn it! What kind of cursed formation was this? It could reduce people to dust, scattering them into the wind like ashes. Chun Shao, be careful. Something's invading my body, like an immense force tearing me apart. There's a spiritual energy inside me. Ah! Zhang Feng, seemingly weaker, endured the formation's assault for less than 5 minutes before collapsing, clutching his head and writhing. Chun Tang, too, activated a secret netherworld technique in desperate resistance. But Yi Fan's formations were overwhelming. Within seconds, any semblance of their struggle crumbled. Golden currents surged toward them like spectral combs, scouring their bodies of malignant energies. Unlike the Qin clan's core disciples, who had been outright obliterated, Zhang Feng and Chun Tang remained physically intact. Their spirits, however, were undergoing something far stranger: purification. Even Yi Fan watched curiously as intricate runes shimmered within the formation. He'd only replicated the arrays from fragmented inheritances and wasn't fully aware of their capabilities. But now 2 functions became clear. First, annihilation, utterly erasing all traces of life. Second, purification, expunging all corruption from a target's essence. Through his mystical bond with the formations, Yi Fan sensed it firsthand. Zhang Feng and Chun Tang's malevolent energies had been purged entirely. Once the formations dissipated, only Yi Fan and Wang Yao remained seated at the hall's dais. Chun Tang and Zhang Feng slumped unconscious on the floor. Now motionless, their expressions were peculiar. Zhang Feng stared blankly, his mind seemingly hollowed out. Chun Tang, though, his gaze flickered with confusion until it locked onto Yi Fan. Then, shockingly, he dropped to his knees. "Honored father," he declared fervently. "Your son pays his respects." What?
Ye fan froze.
Was this the purification's effect? Had it scrubbed Chun Tang's mind so clean that he now saw Yi Fan as a father figure?
Song.
Yi Fan tested cautiously while unleashing his divine emperor-level perception to probe Chun Tang's psyche. The netherworld Holy Land's young master was no fool. Was this an act? A ploy to escape? Yes, father, rest assured. Your son Chun Tang will obey henceforth. Raw devotion laced his voice. Anyone who opposes you shall die by my hand, starting with this bastard Zhang Feng. He dared threaten you earlier. Let me end him now. Yi Fan scrutinized him further, even deploying the 7-star soul-crushing palm to plumb Chun Tang's soul. One truth became undeniable. The purification was genuine. Every trace of malice had been scoured away. This surreal. If so, perhaps having such a son wasn't a bad idea. The netherworld Holy Land was a dominant force in the martial world. Planting a loyalist there could yield unforeseen advantages. Wait, let me record this.
Ye fan simirket darkly.
The netherworld heir slaughtering Zhang Feng, eldest grandson of Elder Zhang, was a scene too poetic not to share. Meanwhile, Zhang Feng, his body broken and spirit purged beyond recognition, simply giggled like an imbecile as Chun Tang raised his blade. Thud! Slash. Without hesitation, Chun Tang butchered him into a mangled corpse. Yifan chuckled, edited the footage, then retrieved Zhang Feng's phone. His grin widened as he sent the video directly to Elder Zhang. Father, was my performance satisfactory? Chun Tang fawned, practically wagging an invisible tail. From now on, I am your loyal hound. Command me, and I shall bite without fail. Well done. But stay with the netherworld for now. Yifan's tone turned icy. After cleaning up here, return quietly. Dig up every netherworld faction scheming against me, and eliminate them all. A cold chuckle escaped him. Who in the netherworld wanted him dead most? The Holy Master himself. How delightful, watching a son slaughter his own father for Yifan's sake. Humph, you've hunted me long enough. Now it's your turn to suffer. I, Yifan, the Yi clan's Kirin, have risen at last. Meanwhile, in the northwest, Elder Zhang sat in the intelligence chamber while gnawing anxiety plagued him. From the moment his grandson Zhang Feng landed in Huadu, an ominous twitch had seized his right eyelid. Any news from Huadu? His voice was tense. That damned Yifan is there now. Has Xiao Feng encountered him yet? My instincts scream something's wrong. Someone must warn him. His aide, trembling as he checked an incoming video, went sheet white. Elder. His voice cracked. I don't think warnings matter anymore. What? Elder Zhang Ji's heart skipped a beat as soon as he heard his assistant's words, and his face instantly paled. No need for reminders? What does that mean? Just days ago, Elder Zhang's trusted subordinate, Chu Feng, had already died in Yunqing. If something were to happen to Zhang Feng now, Elder Zhang's frail heart might not be able to take it. Most crucially, Tang Zhang's grandson had already fallen in Huadu, and the incident had even been recorded and uploaded online. The royal family, prioritizing their reputation, had immediately suspended Tang Zhang from his duties. Even intervention from the higher-ups couldn't salvage the situation. It seemed they could no longer protect them. Elder Zhang, the young master is dead. The assistant forced out the words, his expression stiff as he watched the footage on the screen. Zhang Feng was dead, and it was Chun Tang who had killed him. Even more bizarrely, Yifan was present at the scene. The young master of Jiao had called Yifan godfather? Chun Tang murdered Zhang Feng to avenge his godfather. How absurd was that? Everyone knew that Zhang Feng was a disciple of the Jiao saint, making him and Chun Tang close brothers in arms. Jiao, Tang Zhang, Elder Zhang's faction, they were all part of the same tightly knit alliance, united against the Yi family, hell-bent on their destruction. Yet at this critical moment, Chun Tang had turned against Zhang Feng and killed Elder Zhang's grandson? What did you say? Say it again. Elder Zhang's pupils dilated as if he'd lost his mind. He snatched the tablet from his assistant and replayed the video. Heh, I'm an idiot. Such an idiot. Young Master Chun, why did you stab me? Why is my chest bleeding? In the video, Zhang Feng, looking utterly foolish, touched the blood gushing from his chest and even licked his fingers. Ugh, why is it salty? Tastes awful. I feel so dizzy. Stab, stab. Elder Zhang's heart twisted with every plunge of Chun Tang's dagger into his grandson's chest. Son of a bitch. What the hell is this nonsense? God damn it. Who the hell can explain this? Wasn't Chun Tang supposed to obey Zhang Feng without question? Before this mission, hadn't the Jiao saint personally instructed Chun Tang to follow Zhang Feng's orders? So why the hell had Chun Tang killed his grandson? Ayah! Elder Zhang let out a primal scream, gripping the tablet so hard it crushed in his hands. His mind reeled. Jiao's Chun Tang, sent to kill Yifan, had suddenly turned on Zhang Feng instead. What was Jiao playing at? Were they trying to break ties and rebel? But the Jiao faction had already crossed too many lines. They had participated in the assassination of the Yi family's eldest son. Even if they switched sides now, would the Yi family ever forgive them? Cough. Overcome with rage, Elder Zhang spat out a mouthful of dark blood. It's over. The Zhang family is finished. Zhang Feng had been the sole male heir of this generation, the last hope of the Zhang family. Not only that, Zhang Feng's prodigious talent had made him indispensable. Elder Zhang had spared no expense to send him to the 4 great holy lands for training. True to expectations, Zhang Feng had broken through to the martial venerable realm before turning 30. His potential had been boundless. Yet now he was dead. No. This has to be Yi Fan's doing. After a brief moment of composure, Elder Zhang wiped the blood from his lips and spoke icily. Project that video onto the big screen now. Yes, sir. The assistant hastily obeyed, though he cautiously added, but Elder Zhang, Yi Fan is just an idiot. He didn't even strike a blow. How could he be behind this? Elder Zhang ignored him, zooming in frame by frame, until he paused at Zhang Feng's last moments. There, Yi Fan had raised his middle finger, a vulgar, mocking gesture. God damn his ancestors. It was him. Elder Zhang slammed his fist onto the table. He's taunting us. This is blatant provocation. That bastard Yi Fan has awakened, and he's still pretending to be a harmless fool. God damn it. God damn it all. Elder Zhang roared, pounding his chest in sheer fury. He had caught Yi Fan's deliberate taunt, but how could he possibly use it as evidence? Even if he tried, who would believe him? Every intelligence report, every piece of intel labeled Yi Fan as a fool. If Elder Zhang claimed otherwise, would anyone take him seriously? Summon all of the Zhang family's core members. We declare total war on the Yi family. His grandson was dead. The Zhang family's bloodline was severed. Elder Zhang no longer cared for subterfuge. With a face like thunder, he made his decision. This war would be waged openly. Economically, politically, militarily, through media and pressure, the Zhang family would strike with everything they had. And Elder Zhang was right. Yi Fan had orchestrated this. That footage had been deliberately leaked to push Elder Zhang to the brink. Madness bred chaos. And in chaos, the true masterminds behind Tang Zhang and Elder Zhang would finally emerge. Now that tensions had escalated this far, there was no turning back. Elsewhere, in the Qin family's compound, Yi Fan watched with approval as Chun Tang efficiently disposed of Qin family remnants. Good job, my loyal son. I must leave Huadu for now. From Qinzhan, he had learned that the Eastern Isles, in league with the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise War Zone, were plotting against the Great Xia's first war goddess, Yu Linglong. She was his wife, how could he stand idle? Moreover, the deputy commander had aided in the conspiracy against Yi Lingjun, the Yi family's second young master. That alone demanded vengeance. Go in peace, godfather, Chen Tang replied solemnly. Huadu is in my hands now. Everything you cherish, I shall protect, and your enemies shall cease to exist. Yi Fan had dismissed Chun Tang's words as mere platitudes, but he would soon realize their weight. Chun Tang had killed Zhang Feng, then exterminated the Qin family. Then, another video, deliberately leaked by Yi Fan, exploded across social media. The sheer violence and brutality of the footage shattered all expectations. For outsiders, it was pure spectacle, but those who knew better recognized the deeper implications. Wait, isn't that the Yi family's idiot? The Joyo young master Chun Tang actually calls him godfather? How the hell did that fool get so lucky? Now that Chun Tang's his backer, anyone who moves against the Yi family better think twice. Is this Chun Tang's own decision, or is the Joyo saint behind it? Something feels off. The tides seem to be turning in the Yi family's favor. Damn it! That little bastard has lost his mind. In the Nine Abyss Holy Land, Holy Master Chun Liang exploded with rage after watching the video on his phone, crushing the device in his grip. That idiot! How am I supposed to explain this to the higher-ups? Give me a phone. Fuming, Chun Liang dialed his son Chun Tang's number. Chun Tang, is the video circulating online real? Did you actually kill Zhang Feng and wipe out the Qin family? Of course. Dad, didn't I do a great job? Yi Fan is my godfather. Those people wanted to kill him, so I had to eliminate them all. From the first sentence, Chun Liang sensed something was wrong. He knew his son wasn't the sharpest when it came to strategy, but his intelligence had never been in question. While Chun Tang had never been particularly clever, He at least understood the general stance and principles of the Nine Abyss. But now, it was as if he'd been brainwashed, obsessed with Yi Fan, even calling him Godfather? Nonsense. Though Chun Liang didn't know exactly what had happened, he was certain someone had tampered with Chun Tang's mind. Enough. I understand. Come back immediately. I have something important to discuss with you. Chun Liang's face darkened. No matter what, he needed to get Chun Tang back first. If Yi Fan had indeed manipulated Chun Tang's thoughts, they'd need countermeasures to break the control. Otherwise, things would spiral out of control, and even Chun Liang wouldn't be able to clean up the mess in front of the higher-ups. Ring, ring. The moment Chun Liang hung up, a call came in from one of the higher-ups. Chun Liang, is this the fine son you raised? Damn it. We've spent years laying the groundwork to deal with the Yi family. Now, with only that old fool and the idiot left, they're already enough of a headache. And now your idiot son grows a rebellious spine and kills Zhang Feng? Yesterday, Xin Xiao was humiliated by a dog, and today your son murders Zhang Feng. Are we slapping our own faces now? How are we supposed to proceed? Do you have any idea how much impact today's events will have in the secular world? After those 7 granddaughters-in-law of the Yi family announced they'd marry Yi Fan to expand the family line, the clans that pledged support to us are already wavering. With all these incidents piling up, they'll only grow more hesitant. Old Master Yi is heading to the capital. If the Yi family catches their breath, none of us will survive. The higher-up was practically spitting fire, berating Chun Liang the moment the call connected. Previously, only Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng had been anxious. But now, the Yi family had purged all the undercover factions in Yunqing. Even Zhou Ming, the spokesperson for the Holy Envoy, had been severely injured, nearly killed. The higher-ups behind Tang Zhang and Chun Liang were starting to panic. From the moment they moved against the Yi family, it had been a fight to the death. They'd wiped out the 10 core members of the Yi family in one strike. If they failed to crush the Yi family completely now, it would be their own downfall. Sir, please calm down. The video online is real, but I just spoke to Chun Tang. From his words, I could tell something was off. It's like his mind has been controlled. At this level, everyone was a master among masters. With just that one sentence, the higher-up immediately understood. Chun Tang's been brainwashed. Recalling the video where Yi Fan had also been present, the only possible culprit was him. Rumors claimed Yi Fan was still an idiot, but Lei Chenjue insisted he was awakening. Who was telling the truth? At first, the higher-up had assumed Lei Chenjue's words were just a ploy to rally wavering families to the Yi family's side. But after Chun Tang's incident, there was a 90% chance Yi Fan had already awakened. I see. The higher-up sucked in a cold breath. If Chun Tang really has been mentally controlled, then this is terrifying. Yi Fan must have awakened long ago. Our arrangements in Huadu won't be enough to stop him. You'd all better be careful. Zhang Feng and Chun Tang had gone to the Qin family to discuss matters, but before they could act, Yi Fan had already subdued 2 peak martial venerates. If that was the case, the forces from the Gu sect and the Black Clothes Society would be useless too. In the higher-up's mind, Tang Zhang, Zhang Heng, and the others were already expendable. If Yi Fan moved too quickly and traced things back to him, he wouldn't hesitate to sever all ties with the Nine Abyss, Tang Zhang, and the rest. What he didn't realize was that Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng were no fools either. They'd long prepared leverage from their collaboration with him as insurance. In the capital, Tang Zhang closed his eyes in resignation after watching the video, then entered his secret chamber to compile evidence of his dealings with the higher-up. He could already sense that Yi Fan would soon come for them. Meanwhile, Yi Fan left the Qin family estate without hesitation. He had Guoli arrange several private jets and, accompanied by his 4 maids, rushed straight to the Black Tortoise War Zone. His first wife, Yu Linglong, had already set off on her mission with her communications silenced. There was no way to contact her. Please let her be safe. Otherwise, he'd make everyone pay with their lives. Southeastern border, Dongshan Port. Dressed in tight combat gear, Yu Linglong addressed 100 elite martial artists. Listen up. Intel confirms the Black Clothes Society's dogs are hiding in Penglai Gorge, one of their key strongholds. Most of their forces are out today. We'll strike their base and catch them off guard. They've stolen ancient texts and relics from our tombs, all stored in that gorge. We can't let them take a single piece. But make no mistake, the Black Clothes Society won't go down easily. There will be casualties. This is a battle for honor. Only by making them fear us will they learn their place. The people of Great Xia are not to be trifled with. Are you with me? Yes. 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 The warriors, all elite fighters from the Black Tortoise War Zone, roared in unison. Not a single one hesitated. Yu Linglong's strategy was sound. A preemptive strike to destroy their base would cripple their operations in Great Xia. If successful, this mission would cement her legacy as the nation's top female war goddess. But unbeknownst to her, hidden behind a building at the port, several men watched through binoculars, their faces grim. One spoke into his earpiece. Matsumoto, the fiery woman, is on the move. I've prepared your gift. Make sure you bring enough men to receive it properly. A cold chuckle came through the earpiece. Relax, Zhou Yao. I've quintupled the ambush forces. If they dare come, this gorge will be their grave. The person reporting over the headset was none other than Zhou Yao, the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise War Zone. Good. But for such an exciting scene, I should be there to witness it in person. A wicked smile flashed across Zhou Yao's face. Matsumoto, if you capture Yu Linglong alive, don't be in a hurry to kill her. Save her for me. I want a taste of her myself. This damned woman has ruined so many of my plans. And now she's even boldly announced she'll marry into the Yi family. All she does is cause trouble. Haha, don't worry, Zhou. If we capture her alive, she's all yours. Eliminating the Great Xia's #1 female war god would be a great service to our black-clad society. When you come to Japan, we'll take care of all the arrangements for you. Excellent. But let me remind you again, Matsumoto, don't let your guard down. Even though I've planted loyal subordinates around Yu Linglong, for some reason her strength has reached the martial venerable realm. She won't be easy to deal with. Zhou Yao hung up the call and watched as Yu Linglong and her subordinates departed, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Yu Linglong, you had the chance to walk the path of heaven, yet you chose the gates of hell. Don't blame me for what happens next. Yu Linglong wasn't just the Great Xia's top female war god. She was a national symbol. Zhou Yao's mission this time was largely due to Yu Linglong siding with the Yi family. Her public declaration to marry into the Yi family carried too much influence. On the Yi family's side, Tang Zhang and Zhang Hong had mobilized considerable forces to suppress the Yi family's fool and the old man, yet they had made little progress. Instead, they had lost many of their own men. The higher-ups were already deeply dissatisfied with Tang Zhang and Zhang Hong. Their failures in suppressing the Yi, Su, and Qing families had embarrassed the Yi family's enemies and shaken the confidence of their supporters. Since they couldn't deal with the Yi family directly for now, they would target its staunchest allies instead. Everyone, listen to my orders. We'll take a detour. Let the Black-clad Society and Yu Linglong fight to the death first. Then we'll move in. A sinister look flickered in Zhou Yao's eyes. Also, check on the Blood Demon Sex forces. Where are they now? Tell them to regroup at the coordinates I provided before taking action. Though he intended to join the battle, he wasn't foolish enough to charge in first and become cannon fodder. Yu Linglong's combat prowess was formidable. If cornered, she would fight with everything she had. It wouldn't be worth risking his life. Once Yu Linglong was dealt with, it would be time to go after the Yi family's old man and that fool. Honestly, Zhou Yao despised Tang Zhang and Zhang Heng's complaints. How hard could it be to deal with an idiot? They had sent so many men, yet none could handle Yi Fan? Even the higher-ups' entire setup in Yunqing had been uprooted? Zhou Yao, it's time to settle the score with you. On a plane from Huadu to the Black Tortoise War Zone, Yi Fan stared at the information about Zhou Yao on his phone, his expression darkening. First, he had a hand in killing my second brother. Now he's targeting my wife. As long as I'm alive, no one will lay a finger on her. As he spoke, Yi Fan touched the talismans in his pocket. Before Yu Linglong left Yunqing, Yi Fan had given her several talismans, but with a twist. They were paired talismans, mother and child. Whatever happened to Yu Linglong, Yi Fan would sense it immediately. From the talisman's current state, Yu Linglong was still safe. No abnormalities meant no immediate danger. Yi Fan channeled his energy, reinforcing the intricate patterns on the paired talismans using the knowledge from the Dragon Seal Ring's legacy. These talismans could influence each other. Hopefully, if Yu Linglong faced danger, their power could shield her. Young Master Yi, the Black Tortoise Warzone's commander, is on the line. A maid handed him the phone, giving him a questioning look. On the screen was an incoming call from Gu Feng, the Warzone's commander. When Yi Fan was just 15, he had secretly gone on a mission to the southeastern border for training. By chance, he had saved Gu Feng's life. Recognizing Yi Fan's potential, Gu Feng had discreetly recruited him into the Black Tortoise Warzone, even granting him the authority of one of the 4 heavenly kings. Xiao Fan, you've hidden yourself well. If not for Guofei's report, I'd have thought you were truly a fool. Gu Feng's voice carried a mix of amusement and admiration as soon as the call connected. Back in Yunqing, when Xian Yufei's uncle had plotted against her father, even mobilizing the city's defenses, Guofei had recognized Yi Fan's identity in time, averting disaster. From that moment, Guofei had reported Yi Fan's situation to Gu Feng, who immediately realized Yi Fan had been feigning idiocy. Brother Gu Feng, long time no see. Did you review the intel I sent? Yi Fan's tone was grave. Zhou Yao, as the deputy commander of the Black Tortoise Warzone, has colluded with Japan to assassinate the Great Xia's top female war god, and I have solid evidence linking him to my second brother's murder. He's a big fish. Gu Feng fell silent for a few seconds. Regarding Zhou Yao, our war zone has already begun raising alarms. We thought he was just forming factions and playing petty games. But I never imagined he'd stoop so low, conspiring with Japanese martial artists to assassinate the Yi family's second son. Rest assured, young Master Yi, I've already mobilized forces to reinforce Yu Linglong. I'll lead the team myself. If Zhou Yao dares to act so brazenly, I'll personally purge this traitor today.
Yi Fan nodded.
With you leading, our chances improve greatly. But we must hurry. He glanced out the window. The sky was already darkening. Calculating the distance, Yi Fan was less than half an hour away from Penglai Gorge. He could only hope Yu Linglong's group would move slowly enough for him to arrive in time. Penglai Gorge, located in the southeastern seas of the Great Xia, was a massive natural canyon. With freshwater sources and natural protection against typhoons, it could easily house thousands. When Yu Linglong and her 100-strong team arrived in small boats, scattered lights already dotted the gorge. A few of her subordinates landed and swiftly eliminated the Japanese guards at the entrance, all in a single encounter. Yu Linglong extended her senses. For such a critical defensive point, there were fewer than 10 guards, the strongest only at the control realm. Not a single martial master among them. Her control realm subordinates advanced effortlessly, clearing the gorge's entrance with ease. Under the cover of darkness, the group infiltrated the gorge, planning a direct assault on the Black-clad Society's core hideout to seize its treasure vault. Commander Yu, don't you think it's too quiet here? Something feels off. Yu Linglong's ambush. Even without her subordinates' warnings, Yu Linglong had already sensed that something was wrong. The canyon was far from fully developed. Thick jungles still sprawled everywhere. Even the so-called paths were nothing more than crude mud trails. In such dense wilderness, flocks of birds ought to thrive. Yet despite her team's stealthy infiltration, not a single bird had taken flight. Linglong had led over 100 operatives, divided into 10 combat squads. Though they moved covertly, it was impossible not to stir some noise. Birds, far more sensitive than humans, would surely flee at such an intrusion. Their absence could mean only one thing. Someone had already been here, or worse, hidden in the shadows, driving the birds away beforehand. An ambush. Someone was lying in wait for Yu Linglong's team. All units, halt immediately and regroup on me. As the Great Xia Empire's foremost Valkyrie, Linglong wasn't just a peerless warrior. Her tactical acumen rivaled that of a seasoned general. Detecting danger, her first instinct was consolidation, preventing the enemy from picking them off piecemeal. Squad 1, Roger. Squad 2, Roger. Her shoulders relaxed slightly as each squad confirmed their status. If everyone was responding, they were still safe. General Yu, should we retreat? The air reeks of bloodshed, muttered one nervous warrior from the Black Tortoise Division, unease thickening his voice. Linglong's eyes swept the darkened foliage. Too late. A retreat now would scatter us. Easy prey. So we're not withdrawing? The young man beside her, Zhao Yu, masked his disappointment poorly. Damn it, Zhao Yu. Are you a man or a coward? Snapped another guard. As the general's personal escort, you should be rallying us, not whimpering about retreat. Zhao Yu chuckled awkwardly. Of course. Just asking. But his shifty gaze darted across the trees. Cold amusement curled Linglong's lips. A traitor among us indeed. Her instincts aligned with Commander Gu Feng's earlier warnings. Her inner circle had been compromised. Today's mission, raiding the hidden treasure of Penglai Canyon, supposedly lightly guarded, had always been bait, a trap tailored for her. Gu Feng had urged caution, but Linglong had pressed forward. In resignation, he'd singled out a few suspects. Zhao Yu topped the list. General, what's next? Zhao Yu edged closer, fingers brushing his saber's hilt. Moonlight glinted off a carved symbol on a nearby trunk. Eastern Sun characters. Recognition flashed in his eyes. We push to the heart of their lair, Linglong said flatly. Her senses prickled with incoming energy surges. 5 martial masters at least, maybe even an imperial-level fighter overseeing this slaughter. The Black Robe Society had emptied its armory for this. She'd walked into more than an ambush. She'd been handed to them by false intelligence and betrayal from within her own ranks. But even in death, she'd gouge their eyes out, blow their command center sky-high, leave their infrastructure in ruins, make her sacrifice count. And if she fell today, Gu Feng would inherit the threads of conspiracy she'd uncovered. Charge! Zhao Yu suddenly bellowed, whipping his blade free. Idiot! We're sneaking. You, behind you. Too late. Zhao Yu pivoted, driving his saber toward Linglong's heart. As a peak master and her trusted guard, he moved faster than her distant allies could intercept. Metal flashed. A wet thunk pierced the night. You never suspected me, did you? Zhao Yu crowed, glee twisting his face. I renounced Xia years ago. Today, I send the mighty Valkyrie to her grave. Murdering Linglong, crushing Xia's morale, humiliating the Yi clan, would skyrocket his status in the Black Robes. Her loyalists shut their eyes. Hopeless. Their leader, betrayed by her own shield brother, surrounded by enemies. The mission, their lives, were already forfeit. Today, this was a conspiracy. Zhao Yu, as the personal guard of Commander Yu, had actually betrayed her. This was a devastating blow to the entire army's morale. The Black Robe Society's harassment had been going on for ages. The martial artists of the Xuanwu faction, watching so many of their comrades fall under the blades of the Black Robe Society's elite, felt even worse than if they themselves had died. They had finally found an opportunity to raid the Black Robe Society's stronghold in the Penglai Gorge. Yet before the operation even began, their leader had been slain. The Xuanwu warriors present could all feel the chilling killing intent closing in around them. With a traitor planted beside Commander Yu, the Black Robe Society must have known every detail of today's operation. They had set a perfect trap, an inescapable net. Emerging from the surrounding woods, the Black Robe Society's elites advanced, led by none other than Matsumoto Birin. Watching Zhao Yu's betrayal unfold, a cold smirk curled on Matsumoto's lips. It seems even the Great Xia's #1 female warrior god is nothing special. Ha! A single sleeper agent was enough to finish her off. Had I known it would be this easy, we wouldn't have needed such an elaborate setup. Indeed, Matsumoto Dano is truly unmatched. You foresaw everything. Absolutely. We'll be holding a victory celebration soon. Killing the Great Xia's top warrior goddess will send shivers through all their martial artists. Flattery from his subordinates made Matsumoto swell with pride. Precisely. After this battle, anyone in Great Xia who dares oppose the Black Robe Society will think twice. Gathering those relics will become child's play. Matsumoto Dano speaks wisely. We pledge our lives to you. When you rise to greater heights, don't forget your loyal brothers. Of course, of course. Matsumoto smiled magnanimously, nodding at his men. But the next moment, his expression twisted in shock. Baka! What the hell? Matsumoto, who had been hiding in the woods, suddenly leaped to his feet, his face frozen in horrified disbelief as he stared at the gorge. Huh? The other Black Robe Society warriors snapped their attention toward the gorge, and what they saw stunned them into silence. Down in the gorge, Zhao Yu's blade had been blocked by Yu Linglong. Worse yet, her other dagger had pierced straight through his heart. The wet, slicing sound hadn't come from Yu Linglong being struck. It was the sound of Zhao Yu's heart being impaled. You? His triumphant laughter died instantly as he gaped at the dagger embedded in his chest, blood soaking his clothes. His entire body went numb. Commander! You actually... His pupils dilated, the light in his eyes dimming as his life force rapidly drained away. Yet disbelief still lingered. How did she react in time? I was so careful, ambushing her in the heat of battle. Yet she blocked my attack and countered with a killing blow?
Impossible.
Where did I slip up? Yu Linglong yanked her dagger free and let Zhao Yu crumple to the ground. Humph. Zhao Yu didn't expect this, did you? You failed to kill me. She smirked, leaning closer so only he could hear. You turned Penglai Gorge into a trap, luring Xuanwu into an ambush. But did you ever consider? This entire squad was our bait. Wah? Zhao Yu shuddered, his dying mind reeling. He hadn't imagined Xuanwu capable of such cunning. He struggled to warn Matsumoto, but life abandoned him before he could utter a word. His head lolled dead. Commander, you're unharmed? Incredible. Thank the heavens. Commander Yu is invincible. Yu Linglong's loyalists, overjoyed at her survival and Zhao Yu's execution, surged forward. Lifting her bloodied blade high, Yu Linglong rallied her warriors. Zhao Yu betrayed us, colluding with the Black Robe Society scum in an attempt to assassinate me. Now, tell me, should we spare these rabid dogs? Never. We fight. Fight. Kill. 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 The warriors, now fully aware of the Black Robe Society's ambush, abandoned all caution. This was a battle to the death. Under Yu Linglong's command, their morale ignited. Battle cries shook the gorge, their collective killing intent thick enough to rustle the surrounding trees, despite the absence of wind. Though Yu Linglong's force numbered only 100, their sheer combat prowess made them a force to be reckoned with. Encircling them were 5 times as many Black Robe Society elites, gathered from every available operative. Swiping sweat from his brow, the scarred man beside Matsumoto spoke coldly. Vice Captain Matsumoto, Zhao Yu's plan failed. Do we attack now? Without Yu Linglong injured or dead, this will be trouble. The Qilin Battalion, Yu Linglong's personal unit, was infamous for its lethality, and she was its soul. So long as she stood, their battle prowess doubled. Matsumoto merely smirked. Who said Zhao Yu was our only plant? His voice dripped with malice. Little does Yu Linglong know, 2 of her vaunted, for elites now belong to us. Shiik. He raised a finger to his lips, the signal to strike. Seconds later, another of Yu Linglong's top generals, seizing the moment as she rallied her troops, drove a dagger toward her lower back. Thunk. This time, the strike landed cleanly. Before anyone could react, the blade tore through her robes, burying itself deep. Yu Linglong, this time you die. Matsumoto exhaled in relief. The assassin, a middle-aged man named Yang Tong, grinned. She blocked Zhao Yu's blade, but not mine. Boom! Agony flared in Yu Linglong's side. Whirling around, she lashed out with a fist, sending Yang Tong flying. Yang Tong, you were the other traitor. Damn you! Her face paled with rage, and something else. Yang Tong landed a few meters away, sneering. Too late for regrets. My blade is laced with a lethal poison. One scratch, and you're finished. The entire Qilin battalion stood frozen. Another assassin. Yang Tong waited. Yet Yu Linglong, though pale, showed no further signs of distress. His smirk faltered. What's happening? Did the toxin fail? Even Yu Linglong was baffled. That stab should have been excruciating. Why is there no blood? And warmth? Her hand drifted to her waist and pulled out a faded, yellowed talisman. At that moment, the yellowed talisman on her emitted shimmering golden light, radiating an ancient aura. A faint slash mark could be seen on the talisman, but clearly, it had successfully blocked Yang Tong's fatal blow. Yu Linglong's thoughts raced. She immediately recalled, wasn't this talisman given to her by Yi Fan when she left Yun City? Back then, Yi Fan had said this talisman could save her life in critical moments and urged her to keep it close to her body at all times. Although 5 years ago, Yi Fan had been recognized as the genius prodigy of the Yi family. Now, in everyone's eyes, he was just a fool. Yu Linglong hadn't taken his words seriously at the time. She had only kept it because, after all, it was a gift from her future husband. Yet now, against all expectations, it had saved her life. Yu Linglong inhaled sharply. Her heart flooded with shock, joy, and above all, burning curiosity. How could a talisman from Yi Fan possess such immense power? It had actually withstood a full-force strike from a Grandmaster-level expert. A breeze swept past, and the golden glow on the talisman dimmed rapidly before it crumbled into dust and vanished into thin air. Still in disbelief, Yu Linglong lifted her robes to examine her waist. To her astonishment, apart from a faint red mark, there was no injury at all. Even the lingering pain and the mark itself were fading under the soothing warmth left by the talisman. Warmth. Again, this warmth.
Yifan. Yifan.
What secrets are you hiding? Back in Yun City, whenever she held Yifan's hand, she had distinctly sensed this strange warmth. Just being near him seemed to channel an inexplicable energy, something that could transform into martial power, vitality, or healing strength, nourishing her body. A sheet of paper? What the hell? Yang Tong had been eagerly waiting for Yu Linglong to collapse, but instead, she stood unharmed, pulling out a yellowed piece of paper. Not a scratch, no blood, no injury at all. What kind of sorcery was this? Damn it! Enraged, Yang Tong staggered and prepared to lunge at her again. But before he could move, four blades flashed in unison. Buffed, buffed. From every direction, his own subordinates drove their swords deep into his back. Arg! Yang Tong cried out, blood gushing from his mouth as his sword clattered to the ground. He crumpled face first, twitched a few times and went still. 2 down. Yu Linglong glanced coldly at Yang Tong's and Zhao Yu's corpses, recalling Gu Feng's warning. The intelligence network of the Black Tortoise Military District had its limits. They had only identified the presence of 2 moles close to her but not their identities. Now, it seemed all the spies planted by the Eastern Ravens had been exposed, which meant the real battle was about to begin. Brothers, Yu Linglong declared, her voice icy as she surveyed her remaining guards. Our internal traitors have been purged. Now comes the true fight. She pointed ahead. Beyond this gorge lies a rocky outcropping. We'll use the terrain to bottleneck them and negate their numerical advantage. She clenched her fist. Our mission today, Operation Heaven's Furnace. We hold this line at all costs. The full strategy was simple. Yu Linglong's unit served as bait, drawing the Eastern Ravens forces into the gorge while Gu Feng mobilized the Black Tortoise Division's elites to encircle and annihilate them. Yet she shared none of these details with her troops. For all she knew, there might still be spies lurking among them. Meanwhile, deep in the gorge's forests, the Eastern Ravens commander, Matsumoto Birin, and his men had been watching Yang Tong's ambush with glee, until that damned talisman ruined everything. Bacana! What kind of sorcery is this? A scrap of paper blocked a Grandmaster's strike? Since when did the martial forces of Great Xia become this terrifying? One subordinate muttered, fear rippling through their ranks. Their covert operations in Great Xia had already been a disaster, with martial factions hounding them at every turn. This ambush on Yulinglong was supposed to restore morale. Yet before they even attacked, they were already spooked. Idiots! Matsumoto snarled. It's just the talisman arts of Great Xia. That woman's luck won't hold forever. He drew his sword. Enough delay, kill every last one of them.
No survivors.
Yes, sir. With a chorus of war cries, the Eastern Raven's martial experts surged forward. 50 kilometers away, midair, the moment Yulinglong's talisman shattered, Yifan snapped his eyes open. They're moving already? Faster! He barked at the pilot. Push it beyond the limits. Lord Yi, we're maxed out. At least 10 more minutes. But Yifan couldn't wait. The instant they neared the gorge, he leaped from the chopper, dropping 15 meters onto coastal boulders, shattering them on impact without pause. Dusk had fallen, but the moon's glow still faintly outlined the terrain. Yifan's senses flared, locking onto the violent surges of martial energy ahead. A battle was still raging. Good, that meant his wife was still alive. Yet as he sprinted inland, a pale glimmer on the beach caught his eye. A girl? Her dress was nearly torn away by the tide, revealing ivory skin and curves that would daze any man, especially those ample, almost unrestrained peaks. But more importantly, faint breathing. A drowning survivor. To save or not, every second counted for Yulinglong. But he couldn't abandon a life, not when he could carry her while running. Decision made, Yifan blurred into action, scooping the unconscious beauty into his arms. Follow me, he ordered his 4 maids. The women exchanged glances. Their master's luck with women was just absurd. Even in a rescue mission, he stumbles upon another stunner? Yifan held the young girl in his arms, sprinting forward while channeling a powerful surge of life force into her body. When he first saw her, Yifan had immediately noticed that she was suffering from severe internal injuries. Though she still clung to a faint breath, the relentless battering of the waves had left her vitality critically depleted, so weak that anyone else might have mistaken her for dead. Her meridians were damaged, her blood vessels were congested, her entire body was on the brink of collapse. If left to others, she would have been beyond saving. But Yifan was different. Having inherited the knowledge from the Dragon Ring's legacy, his medical skills surpassed even Lei Chenjue, the Great Xia dynasty's revered physician sage. Combined with the mystical power of deity fragments, healing her was no challenge. As Yifan infused her with an ancient energy, clearing most of the blockages in her body, the girl let out a soft moan, squirming slightly in his arms. Since he was carrying her around the waist, her sudden movement caused her ample bosom to press firmly into his hand, nearly overwhelming him. Damn it! Though Yifan was battle-hardened and had seen the peaks of the world, this was almost too much. Life was full of scenery, but each vista offered a different view. Yet, remembering that his beloved Yulinglong was still in mortal danger, he swiftly suppressed his stirring emotions and accelerated toward the canyon. Meanwhile, his energy continued to gently nourish and realign the girl's meridians. Her meridians were unusual, different from an ordinary person's. As he worked, Yifan sensed a latent ancient energy pulsing within her bloodstream, resembling the aura of deity fragments. Though curious, now wasn't the time for investigation. Yifan and his 4 maidservants were nearing the canyon. En route, they encountered a few perimeter guards from the Black Robe Society, but his attendants handled them effortlessly. No need for him to intervene. The sounds of battle grew clearer, and Yulinglong's furious shouts could faintly be heard ahead. Less than 2 minutes after Yifan left with the girl, several speedboats raced across the sea. A group of oddly dressed martial artists leaped ashore, frantically searching the coastline. Did you find the young mistress?
No.
She's not here either. Captain, what should we do? The group included several martial venerables, all visibly panicked. What should we do? Keep searching, the captain barked. Before we left, the clan leader reiterated, protect the young mistress at all costs. If anything happens to her, we'll all lose our heads. He glared around. Also, watch Admiral Nanba closely. She met him last. Something's fishy. Nanba and Zhou Yao already entered the canyon from another route with their elites. I'll lead a team to tail them. The rest of you comb the area. We must find her. Alive or dead? Yes, sir. On another peak overlooking the canyon, Zhou Yao and a pale-faced man observed the battle below with sinister smiles. Admiral Nanba, the fight's nearly over. It's time we made our move. Zhou Yao chuckled. Don't worry. Today's affairs won't delay your own plans. Nanba smirked in return. Young Master Zhou, you're mistaken. This isn't just your affair. It benefits you as well. He gestured toward the battlefield. Once we eliminate the internal resistance and seize Penglai Canyon, the entire Blood Fiend sect will bow to your command. Zhou Yao threw back his head and laughed. Well said. Then let's begin. Once today's victory is secured, I trust you'll remember my contribution. Naturally, but for safety, I've kept 2/3 of my forces hidden underwater. Just in case. Zhou Yao had no intention of being a sacrificial pawn. He'd wait until Yu Linglong and the Black Robe Society exhausted themselves before swooping in. Only then could he claim the lion's share. Inside Penglai Canyon, Matsumoto and his elites had whittled Yu Linglong's forces down from 100 to fewer than 30 survivors. Cornered against a chaotic rock formation, her remaining fighters were pinned in a semicircle, making their last stand. Matsumoto's smirk dripped with condescension. Lady Yu Linglong, why struggle? I admit your Xuanwu domain warriors are formidable. With one casualty, you took 2 of ours. Impressive. But now, he gestured to his 300 fresh troops. 30 wounded against this? Surrender. I promise leniency, even a position second only to me. Recruiting the Great Xia's top female martial god would be a strategic triumph. Matsumoto knew the stakes. Yu Linglong spat. Surrender? Dream on. Though her voice was fierce, unease gnawed at her. She had planned this trap meticulously. Yet after nearly an hour inside the canyon, where was Gu Feng's reinforcements? If the encirclement wasn't ready in time, Matsumoto's elites might escape. Sensing something amiss, Matsumoto leaned toward his intelligence officer. Status report on perimeter scouts. As deputy leader of the Black Robe Society's Great Xia branch, he wasn't reckless. The Xuanwu domain protected southeastern Xia. Underestimating them was fatal. Our lookout teams confirm. Their HQ shows no movement. No activity around the canyon except Zhou Yao's men approaching slowly from the east. Relieved but wary, Matsumoto scowled. Zhou Yao. Still playing games. If that schemer had ulterior motives. All forces attack. Finish them in 30 seconds. Before Zhou Yao interfered, this battle needed to end. In her moment of urgency, Yu Linglong finally heard Commander Gu Feng's voice through her earpiece. Linglong, all our forces have arrived at the designated positions. Hold on for 10 more minutes. We're coming to rescue you. Hearing Gu Feng's words, Yu Linglong secretly let out a sigh of relief. Brothers, Commander Gu Feng has surrounded this place. We don't need to fight recklessly anymore. Everyone, protect yourselves and hold out for 10 more minutes. They'll be here soon. Yes. Though only 30 men remained on the battlefield, their morale and fighting spirit soared upon hearing that Gu Feng had arrived with reinforcements. Matsumoto's expression darkened as he observed the situation. Had the Xuanwu domain really sent reinforcements? But according to the latest intel, there had been no movement from their forces. Boss, bad news. Really bad news. Our brothers on perimeter watch have been ambushed. The relief team saw a large group of Xuanwu domain experts charging toward the canyon at high speed. What? Didn't you just say there were no reinforcements? How did they suddenly appear right at our doorstep? Matsumoto was genuinely panicking now. If the Xuanwu domain truly had backup, then Yu Linglong's presence today must have been part of a trap. How many are there? Matsumoto quickly assessed his own forces. Only about 300 martial elites remained, and even with a martial emperor backing them, if the Xuanwu domain launched a full assault, the Black Robe Society would be annihilated. Hard to tell, but from our estimates, at least 700 or 800. Hiss! Matsumoto sucked in a sharp breath at his subordinate's report. Damn it! 700 or 800. That instantly reversed the odds. They now outnumbered his forces several times over. The Xuanwu domain was playing for keeps. Damn it all. He'd been outmaneuvered. Elder Koizumi, I beg you to lead our men and hold the retreat route. Matsumoto bowed hastily toward the void before barking orders at his subordinates. 2nd and 3rd Divisions, follow Elder Koizumi and secure our retreat path. We'll join you shortly. Matsumoto was truly afraid now. If the Xuanwu domain had sent reinforcements, they must have mobilized nearly their entire force. The Penglai Canyon was lost, but at least he could ensure most of his men escaped. You Linglong, you're ruthless, but don't get too smug. Even if Gu Feng sent reinforcements, I can still kill you before they reach you. Everyone, attack. Finish them in 10 seconds. Kill this troublemaker. Baka! Matsumoto was livid. Damn it all. What was supposed to be an ambush, a one-sided slaughter, had turned into a desperate retreat. He glanced toward the eastern side and sneered inwardly. At least there were still Zhou Yao and the Blood Demon's forces over there. Maybe they could buy him some time to escape. Let them fight among themselves. Whoosh! 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 Matsumoto's men, now under orders, held nothing back. They unleashed their strongest martial energy and lunged at Yu Linglong's group. Thud! Thud! Several of Yu Linglong's frontline fighters fell after a brief struggle. Though Yu Linglong's combat and tactical skills were exceptional, she and her remaining men were forced to retreat deeper into the rocky terrain. But against overwhelming force, even the most brilliant strategy was futile. In mere moments, her forces dwindled to fewer than 10. Matsumoto himself drew his blade and charged. With 3 martial venerables joining the fray, it became a massacre. Slash! Yu Linglong took a brutal cut to her shoulder while trying to save a comrade. Blood gushed down her arm as she staggered, her already pale face turning ghostly white. Leaning on her sword for support, she gazed wistfully toward the Great Xia border and murmured, "Is this really the end? That fool Yifan. I wonder if he's recovered. I never got to be your wife. What a pity. If only I'd absorbed more of your warm energy before leaving, maybe I'd have been strong enough to avoid this." Meanwhile, Yifan had finally reached the canyon, with his 4 maids, all master-level martial artists. By his side, their formidable energy and combat experience made them unstoppable. Matsumoto's men fell like wheat before a scythe. Yifan cradled a stunningly beautiful girl in his arms, continuously channeling ancient energy and life force into her. He could feel her squirming slightly, yet strangely, she remained unconscious. What he didn't know was that the girl had already opened her eyes and was studying him. His strong brows, chiseled features, and resolute jawline. Had he saved her? She glanced down at her near-naked body and instinctively pressed closer to him, trying to cover herself, only to realize his hand was gripping one of her phoenixes, squeezing it out of shape. MMPH, so embarrassing. How could she face anyone after this? Wait, didn't Great Xia have a saying? For a life-saving grace, one can only repay with one's body. So, this man was now her future husband? Not bad at all. She rather liked him. She wriggled again and suddenly felt something pressing against her. After a brief moment of confusion, she realized what it was. She might be inexperienced, but she wasn't ignorant. This intense already, blushing, she tried to shift away, only to feel a surge of warm energy flowing into her body, nourishing her and enhancing her martial power. Huh? This handsome guy had such a miraculous ability? Just by touching him, she could gain this energy? Then, if they married, wouldn't she receive even more? The benefits would be enormous. With that, breaking through to Martial Saint would be effortless. And if she reached Martial Emperor, her father's burdens would lighten, right? Those bastards had ambushed her, beaten her to death, and dumped her in the sea. If not for this man's rescue, she'd be gone for good. Did they think she was just a pretty face? This time, she'd make them pay. Damn it! My wife is hurt. By the time Yifan rushed to the rocky gorge, he happened to see Yu Linglong slashed by a martial venerable under Matsumoto's command. His heart twisted in pain. Nanxing, stay here and take care of this girl. Find her some clothes. Yifan shoved the unconscious girl into his maid's arms and, with a powerful kick against the ground, shot toward Yu Linglong like lightning. Over on her side, Matsumoto had already gathered 3 martial venerables, preparing to deliver the final strike. The moment Yifan left, the girl in Nanxing's arms stirred awake with a soft moan. Miss, you're awake? Nanxing eyed the beauty struggling to stand up, her gaze filled with suspicion. She regained consciousness awfully fast. Was she faking it all along? These sly foxes. Yes, thank you for saving me. The girl bowed slightly. Do you have a phone I could borrow? After taking the phone, she swiftly dialed an encrypted number. Elder Mu, where are you? Abort the operation now. After a brief exchange, she returned the phone and bowed again. I must leave for now, but I'll return soon. Tell your young master to be careful. I'll bring him a surprise. With that, she kicked off the ground and vanished, reappearing dozens of meters away in an instant. Marshal Venerable, Nanxing and the other maids gaped in shock. Why are all the girls' young master meets so extraordinary? And what kind of surprise is she planning? Meanwhile, Yu Linglong was down to her last 5 loyal guards. Under Matsumoto's relentless assault, all 5 were bleeding heavily, their bodies riddled with wounds. Yu Linglong had just cut down a few more of the Black Robe Society's lackeys, but exhaustion weighed on her like lead. She barely clung to consciousness, her trembling fingers gripping her saber as she leaned against the jagged rocks for support. Yu Linglong, you really are impressive. If only you weren't from Daxia, I might have even made you my woman. Matsumoto stared at her with frosty disdain. But now your struggles are pointless. You dared scheme against me. Today you die. Kobe, Shida, crush this bitch into dust. Matsumoto was practically frantic. His scouts had reported that Gu Feng's forces had already encircled them. What was supposed to be a quick execution had dragged on for 8 minutes. If they wasted any more time, escape would be impossible. The only martial emperor in the Panglai Gorge, Elder Koizumi, had taken 2 squads to secure the retreat route, yet there had been no word from him. A deep unease gripped Matsumoto. He needed this finished. Now, boom, boom, boom. 3 devastating surges of martial energy roared toward Yu Linglong and her guards from all sides, sealing their fate. Already on the brink of collapse, they had no strength left to resist. Under the crushing pressure, the very air seemed to warp. The rocks they clung to for protection crumbled into dust. Yu Linglong trembled violently, eyes bloodshot, vision blurring. She was moments from blacking out, but just before her consciousness faded, she glimpsed a silhouette behind Matsumoto.
Yifan.
That fool. Here? Am I hallucinating? She fought to keep her eyes open, to confirm if the man she vowed to protect had truly come. But exhaustion won, dragging her into darkness. Still, a faint smile touched her lips as she murmured deliriously, "Maybe we won't die after all." Even she didn't know why she believed that. Perhaps it was pure, instinctive trust. Yifan's talismans had already saved her once. His mysterious constitution, his true power, could he be stronger than anyone imagined? "Commander Yu, what did you say?" Her guards, half dead themselves, desperately moved to shield her. Boom! The earth shook as the attack landed, carving out a crater 10 meters wide and 7 meters deep. The shockwave flattened the surrounding rocks, leaving no signs of life. Dead at last. As the dust settled, Matsumoto exhaled in relief. The fight had been brutal, but killing the war goddess of Daxia was worth it. "Matsumoto, let's confirm her death," Kobe muttered, sniffing the air. "I still sense traces of her presence. Could she?"
Impossible.
Matsumoto scoffed. "Our combined strike rivals a martial emperor's power. Yu Linglong was already spent. There's no way she survived." He scanned the pit again with his perception. No aura remained. She's dead. Rally the men. Time to break out. But Kobe didn't move. He just stared at Matsumoto wide-eyed. Kobe, what's wrong with you? Move. Thunk. A bloody blade erupted from Kobe's chest. With a gurgling choke, Kobe collapsed lifelessly onto the crimson-stained earth, revealing a steel-faced Yifan standing behind him. Hurt my wife. Yifan's voice was ice, penetrating every soul on the battlefield. None of you are leaving. You'll all bury her today. His words barely rose above a whisper, yet they resonated like a death knell, freezing every black-robe warrior mid-step. Who? Asked this man? A single man, threatening an army of thousands? Holy shit. You're…
Yifan.
Matsumoto's realization hit instantly. Just 2 days ago, Murayama Koji, another deputy leader of the Black Clothes Society, had led an entire brigade into Yunqing to assist Elder Zhang in striking against the Yi family. The result? Every elite under Murayama's command, alongside Jin Yang's forces, was completely annihilated. Officially, the incident was blamed on Jin Yang carelessly triggering explosives, causing Murayama and his men to perish. Yeah, right. Jin Yang was no fool. He was the young master of Jin family in Huadu, handpicked by Elder Zhang for a reason. On top of that, young Master Zhou from Shangjing, the spokesperson of the Holy Envoy organization, had suffered grave injuries in the confrontation. The only problem? Zhou Ming's memories had been completely erased, leaving no clues as to what truly happened. Such a convenient coincidence? The only known outcome from external investigations was that Yi Fan, that supposed idiot, had walked away and scathed alongside Xian Yufei, Su Yixue, and Qing Rulin. Now, seeing Yi Fan before him, everything clicked for Matsumoto. Yi Fan wasn't foolish at all. Moreover, if he could effortlessly slaughter Kando, his strength had to be at least on par with an emperor-level martial artist, the legendary martial emperor tier. Damn it! They'd all been played by Yi Fan. Even as shock gripped him, Matsumoto acted without hesitation. He kicked off the ground, darting backward at full speed. Seeing Yi Fan closing in, he ruthlessly grabbed his comrade Ashida, a fellow martial lord-level expert, and hurled him straight at Yi Fan. Matsumu, damn you! Ashida barely had time to react before terror seized him. Midair, he desperately tried to channel his inner energy to break free, his legs flailing like a panicked chicken, but to no avail. No need to run. Today you all die. With a frigid sneer, Yi Fan unleashed his full-power martial emperor, 6th tier, without restraint. His fist shot forward like a meteor. Ashida, despite being a martial lord-rank powerhouse, might as well have been made of paper. His defensive chi shattered instantly, annihilated with ludicrous ease. Boom! Ashida had no time to react. His entire body exploded into gore. The stench of blood filled the air. Yi Fan's brutality froze all 300 black-clothed society elites on the spot. In their minds, Ashida, Kando, and Matsumoto represented the pinnacle of martial prowess. Yet here was Yi Fan, first young master of the Yi family, the so-called idiot, casually obliterating one of them without breaking a sweat. Absolute dominance. The might of a martial emperor. Terrifying beyond measure. Instinct screamed at them to flee, but their legs felt poured in lead, refusing to obey. Matsumoto, now perched behind his underlings, was the most shaken of all. For one, Yi Fan had just erased 2 martial lords like swatting flies. If that's the case, then me, barely a 5th-tier martial lord, might as well be dead already. But what horrified Matsumoto even more was realizing that Yi Fan's other arm was cradling someone. Yu Linglong. Wait. Didn't the trio of martial lords pulverize Yu Linglong moments ago? What the hell? Not only was Yu Linglong unharmed, but her 5 injured guards also stood unhurt behind Yi Fan. Dumbstruck. They'd been cornered in a hopeless siege. How had they suddenly escaped death? Could this truly be the same foolish young master Yu Shuai insisted on marrying? He's this powerful? Earlier, they'd resented their leader's decision. How could their queen-like commander be shackled to a joke like Yi Fan? Now, Their doubts evaporated into awe. Yifan's abrupt intervention had plunged the battlefield into eerie silence, as though time itself had frozen. The rhythmic thud of his boots against the earth hammered like a death knell against Matsumoto's chest. Attack! All of you! Attack! Archers! Fire every bolt you have! Matsumoto's heart threatened to burst with terror. He knew one brutal truth. In solo combat he stood zero chance. A seasoned martial emperor could topple nations alone. Even with all his elites charging, killing Yifan seemed impossible. His only hope? Sacrifice them to buy time. Outside, Commander Gu Feng of the Xuanwu region was already encircling Penglai Gorge. Any further delay, and even Elder Koizumi's rearguard wouldn't hold the escape route. Swoosh, 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 like a storm of steel, hundreds of enhanced crossbow bolts, capable of piercing even martial master-level defenses, rained toward Yifan. Yet before they neared within 3 zhong, almost equals 10 meters, a translucent ripple of qi erected an impenetrable barrier. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yifan hurled the bolts back at triple speed, slaughtering the archers in an instant. One move, 100 lives. Most of those dead were martial master-level experts, cornerstones of the Black-Clothed Society's future, now snuffed out like candles. Matsumoto's gut twisted in anguish, but self-preservation quickly overrode remorse. 4th Squad charge. Self-destruct if you must. We cannot let the Black-Clothed Society fall here. This is your moment of glory. Even now, Matsumoto peddled his brainwashing rhetoric, and the fools ate it up. Several martial masters ignited forbidden techniques, burning their life force to temporarily ascend to martial lord-tier power, then lunged at Yifan in suicidal explosions. While individually harmless, their numbers finally forced Yifan to falter. His stamina and qi were draining fast. If Gu Feng didn't arrive soon, but letting Matsumoto escape? Unthinkable. Protect Linglong. Yifan barked at the 4 approaching maids. Then he vanished. In a blur, he materialized before the next wave of suicide bombers. Hands weaving seals, he grinned darkly. Stellar reversal. With a twist of his palm, the accumulated energy diverted, straight toward Matsumoto. Once, Yifan had used this trick to deal a devastating blow to the assassins who sought to kill Lei Qianjue at a critical moment. This time, it was Matsumoto Biren's turn to suffer. Whoosh! In an instant, visible ripples surged through the air. Before Matsumoto could comprehend what was happening, he realized his body had been unnaturally shifted. Wasn't I rushing toward the outskirts of the battlefield just now? Why am I suddenly back at the center? It felt as if an invisible but overwhelming force had forcibly yanked him backward. By the time Matsumoto regained his senses, he realized he was now standing in the exact spot where Yifan had been moments ago. Before him, 4 master-level experts from the Black Clothing Society had ignited their life force, forcibly elevating their power to the martial venerate realm, and were moments away from self-detonation. The explosion from such power would be equivalent to that of a heavy bomb. Worse, since these warriors had forcibly raised their cultivation to the martial venerate level, the blast was more than enough to kill Matsumoto.
Dem doxia men, di.
Aish! Curse you! While roaring furiously, the 4 masters lunged forward and desperately clung to the figure in front of them, ensuring that Yifan couldn't escape yet again. Feeling the violent surges of martial energy around him, Matsumoto's hair stood on end as he screamed in terror. God damn it! Let go of me!
I'm Matsumoto Biren.
Fuck! Do it now! Holy hell! This was terrifying. For Black Clothing Society experts detonating simultaneously after forcefully burning their life force, the devastation was unimaginable. Previously, when Matsumoto had teamed up with 3 martial venerates from Kobe, they had blasted a massive crater into the rocky terrain. There was no way he could survive the self-destruction of 4 Black Clothing Society masters right in front of him. What the actual hell? Wasn't this supposed to be an attack on Yifan? How did all the damage land on him instead? Ha! Hearing Matsumoto's familiar voice, the 4 Black Clothing Society members finally snapped out of their frenzy. staring in shock at the figure they had pinned down. Their eyes widened with disbelief. Chairman Matsumoto, weren't you gone just now? How are you back here again? Upon hearing their confused questioning, Matsumoto nearly lost his mind. Bastards. Just let go. How the fuck should I know? Arg. The Black Clothing Society's life-burning combat techniques were irreversible. Once activated, they were like gasoline, only stopping once completely exhausted. Oh. Alright, Matsumoto-sama. Run. I can't hold back much longer. Finally, the subordinates hurriedly released their grip and urged him to escape. Screw you and your whole damn family. Like he wouldn't run if he could. They had been gripping him so tightly. How could he possibly have slipped free? The moment he regained freedom, Matsumoto bolted like his ass was on fire. But it was already too late. Boom! Boom! Just as he staggered barely 3 meters away, for deafening explosions erupted behind him. Ow, fuck! My ass! Instantly, a song involuntarily played in Matsumoto's mind. Chrysanthemum torn, pain all around. Thud! Thud! The shock waves from the explosions blasted straight through his backside. His hair, beard, and eyebrows were instantly scorched black, his face covered in soot. When the dust settled, Matsumoto stood there, clutching his aching rear, his entire body blackened as if he had crawled out of a coal mine. When he opened his mouth, a puff of black smoke drifted out. And worst of all, he felt an unsettling emptiness in his pants. Looking down, he discovered that his trousers had been blown open, and something was missing. His tiny pride gone.
Yefan.
You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. A. Howling in fury, he took a step, only to immediately regret it as sharp pain shot through his ravaged backside. I'll kill you, you son of a bitch. Despite his furious threats, his legs obediently retreated behind his remaining subordinates. He understood all too well Yifan at the martial emperor level could kill him with ease. Had Yifan intended murder with that star reversal move earlier, Matsumoto would already be dead. At this point, Yifan was merely toying with him. Now, Matsumoto could only pin his hopes on Elder Koizumi. Turning toward the direction where the elder had left, he suddenly spotted Koizumi charging back toward them in a frenzy. Elder Koizumi, did you secure the escape route? Hurry. Kill this Dacia demon now. We cannot allow him to grow any stronger. Yifan, at such a young age, had already reached martial emperor realm. Given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the martial saint level. A nation that produced a martial saint could dominate an entire continent or even the world. If Dacia nurtured such a monstrous genius, the resurgence of Dongying through the Black Clothing Society would become impossible. Secure my ass. Gu Feng has surrounded all exits. Not just the Xuanwu domain forces. Even the Celestial Secrets Pavilion seems to have sent reinforcements. We must break through another way. Koizumi's face was grim, a bloody wound visible on his shoulder, indicating a recent brutal fight, and one that had not gone in his favor. Nevertheless, upon seeing Yifan, the elder didn't hesitate. With a furious swing of his sleeve, Koizumi unleashed a deadly assault toward the young man. Koizumi was well aware of who Yifan was. 5 years ago, when Yifan broke through to the martial master realm at just 15, the Black Clothing Society had drafted assassination plans. The operation was shelved when Yifan suddenly turned stupid. But now, their oversight had birthed an unimaginable disaster. Shiying, as a guardian elder of the Black Clothing Society, Koizumi had reached the 3rd stage of martial emperor realm. His strike tore through the air with a sharp whistle, sending visible ripples of destructive martial energy toward Yifan. Though the ripples appeared chaotic, each one carried razor-sharp killing intent, shattering every tree and boulder in their path. Yifan, still acting arrogant? This time you're finished? Matsumoto sneered, regaining confidence as Koizumi took action. You think being a martial emperor makes you invincible? Ha! Don't forget, our Black Clothing Society has martial emperors too. With Koizumi attacking, Matsumoto believed victory was within reach once again. But Yifan merely flicked his fingers into the air, tracing a series of intricate seals. Evil destroying formation, break. Why waste his own martial energy when he could utilize the overpowered formations inherited from the divine fragments? With a lazy wave of his hand, a golden formation shimmered into existence, then drifted delicately toward Elder Koizumi, like a falling leaf. That's all you've got? The four maids behind Yifan sensed the terrifying power of Xiaochuan's attack. Unable to hold back their worry, they urged, "Young master, be careful. Is your defense going to hold?" As they spoke, the maids nearly rushed forward to shield him. Yifan quickly grabbed them, shaking his head with a faint smile. "Do you really have so little faith in your young master?" Across from them, Elder Xiaoquan sneered at Yifan's reaction.
Brat.
"You sorely underestimate this old man's strength. Even if you're the greatest prodigy of Great Xia, arrogance will be your downfall. You won't even realize how you died." While berating Yifan, Xiaoquan turned to Matsumoto and barked an order. "Command our men to retreat through the western second exit. Gufeng has stationed Emperor rank experts on the eastern path. There's no way they've deployed another on the west." Elder Xiaoquan was in a foul mood. His presence in Panglai Gorge today was merely symbolic, meant to intimidate Yu Linglong's strike team in case they proved troublesome. But to his shock, the entire battle turned out to be a layered deception. Yu Linglong's assault had merely been a diversion. Gufeng had actually mobilized overwhelming forces to encircle Panglai Gorge. And worst of all, that so-called idiot from the Yi family, the one Yu Linglong had married, wasn't brainless at all. Instead, his strength had reached the emperor level. But so what? Even among emperors, the gap in power can be vast. Matsumoto began to acknowledge the order, but then froze in place. What? Xiaochuan's attacks had struck forward, yet no ripple of impact followed, as if swallowed by an unseen abyss. "Elder Xiaoquan, something's wrong," Matsumoto yelled fearfully, already stepping back, ready to flee. Whoosh! A blade erupted from the darkness, spearing through Matsumoto's calf and pinning him to the ground. "You're in quite a rush to leave," Yifan remarked coolly from nearby, his voice laced with lethal amusement. "Where's the fun in that?" The sheer dominance in his tone paralyzed Matsumoto.
Des amis.
Blood seeped from his mangled foot. He reached to pull the blade out, then shuddered, too terrified by the pain. Meanwhile, Xiaoquan finally realized the gravity of the situation. A full-force emperor-rank strike, obliterated without a trace? His golden saber storm had simply vanished upon contact with that shimmering barrier around Yifan. "So, I underestimated you after all," Xiaoquan spat bitterly. He clenched his fist and smashed it violently against his own chest. Blood trickled from his lips as he forcibly pushed his aura higher, ascending to the 5th-tier emperor rank. Drawing his blade once more, he roared, "King Yan/break." He needed to end this now. Gufeng's reinforcements were closing in, and Xiaochuan's squad wouldn't hold much longer. If Yifan survived until then, they'd all be slaughtered from both sides. The air itself trembled as his slash manifested into a colossal dragon of murderous energy, ready to consume everything in its path. The remaining black-cloaked society fighters erupted into cheers. "Is this our salvation? The elder truly is unstoppable. Great Xia's trash don't stand a chance against him." Yet, nothing. The mightiest slash yet hit Yifan's golden formation, and again, dissipated without a trace. Only a faint ripple disturbed the air. Bullsh! Xiaochuan's brain short-circuited. How? But before he could process it, Yifan tilted his wrist, and suddenly, Xiaochuan's own energy dragon reversed course, roaring back toward him alongside countless phantom saber strikes. Every attack he'd launched now delivered tenfold. The elder's pupils shrunk to pinpricks. His world-toppling slash was mercilessly flung straight back at him, augmented by ethereal blades now accelerating like razored rain. Is he mirroring my techniques? Horror drowned him. Normally, Xiaoquan could have dodged or blocked. But this? His forcibly boosted rank now worked against him. The rebound struck with the full force of his earlier Emperor 5 assault, an intensity his actual body couldn't withstand. Boom! When the dust settled, Xiaoquan swayed on his feet, one arm dangling limp, his torso caved inward like crushed paper. He coughed blood, barely alive, completely crippled. Silence. Every black-cloaked society member stood petrified, their morale shattered. An Emperor Tier Elder. Crushed just like that? That demon from Great Xia. Just what kind of monster are you? Yifan exhaled sharply, dissipating the golden barrier. The toll on his spirit power was immense. Another prolonged clash would have drained him. He strode toward Matsumoto, whose face twisted into sheer terror. Now your turn. Yifan grinned like a reaper. Feel like choosing your death. Around them, the surviving fighters simply froze. Even if ordered to attack, they lacked the courage to lift a blade. I surrender, Matsumoto babbled, desperation cracking his voice. Spare me, Lord Yi. I was wrong. Just as despair choked his throat, however. Clap, clap, clap. A slow, mocking applause echoed through the gorge. My. A smug voice drawled from the shadows. Matsumoto-san, your forces are already wiped out? Pathetic. Through the dust emerged Zhou Yao, leading an entire legion of blood fiend sect elites. And behind him, 2 more emperor-rank experts flanked him like executioners. Reinforcements. Matsumoto's face flickered between shock and manic hope. Zhou Commander, he screeched. Save me. Kill Yifan. Whatever terms you demanded before, I'll agree to all of them now. Zhou Yao smirked, a vulture arriving only after the battle was lost, just to dictate terms. Matsumoto knew he was being extorted. But right now, he'd sell his soul if it meant survival. Then I'll have to thank you in advance, Matsumoto. But Matsumoto, my men have come a long way and endured great hardship. I'd appreciate it if you could offer them some compensation. I'm sure you won't mind, right? Zhou Yao was deliberately driving a hard bargain. At this point, most of Matsumoto's black-cloaked society subordinates had been killed or wounded. Yifan was still combat-ready and fully capable of wiping them out, while Gufeng's forces were rapidly closing in from the outside. On Matsumoto's side, even their sole martial emperor expert, Elder Koizumi, was severely injured. Without Zhou Yao's intervention, none of Matsumoto's men would survive. Fine. Commander Zhou, name your terms. It would be an honor for the Black Cloaked Society to have you join us. Then I won't hold back. First, I demand the position of vice leader with real authority, and all my trusted subordinates must hold ranks above hall master. Additionally, I want 300 chi-refining pills, 2 immortal bones, and the divine fragments hidden in the Panglai Gorge. I'll take those as well. Zhou Yao didn't mince words, laying out his demands without hesitation. Hearing this, Matsumoto's face darkened. Commander Zhou, these aren't terms. You're trying to bleed the Black Cloaked Society dry. Don't push your luck. Some of these demands even exceeded Matsumoto's authority. Heh. Matsumoto, you were the one who said I could ask for anything. Or do you no longer need my help? Zhou Yao smirked, his piercing gaze locking onto Matsumoto, leaving him no room to maneuver. Right now, Matsumoto had no choice but to agree. Accepting meant sacrificing some of the Black Cloak Society's interests, but refusing would mean the deaths of himself and all the Society's elite members here. Fine. Accept. Commander Zhou, rest assured, if you help us escape today, I'll agree to all your terms. Matsumoto added pointedly, but a word of caution, Commander Gufeng of the Xuanwu domain and his forces have already surrounded the area. If you have a plan, you'd better share it now so we can coordinate. No need to worry, Matsumoto. Since I'm here, I have my own methods. As the Xuanwu domain's deputy commander, Zhou Yao's open collusion with the Black Cloaked Society would make him a traitor in the eyes of the Great Xia Empire, leaving him no place to hide. That's why he had brought the Blood Fiend Division. He had no intention of letting any Xuanwu domain members leave alive. As he spoke, Zhou Yao produced a pre-written list. Matsumoto, I'd appreciate your signature. Wouldn't want you to renege on our deal later. You! Matsumoto hadn't expected Zhou Yao to be so cunning, even preparing a written agreement. Damn it! Though he loathed the idea, Matsumoto glanced at Yifan and clenched his teeth, signing the document. Commander Zhou, as long as Yifan dies, I'll pay any price. That bastard had crushed his manhood. He was even more detestable than Zhou Yao. Zhou Yao and the Blood Fiend Division encircled Yifan, his 4 maids, and Yu Linglong's subordinates, their overwhelming aura making it hard for the trapped group to even breathe. Only after securing the signed agreement did Zhou Yao turn to Yifan with a cold smile. Young Master Yi, it's been 5 years. I trust you've been well. 5 years ago, when Gu Feng had appointed Yifan as one of the Xuanwu domain's 4 heavenly kings, the Guardian King, Zhou Yao had crossed paths with him. Even then, he had wanted Yifan dead, but the opportunity had never arisen. Zhou Yao, you shameless traitor. Commander Gu Feng was right. You're the Xuanwu domain's rat. Before Yifan could respond, Yu Linglong's guards spat curses at Zhou Yao. You vile wretch, have you forgotten the blood of Great Xia running in your veins? Conspiring with these black-cloaked society scum. May you die a wretched death. The Xuanwu domain's hatred for the black-cloaked society ran bone deep. Zhou Yao merely sneered at their insults. Call me shameless all you want. What can you do about it? Victory justifies all means. Now it's time to send you to your graves. His expression turned icy as he unleashed his martial emperor-level energy, signaling the 2 other Blood Fiend experts to attack Yifan and his maids simultaneously. 3 martial emperors striking at once, especially Nanba of the Blood Fiend Division, whose strength surpassed the 5th-tier martial emperor level, rivaling Yifan's own, placed immense pressure on the already exhausted young master. After countless battles, Yifan's energy and mental focus were nearly depleted. Even maintaining the evil-slaying array was a struggle. Activate! As the trio's attacks closed in, Yifan forced himself to endure his weakness, summoning the array to block the assault. But the combined might of 3 martial emperors was incomparable to that of mere martial masters. Though the array absorbed most of the impact, the Blood Fiend Division's sinister energy corroded it relentlessly, inch by inch. At this rate, the array would shatter completely in moments. Yifan staggered, nearly collapsing before his maid Nanxing caught him. Young master, what's wrong? Gasping for breath, he rasped. And nothing, just exhausted from the fighting. Quick! Take Linglong and retreat to the boulder field. His eyes flickered with unease as he glanced toward the canyon's edge. Where is Commander Gu Feng? He should have arrived by now. If this dragged on, the array's collapse would leave them defenseless. With his strength nearly gone and his maids, though skilled, only at the Grandmaster level, they stood no chance against Zhou Yao's forces. Elder Koizumi and Matsumoto immediately noticed Yifan's frailty. Now, Commander Zhou, press the attack. Yifan is spent. He's on his last legs. Shatter that array and he's finished. Ha ha ha. Koizumi, his chest torn open by Yifan's earlier strike, snarled, Commander Zhou, allow me to assist. Despite his injuries, the elder mustered his remaining energy and joined the assault, accelerating the array's destruction. For martial emperors attacking at once, Koizumi's strike, in particular, became the final straw. Boom! Boom! In mere seconds, the evil-slaying array guarding Yifan and Yu Linglong shattered under the onslaught. The explosive backlash sent them flying over 20 feet, crashing to the ground in disarray. Yifan, the Great Xia's most prodigious genius, finally meeting your end? Allow me the pleasure of delivering the final blow. Zhou Yao's voice dripped with malice as he advanced. Nothing delights me more than crushing talent. 5 martial emperors encircle Yifan. Alongside Matsumoto, the 4 martial emperor-level powerhouses advanced step by step, encircling Yifan with palpable heaviness. Though everyone yearned to kill Yifan, they were also acutely aware of one undeniable fact. Yifan was now a martial emperor himself. If pushed to the brink, his final, desperate struggle could very well drag one of them down with him. Thus, they proceeded with caution. 8 trigrams. Yifan, never thought you'd see the day, did you? Matsumoto seethed with fury. This ambush was originally a foolproof strike against Yu Linglong. Instead, his forces had been nearly wiped out, and he himself had been crippled by Yi Fan. If Yi Fan wasn't killed today, Matsumoto would die with everlasting regret. Ha ha ha! Killing the great Xia dynasty's #1 prodigy, this will sever their nation's fate. Commander Zhou, you've rendered a monumental service. No matter the cost today, it'll be worth it. Elder Koizumi burst into manic laughter. For martial emperors surrounded Yi Fan alone. Earlier, he had already endured relentless attacks, his strength all but spent in the drawn-out battle. Given these circumstances, even immortal intervention wouldn't be enough to save him, right? Meanwhile, with Yi Fan's group, beside him, Yi Fan's 4 maidservants guarded him and Yu Linglong in the center, their faces filled with unease as they surveyed the dire situation. Young master, take Lady Yu and flee. We'll hold them back. Hurry and rendezvous with Commander Gu Feng. That's right. Even if we die, we'll buy you time. Yu Linglong's remaining personal guards echoed with grim resolve. Yi Fan shook his head faintly. It's futile. They're martial emperors. You can't stop them. Unbeknownst to them, Yi Fan secretly activated his cultivation technique, drawing upon the residual power of the undying bones within his meridians. His energy surged back at a shocking rate. In mere dozens of seconds, he had already recovered half of his strength. Stall. That was the only option, either until Gu Feng arrived with reinforcements, or until he recovered enough to fight again. If Yi Fan sensed Gu Feng's approach, then Zhou Yao certainly did too. Though Zhou Yao had orchestrated this ambush flawlessly, mobilizing nearly all of the Blood Fiend sect's martial elites, he still feared the unpredictable if Yi Fan and Gu Feng joined forces. Stop wasting time, Zhou Yao roared. Strike now. Annihilate them utterly. Through the writhing air, Zhou Yao sensed Gu Feng's presence approaching within hundreds of meters. Having served as Gu Feng's subordinate in the Xuanwu domain, Zhou Yao had never once bested him in combat. That innate dread of his former superior gnawed at him. Boom! 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 Koizumi and Zhou Yao, 2 of the Blood Fiend sect's deadliest martial emperors, acted instantly, unleashing their full power. The very air ripped apart, fissures tearing through space as their attacks hurtled toward Yi Fan and Yu Linglong.
A cataclysmique explosion en Suède.
Dust and gravel blasted into the heavens, the sky darkening as if mourning their fate. When the debris settled, a 10-zhong-wide crater gaped in the earth. The scent of blood hung thick in the air. Koizumi extended his perception into the pit. No trace of Yi Fan or Yu Linglong remained. The great Xia dynasty's most monstrous genius and its Valkyrie, both dead at last? Koizumi exhaled in relief. Despite the setbacks, they had ultimately prevailed. A sinister cloud shrouded the moon, plunging the ravine into an eerie stillness. A genius had fallen. Hundreds of meters away, Gu Feng sensed the violent eruption of martial emperor-level energy. 4 martial emperors striking at once. Yi Fan is in peril. Gu Feng's heart lurched into his throat. Forward. We must reach him. The heavenly furnace battle tactic, originally proposed by Yi Fan himself, had gone awry. What was meant to target Yu Linglong had instead dragged Yi Fan into the fray. If Yi Fan, the last heir of the Yi clan, perished here, how could Gu Feng ever face patriarchy? Elsewhere, Yu Chang, leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's assassination division, also sensed the disturbance. The Pavilion Master's aura. It's gone. Yu Chang's face twisted in horror. All units advance. Kill everything in your path. If any harm has come to our lord, I'll have their entire bloodline wiped out. After years of dormancy, the pavilion had finally found a genius capable of leading its resurgence. If Yi Fan died now, the furious chief steward Pang Hai would skin Yu Chang alive. Yet, within mere hundreds of meters, he could no longer detect Yi Fan's life force. Yu Chang felt nothing but dread. Back in the ravine, Matsumoto, Koizumi, Zhou Yao, and the Blood Fiend sect's Namba commander scrutinized the crater repeatedly. No traces of life. Commander Zhou, your so-called Great Xia genius was rather unimpressive. Just one strike, and he crumbled. Nanba sneered. Pathetic. I expected more of a fight. But Matsumoto remained uneasy. Sweat beaded on his brow. Commander Zhou, Nanba, don't underestimate him, he urged. Yi Fan is treacherous. Stay alert. His voice abruptly sharpened as his gaze darted toward a nearby thicket. They're over there. Matsumoto's shout was tinged with panic. Quick! Don't let them escape. Amidst the undergrowth stood Yi Fan and Yu Linglong, alongside the maidservants and 4 of Yu Linglong's guards. How? At the last possible second, Yi Fan had leveraged his recovered energy to execute Stellar Shift, teleporting his group away. But exhaustion had taken its toll. Only 4 guards survived. The bloody scent earlier had come from the 5th, shredded mid-transport. Now, Yi Fan lay unconscious, cradled in maidservant Nanshang's arms, his body pushed beyond its limits. Again! Zhou Yao barked, his face dark with fury. Yi Fan, this monster who refused to die, had to be eradicated today, lest his future growth spell doom for them all. With a roar, the martial emperors charged once more. The 4 martial emperor-level experts now fully grasped Yi Fan's monstrous talent to escape such a deadly encirclement, even bringing several people along. Such terrifying, unnatural methods. He must be eliminated. A prodigy like this absolutely cannot be allowed to live. At this moment, Yi Fan had already lost consciousness, completely unaware of the approaching danger. The 4 maidservants and Yu Linglong's 4 personal guards exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair. Though they knew it meant certain death, they wordlessly stepped forward to shield Yi Fan and Yu Linglong. For the young master, Commander Yu, we fight to the death. Their strength, at the control and grandmaster levels, was like mantises trying to stop a chariot or eggs smashing against rocks before the 4 martial emperors' assault. Yet they stood firm, hoping to protect their master at all costs. Zhou Yao's face twisted into a savage grin as he muttered, Who would have thought I'd be the one to kill the Yi family's idiot heir? After today's operation, perhaps I won't even need to flee to Japan. Too many powerful figures in Great Xia wanted Yi Fan dead. Senior officials in the capital, young Master Zhou. Eliminating Yi Fan would guarantee their protection. Whoosh! Terrifying energy tore through the air, about to annihilate Yi Fan's group when, Stop right there, you traitorous scum! A thunderous roar accompanied a tremendous force that forcibly diverted the combined attacks of Zhou Yao, Koizumi, and Nanba away from Yi Fan and Yu Linglong. Zhou Yao, I've suspected you for some time. Gu Feng positioned himself protectively before the unconscious Yi Fan, his voice laced with fury. As one of the Black Tortoise Region's commanders, you actually collude with the Black Robe Society to slaughter our nation's loyal defenders? Have you no conscience? Though Gu Feng had deduced Zhou Yao's betrayal during headquarters analysis, witnessing it firsthand still shocked him. Zhou Yao, an orphan raised and educated at state expense, who rose through merit to his current position. Why betray his homeland? Spare me your moralizing, old man. Zhou Yao sneered coldly. Since I've made my move today, none of you will leave alive. Do you really think you alone can stop 4 martial emperors? I know the Black Tortoise Region's forces. Aside from you and Azure Dragon barely reaching emperor level, who else can oppose me? Commander Nanba, restrain this old fool with me. Elder Koizumi, kill Yi Fan and Yu Linglong now. Despite his bravado, Zhou Yao grew uneasy sensing multiple powerful auras approaching. Damn, this isn't right. Previously, the Black Tortoise region only had 3 martial emperors, himself, Gu Feng, and Azure Dragon. But now he detected several others closing in. They had to eliminate Yi Fan before reinforcements arrived. Who said I came alone? Gu Feng's cold retort preceded the arrival of a black-clad figure wielding a massive blade. Yu Chong, leader of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion's assassination division. Harm our young master and face annihilation. After confirming Yi Fan was merely exhausted, Yu Chong raised his hand. Swish, swish, swish. Countless crossbow bolts materialized midair, instantly slaughtering most remaining Black Robe Society members. Gu Feng's Black Tortoise forces and Heavenly Secrets assassins emerged, surrounding Zhou Yao's Blood Demon unit. Numerically, the defenders now held advantage, with Yu Chong, another martial emperor, joining the fray, plus 3 quasi-emperor guardians protecting Yifan. The balance shifted dramatically. The severely wounded Elder Koizumi would fall instantly. Only Zhou Yao, Nanba, and his deputy remained as effective emperor-level combatants. Killing Yifan now seemed impossible unless they completely annihilated Gu Feng's forces, guaranteeing a bloodbath. The battlefield froze in stalemate. "Surrender, Zhou Yao," Gu Feng said calmly. "Given your past merits, I guarantee you'll receive fair judgment." But Zhou Yao, who even betrayed his ally Matsumoto, coveted greater power. Why would he yield now? "Gu Feng, you underestimate me." Zhou Yao smirked. "Did you think I'd mobilize so few forces?" "Commander Namba, summon the remaining Blood Demon units." A scheme within a scheme. While Yu Linglong baited Matsumoto's forces into Gu Feng's trap, Zhou Yao had used 1/3 of the Blood Demon unit as bait to lure Gu Feng, reserving 2/3 for counter-encirclement. Those reinforcements included 2 Blood Demon elders, both martial emperor-level experts. Ultimately, Zhou Yao's side would dominate both in elite combatants and numbers, ensuring Gu Feng's complete annihilation. Understood. As Namba reached for his communicator, he suddenly sensed familiar auras approaching. They're coming ahead of schedule? Puzzled, he tried contacting his subordinates, only to find the signals blocked. Damn connection. Smashing his communicator in frustration, Namba turned to Zhou Yao. "No need to summon them, young Master Zhou. My men are already here. This time, they have nowhere to run." Zhou Yao also sensed the familiar aura of the Blood Fiend sect and curled his lips into a sinister smirk. "Old fool, to borrow your words, surrender. If you submit, I'll spare your life out of past camaraderie. We only want Yifan and Yu Linglong dead. As for your fellow Xuanwu domain officers, I might consider showing them mercy." Zhou Yao was thoroughly pleased with himself. With the Blood Fiend sect backing him, he'd already reaped hefty rewards from the Black Robe Society. If he could wipe out Gu Feng and his men here today, coupled with the support of Tang Zhang and Elder Zhang from Shangjing, the position of Xuanwu Domain's commander might soon be his for the taking. Watching the scene unfold, Matsumoto couldn't help but silently admire Zhou Yao's cunning. This guy is downright ruthless. Not only had Zhou Yao enlisted the Blood Fiend's aid, but he'd also split his forces, now poised to encircle Gu Feng's group and crush them utterly. "Young Master Zhou, you're truly brilliant," Matsumoto couldn't resist praising aloud. Elder Koizumi nodded approvingly beside him. "Commander Zhou's tactics will slaughter them down to the last." "Impressive." Zhou Yao waved dismissively. "Just a minor scheme. Nothing major." Meanwhile, Gu Feng and Yu Chong had already sensed the rapid approach of martial experts. Though Yu Chong's Heaven's Secrets assassins were elite, their numbers were few. Combined with Gu Feng's Xuanwu warriors, they barely numbered 1,000. Yet closing in around them were nearly 2,000 Blood Fiends. Such overwhelming numerical superiority left Gu Feng little hope of victory, especially when the encirclement included 2 emperor-level martial experts. With Zhou Yao, Nanba, and their deputies, the enemy's high-tier combatants outmatched them as well. "Commander Yu," Gu Feng said urgently, "when the battle starts, protect Yifan and Yu Linglong at all costs. Ensure their escape, even if it means sacrificing the rest of us. The Xuanwu Domain's future depends on him." The situation had spiraled beyond Gu Feng's expectations. He'd meticulously scouted the Black Robe Society's forces in Daxia, even overestimating their strength. Confident in his preparations, he'd mobilized all of Xuanwu's elites for a decisive strike. But he hadn't accounted for Zhou Yao's complete betrayal, nor his alliance with the Southern Ocean's Blood Fiend sect. Now, like a mantis stalking a cicada unaware of the Oreo behind, they faced annihilation. Even with the Heaven's Secrets assassins reinforcing them, victory seemed impossible. Understood. Yu Chong, as the assassin's leader, wasted no words. Frankly, he cared little for anyone else's survival. Only Yifan's safety mattered, and perhaps the young mistress Yu Linglong's by extension. Boom! Boom! As martial experts converged, the narrow valley soon teemed with thousands of fighters, a rare spectacle even on the global stage. The Blood Fiends' remaining forces swiftly completed their encirclement of Gu Feng's troops, halting just 3 zhang away in disciplined formation. What's happening? Zhou Yao frowned at the unexpected pause. With their overwhelming numbers, why weren't they attacking? Nanba, equally puzzled, barked at 2 approaching elders. Ruan Filiu, what's the delay? Order the assault. And where's Chun Jinxing? Why wasn't he answering my calls earlier? Chun Jinxing, Namba's trusted subordinate, had been left in command of the rear guard, precisely to ensure the elder's obedience. Ruan Filiu and the other elder, however, answered coldly. No need to shout. Nanba, Chun Jinxing and your other traitors are already dead. The Blood Fiend ranks remained motionless. What? Nanba's heart lurched. Something was terribly wrong. Ruan Filiu, are you rebelling? The Patriarch himself ordered you to follow my command. Ruan Filiu sneered and gestured. The Blood Fiends parted, revealing a path illuminated by spotlights. A stunning young woman in a white gauze dress stepped forward. Princess Heir, you how? Namba's face paled. He'd personally killed her, struck her down and dumped her body into the sea. Without hesitation, the princess leaped onto a boulder and declared, Blood Fiends, hear me? I am Princess Heir. Namba lured me under false pretenses and attempted to murder me. Only Lord Yifan's intervention saved my life. Her voice rang clear. By my decree, Namba is a traitor. Whoever slays him shall be promoted to elder. All forces are to cease cooperation with Zhou Yao immediately and aid the Xuanwu domain and Lord Yifan. Those who abandon Namba now will be spared, but resist and you die. Princess Heir's leadership shone through her concise yet devastating proclamation. The crowd erupted. Nanba's own officers recoiled in horror. Commander Nanba, you dared raise a hand against the princess? No wonder we couldn't contact her. We're done here.
No.
She's lying. This is an imposter. The real princess is... Namba's frantic slip only fueled the uproar. Enraged, he drew his blade and beheaded the nearest defector. Obey or die. Test me if you dare. He'd crossed the point of no return. Watching this, Zhou Yao shut his eyes in despair. Idiot. At such a critical moment, recklessly killing subordinates who oppose him. Isn't this just like the proverbial no silver buried here sign, blatantly revealing his guilt? Originally, some might still have doubted whether Princess Heir's claims were true, or even questioned her very identity. But now, with Nanba's rash act of murder, he has undeniably confirmed his treachery. This proves that Namba had indeed attacked Princess Heir earlier, making him a traitor who betrayed the Blood Demon faction. What an absolute idiot. How did such a brainless fool even become the leader of the Blood Demon faction? Anyone who dares oppose Commander Nanba will meet the same fate. All members of the Blood Demon, listen well. Our clan leader is weak and incompetent. Commander Nanba is ready to take over and lead us to a brighter future. Support Commander Nanba. Support Commander Nanba. Long live Commander Nanba. Having operated within the Blood Demon faction for years, Nanba naturally had his own loyalists. At the urging of a few trusted subordinates, over 100 voices rose in support. But the crux of the matter was the ongoing three-way standoff. Though Princess Heir's forces were weaker, her status as the rightful heir remained unshaken. Even among the first wave of Blood Demon elites Nanba had brought, most remained unmoved, showing no enthusiasm. Worse, after witnessing Nanba execute another deputy, several warriors loyal to the clan leader and Princess Heir exchanged glances, nodded subtly, and tightened their grips on their blades, inching closer to Nanba. The situation was now crystal clear. Princess Heir's appearance had decisively tipped the scales in favor of Yifan and Gufeng. On the Black Robe Society's side, Matsumoto and Elder Koizumi's forces had been nearly wiped out. Zhou Yao's personal retinue numbered fewer than 50, nowhere near enough to sway the battle. Combined, Zhou Yao and Namba's forces totaled less than 200, while Yifan's side boasted nearly 1,000 warriors from the profound sky domain, plus Princess Aria's support, a 20-fold advantage. Even in terms of peak martial power, Yifan's faction held absolute superiority with Gu Feng, Yu Chong, Ruan Filiu, and other elders. Zhou Yao, what do we do now? Think of something. Do you have any other forces in the profound sky domain? It's time to deploy them. Nanba, unnerved by his wavering subordinates, sidled up to Zhou Yao and whispered urgently. Zhou Yao was on the verge of tearing his hair out in frustration. Gods, I wish I could pretend I don't know this fool. But with his rift with Gu Feng now irreparable, there was no turning back. Their only option was to escape alive. Commander Nanba, with our current numbers, fighting area, Gu Feng, and the Heavenly Secret Sect is suicide. Our only chance is to take hostages. You seize area, I'll grab Yifan, and have your other deputy capture Yu Linglong. That's our ticket out. Hostages! Nanba blurted out, prompting Zhou Yao to clamp a hand over his mouth. Quiet, you moron! Damn it! With so many martial emperors present, did he have to announce our plan? Nanba shot a despairing glance at Yifan and Yu Linglong's position, where Yu Chong, Gu Feng, Heavenly Secrets assassins, and profound sky experts stood guard. How do we even get close? Do we have a choice? We charge or die. Zhou Yao hissed, equally desperate. This was their only shot. Capturing Yifan, Yu Linglong, or area might buy their escape. Otherwise, the profound sky and blood demon forces would overwhelm them through sheer numbers. Of course, Zhou Yao had his own scheme. Princess Aria was guarded by 2 martial emperors. Nanba's attempt to seize her would draw immediate attention, allowing Zhou Yao, Nanba's deputy, Koizumi, and Matsumoto to strike at Yifan's less defended group. With their martial emperor advantage, success was likelier. But just as Zhou Yao eyed Yifan's position, another twist struck. Yifan, cradled in Nanshang's arms, stirred with a groan and abruptly woke. Young master, you're awake. Are you all right? Nanshang had been channeling her energy into him, hoping to replenish his drained reserves. Yet to her shock, as Yifan's head rested against her chest, the intimate contact sent waves of warmth surging into her, a potent energy that bolstered her own cultivation. Her eyes widened. So this is the young master's secret? Physical closeness grants this energy? In mere moments, she neared a breakthrough to the martial venerable realm. When Xiao Wan and others offered to take over holding Yifan, Nanshang refused sternly. This treasure furnace wasn't leaving her embrace. What began as aid had become mutual gain. Nanshang resolved then, I'm sticking to him as his personal attendant. I'm fine, Yifan said, rising from her arms. He patted her shoulder and whispered, keep this secret. Having sensed the energy exchange, he knew she discovered his divine flame's power. Zhou Yao, sensing Yifan's recovered aura from afar, paled. Damn it! Not only is he awake, he's back at full strength. Another martial emperor on their side. Young Master Yi, you're awake. Thank you for saving me. Princess Aria, spotting his revival, dashed toward him without hesitation. Her movement triggered Ruan Filiu, the other martial emperor elder, and their guards to follow. Nanba panicked. If Aria regrouped with Yifan's faction, their hostage plan would fail. Gritting his teeth, he surged toward her. Thunk! Thunk! 5 blades suddenly pierced his back from behind,